Why, hello there, everyone. Yes, I am a PNG, because when I opened up this game with my model open, the emotes in the chat started lagging. So, there's that. I will say, for those of you who might not notice, there's a little heart thing at the bottom of the screen. It was at 80 until I took a big ass sip of my coffee, and then I went straight up, and I was like, all right. Mods, spoilers, bonk them. Immediately ban. Immediately ban anyone who does spoilers. I need to make sure I actually have the no spoiler tag on. Because I have not played this game before. So I'm believing in you guys. Immediately bonk. No questions asked. Just ban them. This is the remake of Until Dawn, which, oh wait, actually, first, congratulations, Blue, for getting the first redeem. Yay! I'm not ready for this. I know a little bit, a smidgen. There's one scene specifically I do know, because this game's been out for a while, and this is just the remake of it. I've turned the settings way down, and it still looks gorgeous. You can't have bonking power because you're a VIP normie. You get all the privilege and none of the responsibility. Because it was just a little guy. It's fine. There's so many people here. Oh my god. Okay, hang on. Let me say hi to everyone. There's Jade. Hi, Jade. Hi, Akira. There's Normie. Hi, Normie. Let's see. Scrolling. Lennox. Hi, Lennox. Hi, Void. Oh my gosh. All right, hang on. Let me make sure the game's not going through. Hang on. Let me get the game sound. You guys can't hear it, apparently. Is this it? Can you guys... Oh, thank you for the pets! Can you guys hear the music? Actually, let me just test it this way. If I go to audio and I just... Okay, yeah, that should be the game. Alright, that's... Okay. 70? We are going to be using controller. Oh, a sip. I'm going to drink more coffee. And then I stretch. Oh, I got to be careful. That'll move the heart rate monitor strap. Hang on. Got to keep that in place. It'll automatically... So the heart rate monitor that I got was $30, and it automatically turns on and off based on contact with your skin. I guess it can like detect your body heat and stuff. I was so confused trying to turn it on for the first time until I Googled it. I did play around with it, and my resting, like my calm heart rate was about 80. I'm very excited for this game, and then I also have coffee, so my heart rate is already high. I'm anticipating it. I'm nervous. I don't play horror games. I'm already scared. And I have coffee. Maybe I should switch to water. I have water here. Hang on. I'm anticipating the fear, and it's getting my heart rate up. Also, I don't know. Streaming makes me makes me very excited as well. Real-time seeing coffee's effect? Yeah, it's crazy.
But if you close your eyes...
I saw that. It didn't scare me. I did leave on all of our sound alerts because, hang on, I'm sorry. The music still seems really loud to me. Because I thought it would be funny. Okay, that's better. All right. The only scene I know is that one. Well, I'll just mention it when we get to it. I don't even know if I'll be able to actually survive through it, if I'll have the people for it, because there's like 4 different people in that scene. You must go. What do you mean you have to go? Normie, you can't go. No, I'm a bad influence. Wait, oh shit, I'm moving stuff. 127. I'm nervous and I'm excited. All right, have a good school. I mean, I know. Have a good school. Have a good school. I don't want your parents to hate me. Go to school. All right. Take a deep breath. Get that heart rate back down under. Oh, we're back under 100. Very good. It went back up. You know what? It's fine. I'm just gonna... I don't have any progress. It literally made me set up an account for PlayStation. All right. A tiny butterfly flapping its wings today may lead to a devastating hurricane weeks from now. Tiny butterfly, devastating hurricane. Ah! The strap is pinching. Frickin'. There we go. Oh, the sound cut out. Not just... Hang on. The smallest decision can dramatically change the future. Oh, this looks cool. Why is the sound cutting out? Oh, is it supposed to be quiet? Your actions will shape how the story unfolds. Okay, it keeps it's just quiet right now. So nobody panic about the silence. Oh, hang on. The strap was pinching me. Your story is one of many possibilities. Choose your actions carefully. Got it! Oh, I suddenly got cold. Yippee! Yippee! Yeah, I did see that sound alert before it went. Alright. Oh, it says loading in the bottom right, but I'm blocking it. Ooh. I was looking at chat. If I'm in a chase scene, I'm not gonna be able to see it. What the fuck? I thought this was about Wendigo. It's not about serial killers. Is a serial killer in Wendigos? Don't answer that. All questions asked by Sylvia are sarcastic. Can I get a mod to pin something like that? Just be like, all questions asked by Sylvia is sarcastic. No spoilers. No spoilers unless I ask you by name. Oh. It's me! Guys! It's me! At moments in the story, you'll be under pressure. Use the WSD or left stick to keep sounds in the... Yeah, that's good enough. Oh! That was hard. Fail to keep it inside, you will draw attention to yourself. Oh, I did it! Okay, I like it. I would love to pet a deer IRL. No, don't go, baby! I got spooked. Love how my heart rate went up because of that. Sorry, I keep looking over mostly to look at my heart rate because it's fascinating to me. Boom, boom. Skipping frames. What is that? What is aspect ratio? I don't know what that is. Should I don't know what anti-aliasing is. Should is that something I can turn off? Can I turn this off? Will that break stuff? Okay, I'm turning it off. is crunchy versus smooth. I want it to not frame drop. Oh, the lines curve. Oh wait, wait, what's the difference between FXAA and TAA? Oh, slightly jagged. Well, like, if they're slightly jagged, it should be fine. I didn't want to have the textures on low to be completely shit. Maybe I'll turn the foliage low. Shading quality. All right. Good job. Good job. Let me know. Make sure to let me know if it's still bad. They're cute.
Jeez, Josh.
Still going. I have it at frame rate of 25. Vertical sync should make it not, right? I'm gonna see if that does something.
Once again, brother, you've outdone us all.
Okay, let me know if that fixed it. Oh no, ooh. Now I can see it. Ooh. No, we're turning back that no, ooh. I could see that. Ooh. No, ew. Okay. All right, let's see if this fixes it. Whoa, hang on. Wait, maybe? Ooh, that's worse. I don't, oh, that's worse. How did I, ooh. If I, wait, I want it to be at a nice 30. There. Okay. So far, so good. Let me know how it is for you guys. What does it say? Oh, that girl looks like a bitch. Whoa! I don't know if you guys saw that, but their heads weren't there for a second. I wonder if that had to do with the, distance thing. I'm gonna change that back to medium. That was fucking hilarious. It's extremely regular.
God, I can't believe you actually did this.
With the port? What do you mean the port? It is newly... I don't know what that means. Explain it to me like I'm 5. I don't know what port means. Because it is when they ported this game. Okay, yeah. We're gonna, at this point, we're blaming the game. Got it, guys? Game. I do know that there's a prank, and this is probably the prank. Oh, her hair did a weird thing.
Don't you guys think this is a little bit cruel?
Oh, come on. She deserves it.
And it's not her fault that she has a huge crush on me.
Hannah's been making the moves on him. I'm just looking out for my girl Em.
She also looks like a bitch.
Just because he's class prez doesn't mean he belongs to everyone. Mike is my man.
Hey, I'm not anybody's man.
Whatever you say, darling.
Okay. If you know about a prank and you don't stop it, or at least warn the person, you're also guilty. Can't believe how high my heart rate is getting. Nothing is even happening. I'm just gonna drink water. His face! Oh my god! His face! His fucking face! Oh my god! Oh my god! His fucking face! Oh my god! I'm sorry! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! I'm sorry. Oh my god! Okay. Oh. Look at his face! They drew on it! Look at it! That is an acceptable prank among friends. He passed out first. He gets his face drawn on. That's okay. Oh. Okay. Oh. 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 I don't love the movement feelings. During don't move events? No, I need... just regular movement. No, that's... the camera sensitivity was fine. Oh. Wait, I'm sorry. Quick time events? Okay, just making sure those are what they're supposed to be, I guess. Ew, don't... Can I make her... Maybe it's because she's walking, you know? I run in every single game I play, so it's probably because I'm walking. Where am I supposed to go? What am I... Wait, can I draw on his face too? Do I have a pen? Can I also... Can I make it worse? Well, they said they wanted me to go to the... Ooh, a little bit of lag, looking at the fire. Well, this is where the thing was, right? Aha. Oh, I have to actually do the thing. Oh, I have to do all the things. And it's been fun hanging out with you. No one gets me like you do. Come find me later, I'll be wait. Ah! The strap is pinchy, mate! Goes around me like a friggin' bottom of a bra strap. It fucking hurts. There we go. Let me just adjust my heart rate monitor. Okay, that's better.
Oh my god. What did our naive sister get herself into now?
Oh, she's making herself look pretty. Aww. Oh, liquid courage. Liquid courage. Oh, that's definitely laggy. That is bad. That is really bad. That was really, really, really bad. Oh my god. Oh, it's disabled. I don't know what would fix that. Motion blur? No. I didn't know what it'll probably break it, won't it? If I did it now. Nah, try it. All right. Drink more water. Oh. I put stuff up high, though. That's a little bit scary. I mean, I guess I'll try it, and we'll see what happens. If, the stream crashes, just start spamming messages. Woo! Okay. Actually, it's... I mean... If it... Okay. Here's my question. Is it the same amount of lag? Because if it is, I'll just run it on this for my own, for viewing. She's got a butterfly tattoo. That's such a white girl thing to do. I can say that. I'm a white girl. More liquid courage. Her hair is bouncy. Oh, he's so nervous. As he should be. He's an asshole.
Mike.
Hey, Hannah.
I got your note.
Glad you can make it.
Oh, my controller's vibrating. I'm sorry, I have to pause it for just a half a second. I have a hang now, and I have this new rule where I'm not putting my fingers in my mouth. So I have my clippers right here, though. But I've been trying not to bite my nails, so I've been really good about it. Okay, I got it. We're good. Okay, sorry.
Maybe we should start with a little, you know, making out and see where it goes from there.
Oh my god! Oh, she's taking off her shirt.
Oh my god, she's taking her shirt off.
Hannah, hey, don't. It's just a stupid prank, okay?
Oh, whoa.
I'm sorry, Hannah. This all got out of hand, but...
Mike!
Damn.
You guys are jerks. You know that? Hannah!
Oh. Really? You go outside? I would have locked myself in the bathroom. This is why you're dead. You're a dumbass. We gotta go to our sister. Wait, what the fuck? curious? Oh, I became more curious.
Hannah!
What's going on? Where's she going?
It's fine. She just can't take a joke.
It was just a prank, Han.
What did you do?
We're just messing around, Bev. It wasn't serious.
If you were upset at everyone in the house. Oh. Maybe.
So.
But when it's snowing?
You know, I kind of think you're the last person she wants to see right now, Mike.
To the girl who got humiliated. Yeah. I'm a little bit.
Hannah!
Oh, a little bit of lag. A little bit of lag. I might put it on medium. Well, get a lag regardless, right? Oh, yeah, we're putting that on medium. Yeah, fuck that. Maybe, I really hope it'll help a little bit. I really hope it's not. Oh my gosh. It's a remake, so you think they would have it optimized. What does this do? Oh, that's the thing. Put it on medium. Other people are having issues? Not if it's a cash grab. Could be. I mean, I wanted to get this game regardless, and then it had the remake, and I thought, okay, sure. Okay. Oh, fuck! Okay. Okay. We're fine. Can I run? My sister ran out here.
Hannah!
Oh, this is a cutscene. I'm not controlling her. Wait, yes I am. Wait. Okay. Yes, I am controlling her. Why am I walking? Oh, this is a cutscene. That's why. Oh, wrong stick. What was her reaction to the prank? She ran outside. Oh, my reaction? Oh, I already knew about the prank because I've seen the content from the original of the beginning part. I mean, who hasn't seen the beginning part? Cutscene. Oh, fuck! We're good. Did she go this way? Can I run? How do I run? What's the run button? Whoop, that's not the run button. I'm gonna accidentally do that a lot. Oh, I'm in a... That's... No? Yes? Maybe... No? It's so confusing when I'm in a cutscene or not. I guess I'm just gonna constantly move. I mean, it's been out for only 10 days. Am I going into first person? Hello? What the fuck? Why?
Fuck!
This one. Oh, I want to change the setting on that. I don't like how the high contrast looks. I put it because I thought, it would be better. How do I turn that off? There we go. Okay. I have to hold it to make the choice. What do you mean status updated? Brave? I'm trying to find my sister. How does that make me brave?
Huh? Jesus! Fuck! Shit! Damn it, Hannah. Where are you?
Girl, put your shirt back on.
Hannah. Hannah.
Hey, I found her at least.
Hello?
I thought we found her
Hannah.
way later, like at the
Oh my God,
cliff.
you must be freezing. Here, take my coat. I'm such an idiot. I'm so dumb.
Oh, that's Wendigo
Hannah?
vision.
Beth?
Oh, lagging.
Hannah!
Because I followed the footsteps. Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Why would you back up to the cliff if you don't... Oh, God.
Fuck! No!
Oh, you would... No. No. No.
Hold on!
I knew this was gonna happen, but still...
Hold on!
I'm sorry!
So sorry.
Oh, it didn't matter. I got an achievement.
Before we begin, there are a few things I need to make sure you understand. You see, no one can change what happened last year.
I thought she
Past is
would
beyond our control.
not die.
You have to accept this in order to move forward. But there is freedom.
No,
in
I got
celebration.
complete prologue
Everything you do,
achievement.
every decision you make from now on will open doors to the future. I want you to remember this. I want you to remember this as you play your game. Every single choice will affect your fate and the fate of those around you.
Look, look, look. I had only ever seen videos of people letting go. So, or like letting go of the thing, not of Hannah. Or, yeah. So I decided I wanted to
So,
do that.
you have committed to commence with this game. This is significant. And I want to help you see it through.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes these things can be a little scary, even terrifying, but I'm here to make sure that no matter how upsetting things may get, you will always find a way to work through it. All right. We will start with a simple exercise.
No, thank you for the
Could you
head
please
pats.
pick up a card? And I want you to look at the picture on the other side and tell me what you feel about it. It is essential that you answer honestly in order to get the most out of this experience.
Okay, I'm gonna try not to metagame and be honest. Scarecrow?
So, how did that picture make you feel? Remember, be honest.
I feel neutral. Does happy?
Oh, that's good. In what way did it make you happy?
I don't know. It's colorful. It's bright. The sunshine.
Sunshine. I see. So which word would best describe how you feel about darkness?
Scares me.
Afraid, really? That's interesting.
Who's
Where I
wearing
come
that?
from, way up north in Sweden, the nights are 18 hours long.
Well, night and darkness is
Why
different.
do you think you're afraid of the dark?
Because you don't know what lurks in it.
Oh, no. No. Not everyone.
I'm gonna take a sip of
But it's
coffee.
perfectly
Watch how it affects my heart
natural, for the
rate.
Darkness, after all, is the unseen.
Bro, I didn't even
and
sip it yet.
therefore-
And it went up to 90 just thinking about it. Jesus.
And what could inspire fear more than the terror of uncertainty?
And Delta are high
Oh, dear.
stinky.
We seem to be out of time for this session. We'll talk again soon. Until then, I suggest you try to stay away from dark places.
Look, for the record, I love nighttime. I don't like it when a room is completely dark, though. Because the night, the moon, the stars, gorgeous. Love it. Pitch black room? No. Just anticipating the coffee raise the heart rate. Yeah. Ooh, pop my neck, though. What the? Oh my goodness, it was a naked doll. I like this song. Woo! Got a shiver. Probably from the coffee, though. It's an iced coffee, so. Did I skip this? What kind of iced coffee? It's a chai latte with a shot of ristretto. Because I got up at 3 a.m. For those of you who don't know, a ristretto shot is like a normal shot, except the water is pressed through the espresso more, so it's more caffeinated. I don't know how it works. I like the taste of it, though.
Today is the one-year anniversary
In the
of
chai.
the dreadful tragedy that took place on Mount Washington. Sheriff Annie Klein, who's in charge of the investigation,
Thanks for having me, Marty.
listeners an update on Hannah and Beth Washington, the twins who are still missing.
1 year ago tonight, the Washington girls left the safety of their parents' lodge and headed out into a snowstorm.
Foul play.
Not officially, no. There is one individual we're considering as a person of interest, but his whereabouts are currently unknown. He has an interesting history with the Washington family. He had warned them against pursuing their construction project and claimed the land was sacred to his forefathers.
You know, there is still the old sanatorium on the mountain. Could he be hiding there?
My officers did search the grounds, but the girls themselves couldn't have made it that far.
Something about that mountain seems to breed tragic events.
More than you know, Marty.
Well, thank you for joining us, Annie. With all the Washingtons tonight, their son Josh, on this, the anniversary of the mysterious disappearance of Hannah and Beth Washington.
Well, hello, friends and fans. All right, let's do that again. All right. Well, hello, friends and fans. It's beyond awesome to have you guys all back this year. First off, I gotta say, I'm super excited to welcome all my pals back to the annual Blackwood Winter Getaway. Ah! So, let me just let you know, let's take a moment to address the elephant in the room for a second. I know you're all probably worried about me, and I know it's gonna be tough on all of us going back after what happened last year, but I just want you all to know, it means so much to me that we're doing this, and I know it would mean so much to Hannah and Beth that we're all still here together.
I don't know.
Thinking of them.
I don't know if Hannah
I
feels
really
the same
want to
way.
spend some quality time with each and every
Especially
one
since
of
I
you,
dropped
and
her.
Just share some moments that
I kind of regret
we'll
that
never
now since I was
forget.
gonna die anyway.
For the sake of my sisters, and you know. Okay, so let's party like we're fucking porn stars, okay? And make this one trip we will never forget, all right? Yes!
Well, if the brother of the two sisters went missing and asked you to go, you gotta do it. Friendship, 10 hours until dawn. Oh. They said the title of the game, Until Dawn. Oh, roll credits. And it's that guy again. Sam, Hannah's best friend, diligent, considerate, brave. I would prefer my best friend to tell me before the break took place rather than right when it's about to or during. But that's just me. Don't know if she can be called best friend. Oh, I'm doing it. Why the fuck are you wearing a skirt in snow? Like, sure, you can have a skirt in your bag for, like, everyone hanging out, but wear pants. Oh, it's not that far. Never mind. The gate is right there. There's a thingy.
Oh, what?
The gate's busted. Climb over. Wait. How do I get there again? Wait, I don't know. I'm gonna try it anyway.
Oh, Jesus, never mind.
Oh, why have a quick time event? I picked safe. Oh, I picked safe. Fine, I'll do quick. Oh, it made the thingy go faster. The timers go faster. Oh. Hey. Okay. That's actually really cool. You still get the time events even if you do safe, but... She's athletic, damn. I would have nearly busted my ankles trying to make that. Oh, there's a squirrel. Oh. Oh, I had the same reaction.
You hungry? Huh?
Oh, okay.
Cutie.
Quick time events were way too rampant in games. I like quick time events. I guess I haven't really played a lot of games with them though, so I'm not sick of them yet. But I do like the aspect of the timer being slightly longer when you choose safe over fast. What's this? It's glowing.
Cool.
People in butterfly prophecies. Black butterflies prophesied the dreamer's death. Red butterflies warned of dangerous events. Wait a minute! Hannah's butterfly tattoo was black, and then she died. Brown butterflies foretold the tragedy affecting friends. Yellow butterflies offered vision to help and guide. White butterflies brought dreams of luck and good fortune. Wait, I can't read what green is. Okay, so yellow and white butterflies are good. Hey, there's someone's backpack
Hello?
over here.
Chris? You here? Bag's here. Where are you? You're not in the bag, are you? Hello. What do we have here?
Hang on. Ooh, should I snoop? Ooh. Ooh. No. That I couldn't.
Maybe I shouldn't look around Chris's stuff.
Oh, it's white.
Chris?
Sam, hey, you made it.
Good thing I didn't snoop since he was right there. Has a crush on Ashley. Ooh, Ashley was texting. I mean, we saw her name. Ooh, loyal, protective, humorous.
Oh, so I found something kind of amazing.
What?
I'm not going to tell you. You got to see for yourself. Come on, it's this way.
If I did fast for both of them,
Wait.
would I have had time to
Right around
snoop?
here. Gonna blow your
Ooh, I'm gonna
mind.
think about that. I do like her skirt though. Not for the situation, but if I were to have, wait, do I get footprints? I do.
Ta-da!
What?
Pretty rad, right?
Yeah.
Come on, look at these beauties.
Beauties is not the word that comes to mind. Why is this even here?
What do you mean?
What the hell is a shooting range doing at the base of a ski lodge?
Dude, have you ever met Josh's dad?
Yeah.
He thinks he's like Grizzly Adams or something. Wanna try?
No, you go ahead, Grizzly.
A younger
right.
and less. I don't
Here
know who
goes.
John Oliver is. Am I gonna need to use a gun in this game? Oh my god. I hit it. I hit it. I hit it. Boom. I'm so cool.
Wow, nice
I'm so
shooting
cool.
tips.
Alright, I'm bad. I'm a badass.
His name's
I'm gonna go ahead and guess it was a wild case of beginner's luck.
Nah, I don't think so, girl.
Ooh.
Well, anybody and their brother could shoot a bottle that big, that close.
No. Don't. No. No. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. You can't make me. I'm not shooting the squirrel.
Nice shot.
Your ass just got sacked.
You wanted him to have a negative
Hey,
aura.
sharpshooter, our ride's coming.
What happened? Oh, Sam. His relationship got better with her.
Wait, I'm just getting the hang of this.
Come
It's
on,
white.
Chris, the cable car.
Oh, because I didn't shoot the squirrel. Otherwise, she would have gotten mad. Sam just goes, dang, you're bad at this. Oh, I'm him now. I want to be the cute girl, though. I don't want to look a boy butt. I want to look a girl butt.
Oh,
Blue found.
this.
Nice. You think we'll get a visit from America's Most Wanted?
Looks like someone thought so.
Oh, come on. This place is abandoned most of the year. Nobody comes up here.
Wait a minute. What's this?
Awesome.
Wow, graffiti all the way up here.
Passes beyond our control.
Hey, that's weird. Door's locked.
Yeah. Josh wanted us to keep it locked to keep people out.
He said that? What people?
I don't know. He said they found people sleeping in the station one time.
Creepy.
But I have the key.
really?
Oh man, that door sounded grunky. Ooh, delicious coffee. Where am I going?
And I thought the car was closer.
Guess we gotta wait.
I'm starting to get the appeal of killing time at the shooting range. How long is this gonna take?
It's a big mountain.
Yeah.
Huh?
What am I looking at? What am I looking for?
Yeah. So beautiful in the day.
What is this?
It feels menacing.
What is this? What?
Sleeping giant.
No point to. Oh, what's this? What is it? No, stop! Look at the thing! Look at the thing! Look at the. Oh my god!
What a crazy place to set up house. I mean, no matter how rich you are.
I'm not so rich. I only bought a mountain. Finally, you coming?
Yeah, well, I was gonna stay here and catch some Z's, but okay.
Ugh, cable cars. Gives me a little bit anxiety. I don't like being high up on the ground. Ugh.
Here we go.
Right.
That would make me
Adventure
freak.
begins.
Oh, I hope this was the right thing to do.
What?
You know, getting everyone together on the anniversary. I mean, Josh seemed really pumped about us all doing something, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he definitely did. I haven't seen him so excited about something in forever.
Good, good. It's hard to tell with him, and I know, kind of.
Oh, the
No,
noises
no,
that thing's
it was-
making.
It was a good idea.
I hope everyone else feels the same way.
We're all here.
Thanks, bro. Good talk.
You know what? Let's just stop talking about what happened and enjoy the trip.
You know what? You're right.
You know how Josh and I met?
No.
Third grade. Josh sat in the back of the room, I sat in the front. We didn't even know each other existed. But the kid sitting next to Josh started strap snapping the training bra on the girl in front of him. So the teacher made him move to the front, where I was sitting.
Okay, so.
So I got moved to the back. And next to Josh. That's how we met. I mean, and became friends to this day.
Match made in heaven.
If it weren't for the fact that Jeannie Simmons hit puberty like 3 years early, and on that day decided to wear a low-cut shirt that showed off her training bra, I mean, who knows? You could be riding in this cable car alone. Right now. Or talking to some other person entirely. Boom. Butterfly effect.
Boom. Why's my heart rate so? Oh, I've been drinking coffee. That's why. Okie dokie. No head! She's got such a slutty aura about her. Mike's girlfriend? Wait, I thought M was... Wait. I thought the M was dating Mike. What?
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. New people. Time to meet and greet.
Whatever. They introduced her as Mike's girlfriend, so she's Mike's girlfriend.
What the hell?
Jess, hey!
Jessica, over here! Are you guys having a really weird stroke?
We're stuck in this stupid thing.
Can you please let us out? Pretty please?
Oh, I had to let go of the button for her to let go. That's hilarious.
Oh my god. I thought we were goners. Another 10 minutes in there and I would have chewed off my own leg.
Oh, sick, Chris.
Look, got a lot of meat on my bones. It's all muscle down here.
Yeah, right. Uh-huh.
Hey,
Well, what do we have
Chris.
here? My goodness. Seems that someone has a little crush on our good friend and dear class president Michael Monroe.
Chris.
And what kind of sizzling erotica might our Jessica be capable of imagining? I wonder.
Mike and Em split. We're together.
Whoa, drama.
Not really. Pretty clear cut, actually. Em's out, I'm in.
Huh.
All right. Let's just get up to the lodge already. It's getting
No
tired of
need
all
for
this nature
no need
movie.
for misunderstandings.
You guys go ahead. I'm just gonna wait here for a bit. See who else is coming.
You mean Mike?
What? I mean, you know, whoever.
Uh-huh. Sam?
Did you see this view? I mean, holy cow.
Pretty.
Sometimes I forget to just stop and take it all in.
Seriously, couldn't they have built the lodge like right where the cable car ends?
Emily, Matt's girlfriend. Oh, so she has a different boyfriend now. That's fine. Matt. Oh, he's Matt.
And where's the bellboy when you need one?
Oh, I'm the boy. I'm the bag boy.
Getting chills.
We're almost there.
No, I mean getting kind of creeped out.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna be
Oh,
weird
fun
seeing
fact
everyone
about
up
these
here
types of
again.
bridges is that they used to have the
Definitely not
bridges
gonna
with
feel like a
coverings
regular
because it would
party.
make the bridge last longer. Because wood wouldn't last that long. But they don't do that with metal bridges anymore because
What
it's
do
too
you think?
expensive.
Jesus!
Oh, Mike's already there, so... Jess is actually going to be waiting. Wait. Jess? Wait. Was that other girl I met, Jess? I don't know.
You guys.
Michael!
You really should have seen your faces right there.
Dude, I almost clocked you just now.
Nice one.
Michael, you're a jerk.
Come on. Guys, we're all friends here, right? No need for violence, just a little harmless fun. We're up in the woods. It's spooky. Come on,
It's
let's get into
spooky.
the spirit of things.
The spirit of things? Seriously, what's wrong with you?
I'm just trying to lighten the mood, Em. Don't be like that.
Like what?
The way you're being, you always get like this.
I don't want to threaten. We're friends. Oh, I'm more charitable. Oh, my relationship with M went down.
It's gonna suck ass for everyone. This is super awkward, and we all know it. Let's just acknowledge it now and move on, okay?
Matt.
I hear you, man. I get it. I don't want to make this weird.
Cool. So we're good?
All good?
You guys gonna make out now?
Oh my god, totally. We're so gonna make out.
Actually, Mike is kind of funny.
No.
Except I don't like him for the prank thing. But he's got at this. If I didn't know about the prank thing, he's funny.
All right. See ya.
Oh, crap.
What?
Hey, could you take these the rest of the way?
The bags?
Yeah, just all the bags.
Why?
I need to go find Sam.
Okay.
Sorry, I really need to go find her. I totally forgot I needed to talk to her before we get all the way up there.
This really can't wait. We're almost there.
It's important. Matt, please.
Okay.
All right. Fine. If it's so important, I guess I can pack horse it the rest of the way.
I mean, you were already
You're
carrying
only
it.
one.
Romantic. I went more romantic, and I fixed my relationship with Emily. That's
Excuse
good.
me?
Well, then we're even at least.
I'll think about it.
Just be careful.
See you up there, sweetie.
Aw.
Thank you.
Well, she wasn't a bitch from that prank. They're all a little bit bastards. The only innocent one here is Josh, because he was fucking sleeping. That's the name of theirs. Yeah, I think. I think that's his name. They don't know about the Wendigos yet. It's fine if they split up. Who are you? Oh, Ashley. I don't like you. Has a crush on Chris? Wait, who is Chris? Oh, Chris! Wait, doesn't Chris have a crush on...
Whoa, hello. Somebody's getting a little friendly. And not in the friend zone kind of way.
You might need to check the expiration date on their big breakup.
Oh! Hey, whoa. Sorry there. Sorry about that, Ash. I didn't mean to scare you.
Louise,
Well, I
Matt.
did mean to scare you, sort of scare you, but not like for real scare you.
Oh my gosh.
Hey, wow. Man, I'm really sorry, Ash. Damn.
It's okay, it's fine, it's fine.
What are you looking at? See anything juicy with that thing?
It,
Let me check it out.
no. Yeah, it's kind of busted. It's not like really interesting. It's just
What? For real? I bet I could find like a cool bear chowing down on a fox or something.
No, I don't want him to see that.
no, really, Matt. It's not worth straining your eyes. I'm getting kind of a headache just from looking through it. So just no.
All right.
Oh, it's white. It's white. It's white. It's white. That's good. That, I think.
Sure, if you say so.
Right? White meant good. I'm sure it's a misunderstanding. Why would I read a book? Check your phone.
Oh, you did not just do that.
Put your hands where I can see them. We've got you surrounded.
But who am I to retaliate? What choice do I, a supple young rebel girl, have but to surrender to the strapping military guard come to take me into custody?
Brave. I'm less brave, and my relationship with Sam went down? Oh, I fucked up!
Oh, you just try that again.
Well, at least it wasn't, like, an important mess up. Oh, I have to, oh! I can't!
Oh, snap.
The burb!
Hello? Come on.
Mike!
Boom,
Okay.
Wish I had just like one more second for the timing. How is this girl not cold? Sometimes doing nothing is the right thing to do.
I know all your tricks.
Wait. Okay. No more.
Oh yeah. Oh, more. Oh, you're going down. Gotcha. It's done. Done city.
So did I go down?
Okay, so it said that sometimes doing nothing is the right thing to do, so interesting. Interesting. I wonder how that's gonna play when big stuff is happening.
Well. What's the Snowball King get for defending his kingdom from oppression and tyranny?
I missed him so many times.
I'm oppression and tyranny in this scenario?
Hey, we've all got parts to play.
I think you just landed the role of guy not getting any.
Oh! Oh!
Oh, okay. Okay, you're really gonna get it.
That's what I would have done, honestly.
Well, I can think of at least one thing.
Yeah.
But you'll have to wait until later. We should get up to the lodge.
Yeah. It's so nice out here, though. Pretty breathtaking.
Ooh.
I mean, I could stay out here pretty much ever, provided I was making out with you the whole time.
Just making out?
Quote, unquote.
Well, I think we might freeze to death somewhere in between those quotes.
Is there like one more person coming? Whoa, the music got dramatic all of a sudden. Oh, we're back here.
Hello again.
Hi.
And how are we feeling?
God, I pulled out my customer service high for that.
I hope that you
Just so you guys know, sometimes when I'm helping people in the drive-thru, I go like up 3 octaves to like greet them. Try to do that like totally basic white girl to be like, hi. No, that's not it. Hi, welcome to Starbucks. What can I get started for you? That type of thing. Just like you go up a couple octaves.
managed to stay away from dark places since we last spoke.
Yep. I don't like this guy. He gives me the creeps.
This time, we're going to try to understand the root of your anxiety.
Demons.
Now pick up that book, turn the pages. You will see a set of pictures and symbols. I want you to identify which image in each set makes you the most anxious.
Anxious? Okay. Men were, well, I'm a woman, so I don't like crowds. I'm an introvert. I know how to float, so I'm not really, I don't have an issue with water, really. Snakes over rats. Knives are scary because that's a slow, painful death. A gun, you're just dead. Ew. Cockroaches are just gross. I don't know if I'm like scared of them, but they're gross. Clowns are scarier than scarecrows, honestly. Gore? Crows are not scary. This is slander. Yeah, the game is slandering you. Crows are not scary, but gore does actually disgust me. Oh!
Did I startle you? So sorry. You're doing very well.
Fuck you.
Don't be nervous. Try to speed up a bit. The more you rely on your instincts, the more honest your answers will be, and the more enlightening you will find this experience.
All right. We gotta zoom. Thanks. Gore. I don't really give a fuck about zombies, honestly. But clowns, I don't like them. Gore. Gore. Why is gore popping up so much?
This is very interesting. Thank you for answering so diligently.
I don't like him.
Snakes, clowns, and awful. The sun combination sounds like a good Friday night.
Awful? What? I don't like his laugh.
Well, I'm afraid, once again, we're out of time, but...
Can I get a new therapist? I don't like him. I get bad vibes from him. He fails the vibe check. Black screen. Oh, there we go. He's the best I can afford, damn it. Darkness, 9 hours until
Man, I
dawn.
feel like this mountain gets bigger every time I climb it.
Oh, yeah? It feels the same to me.
Josh, Hannah and best brother, who are dead, persistent, creative, playful.
Come on, you grew up here. It probably feels like it's shrinking.
I guess that's true.
When are you gonna install some cell towers up here? I'm getting withdrawals already.
You got a spare million lying around, and I'll fix you right up.
Funny you should say that. I think I left it in my other jacket.
Oops.
That's
Hey,
hilarious.
gang. You guys get up here okay?
Could have done with some bellboys, but hey, can't get everything.
Yeah, it was pretty easy.
A little creepy, though. I mean, it's just really weird being back here.
Wait.
Yo, we get
Okay,
things
he's
moving up
Chris.
here or what?
Yeah, man.
Gossip?
So
Ooh.
Matt and Emily are a thing now, right?
Yeah, so it seems.
Ooh. Sorry, I was
I
curious.
mean, what's Mike think of that?
I have a feeling Mike's already got his hands full, you know what I mean?
Huh.
Damn it. This freaking thing.
Is it iced?
What else?
Maybe there's another way in.
There are a million ways in, they're just all locked.
There's gotta be like a window around the corner we can get open or something.
Wait a second, are you saying we should break in?
I don't think it's technically breaking in if you own the place, right?
Hey.
Hey, Chris has a point.
You.
Ooh. You think they would have like special locks to make them not freeze?
Hi, Chris.
He has a crush on her. He has a crush on her. He wants to flirt.
Good, but a little cold. I think I could use some time curled up by the fire.
Yeah, that does sound pretty nice.
Oh. Am I him now? I can't change the camera angle. I don't love that.
Ashley was looking pretty hot today, right? She's like a sleeper hit kind of gal, you know? Now I just want to rip that parka right off of her and make some snow angels, right?
Well, he likes her, so he would...
Cut it out, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not gonna bang her, maybe Michael take up the case.
Wait, will you back off already?
Relax. Just checking to see if there's some blood flowing down there.
Yeah.
Listen, dude, look around you. Look at these beautiful mountains. Do you see any parents? I mean, can you imagine a more perfect, ripe scenario just dripping with erotic possibilities?
Oh my
You
God.
and Ashley alone at last.
Oh my...
You've
Ew.
laid all the groundwork.
Is this what men are
You've
like?
been a perfect gentleman. Now, you come in for the kill.
That's what I think he would do.
You're a hunter, bro. No fear, no mercy. I mean...
Romantic? How does that make him more romantic? I think that makes... I don't know.
what haters.
all right, I got it. Jeez.
That's what I think he would do. But...
So, how are we planning on breaking into my parents' lodge, bud?
I didn't say I had a plan.
You sounded like you had a plan. You better deliver, Cochise, or else you got 4 lovely ladies who are gonna be freezing their buns off. And last time I checked, that's not a good way to get laid.
Are these guys just friends with these girls to fuck them? Are you serious? Jesus Christ. Oh my goodness. Oh, here's a way. Oh. The axe. Oh, I missed 2 things! I don't love that. I don't love that the axe is missing. I tell him the axe is missing.
Damn, I'm getting pretty low.
Well, we got ourselves a thinker. Nice one.
I don't love that the axe is missing. That kind of scares me. Oh, don't fall, dude. Damn. If the lock was frozen, why was the window not frozen? Why was the window not locked?
Oh, I'm okay.
You're lucky your glasses
Need
didn't
more
break.
attention in climbing class.
There was a climbing class?
You mean Jim?
Yeah, you know, with the climbing up the rope.
Climbing class.
Whoa.
Did I do that?
I don't think so. Here, use this. Whoa, Chris, I just got an awesome idea.
Yeah?
Totally.
What is it?
Okay, so
I'm pretty sure that I've got some deodorant in one of the bathrooms. You could use that with the lighter.
I don't follow. How's a stick of deodorant gonna help?
Spray on, it's a can.
Oh, yeah.
No!
Now I gotcha.
You're being a
Just like you
dumbass!
do with the little army dudes.
Yep, ones we melted. Just point the spray can in the lighter and whoosh.
Bye-bye frozen lock.
Bingo.
You can just unlock it from the inside if it was like a deadbolt
Gonna
or
go
something.
sort something out. You up for hunting around in the dark for a little bit?
Nope, but I'll do it.
Godspeed, Pilgrim.
Oh god, I hate this. Oh my, ooh. Okay, the sudden camera change, didn't love that. So I can't turn these lights on? Okay, I cannot. Whoop, the controls are a little wonky.
Huh?
Yeah, we're gonna not.
What the hell was that?
Oh, do we have to go that way? I really don't want to go that way. Fine. Please don't kill me, 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 please don't kill me.
Hi, Chris. Very funny.
Oh, how'd you know it was me?
Shouldn't you be, like, getting the lock open or something?
On it.
I really don't think that the spray can is the best idea. In the bathroom. Upstairs? Holy shit, it's 3 stories? Just gonna ignore that. Oh. The window. Fuck! Can I lock it? Is this the right way? Where am I going? Look, I haven't encountered the thingies yet, so I'm safe. It better be his own breathing that I'm hearing. Why do they make me open the door, like, all the way? I pressed the A button. I want to open it. Oh, I found the bathroom. I don't really know if this is the right thing to do, though. Hello? Where's the thing? Oh, it's gonna be in here, isn't it? Oh my gosh, this is so interactive. Do I really have to push?
Shut the fuck. Ah. Perfect.
We're freezing our buns off out here.
No, wait, I wanted to explore more. You dumbass.
Thank you. I'll be here all week. Crap, that thing freaked me out.
What was it? Are you okay?
It was like a bear or a tiger or something.
It looked like a
Oh, it was
badger.
Just a cute little baby Wolverine.
Baby.
Don't worry, buddy. You're gonna be a big boy soon.
Knock off your feet.
Home, sweet home.
Sweet is.
Can we
not
turn on the
word I use.
lights?
Oh my gosh, it's so good to be inside. Even if it's still kind of freezing in here.
I'll get a fire going.
This place barely looks any different.
Yeah, nobody's been up here.
Even with all the police coming in and out?
Not a lot of action up here lately.
Nope.
What's up, party people?
Hi.
Hey.
Hey.
Hey, man.
Make yourself at home, bro.
Will do.
Is this everyone?
Oh
Okay.
my god, that is so gross. Are you trying to swallow his face whole? I'm seriously, can she be any more obvious? No one wants in on your territory, honey.
Excuse me? Did you say something?
Oh, did you not hear me? Was your sluttiness too loud?
Sounds like someone's bitter she didn't make the cut.
Yeah, it's all a big cattle call. with
Oh
that
my
dreamboat.
god.
Congrats, you
Why
got
do women
cows.
acting like
Keep calling
this?
Miss Homecoming a cow.
Hey, you're making everyone uncomfortable, Jess.
Jealous much? Emily too frigid for you too.
Hey, that's uncalled.
Whatever. I don't give a
I
crap.
have to
what
defend
you
my
think.
At
girlfriend.
least I can think.
If I'm
4.0, bitch. On a roll. Suck on that when you're trying to sleep your way into a job.
Who needs grades when you've got all the natural advantages you can handle?
Oh, please.
You couldn't buy a moldy loaf of bread with your skanky ass.
Oh my god, are these people actually
That's
friends?
insulting.
That bitch is on crack or something.
Well, I'm dating Emily, so.
Jessica, you need to shut your mouth, okay?
No. You're the one who needs to keep your nose out of other people's business.
I'm about to get
Well,
right up in your business, you bitch.
Are we about to get real? Because I am down to get real.
Stop it! This is not why we came up here. This is not helping. It's not what I wanted. If we can't get along for 10 minutes, then maybe we need a little bit of a break, right? Mike, why don't you check out the guest cabin, the one I told you about?
Yeah, alright.
oh, lagging. It's okay. It's
No place
okay.
Without that whore.
Wow, jeez.
Right up
How are
the
these
trail.
people friends? Like, oh my god.
Glad that's over.
Yeah.
So, Josh, should we get this fire going?
Where's my bag?
Huh?
My bag, the little bag with the pink pattern, the one I got on Rodeo. Matt, are you listening? Oh my god, don't you remember next to the Italian shoe place where I got the stilettos and you knocked over the rack while you were drooling all over that girl at the counter?
Well, I mean, she was asking about my letter jacket.
Right, because she gave a shit about your designer letter jacket.
Why do you hate my jacket?
Matt, I need my bag.
Oh my god, Em, maybe you just forgot it.
Do you seriously think I'd forget my bag?
Maybe.
Well,
Do you?
Perhaps.
Guess not.
You must have left it down by the cable car station. Come on, hun. We'll be back soon.
Get
Bitch.
warm?
We can get very warm.
Oh,
Okay.
bloody.
Okay, let's go.
I'm not above judging these people. Like, it caused Hannah's death. I mean, technically I let go, but they were both
I'm
gonna
gonna
die
do that.
anyway. They were both gonna die anyway. So it doesn't matter, right? Right.
Exiled.
Sexiled.
Oh!
Works for me.
Bar. How far is this cabin anyway?
This cabin is the coziest, most romantic love den you will ever
Love
lay your eyes
den.
on.
If we ever make it.
I have a feeling luck's on our side.
Play your cards right and maybe you will get lucky.
Oh!
Porn stars. You're gonna need these.
Porn star?
I'd pay to see you.
Ew!
Gross.
Ew!
sorry to kick
Ew!
you out
Ew! Ew! How? What? What the fuck? Are these what? Do people actually interact like this? Okay, wait. Maybe I'm just being autistic, and I took that literally, and he's just joking. It's oh my god. Okay.
Course, man. Oh, I'm sure you'll find a way to entertain yourselves.
Mm-hmm. You have fun with the peanut gallery.
Oh, I almost forgot. Gotta fire up the generator so you can see where you're going.
Oh my
It's dark out
goodness.
there.
Alright. Roger that.
I think Josh was flirting with me.
Okay. You want to invite him up with us?
Wait, really?
What?
No.
I want it to be the girl. Why do I gotta be the boy? Where's the generator? Can I run? Where the fuck is the generator? Sorry, I don't know where anything is. Oh, a little
Hey,
lag.
Hot Lips. Photo booth?
All right, read my mind.
Oh, they're cute. Are they gonna get a picture of the Wendigo in the background? That would be hilarious. Okay, okay. How do I zoom out? How do I... Stop moving!
Oh my god. This is perfect. We're like the cutest couple.
Damn. You should be a model.
You keep that camera handy, and maybe I'll let you start my portfolio at the cabin.
Oh!
Noted.
Oh my god. Look, it's one thing if it's between a couple, but a random friend kind of like trying to interject themselves.
Brr, it is freezing out here.
Now, that's something I can help you with.
And how are you gonna do that?
I got a few things in mind.
Wait. Lights, the generator. Does that mean... Wait. Where's the generator? Can I run? I would like to run. Whoops, wrong button. Is she following me? I hope she's following me because I don't know what I'm doing. Can I... Where? Is it up the stairs? Bitch, go faster. Oh, okay, so I can't go that way at all, but what? I'm so good. He said to turn on the generator, but I don't see a generator. That's just a wood pile. And then... Ugh. Okay, fine, fine. All right, let's go. I guess. Guess we'll go in the dark. Because I thought I had to turn on so these things would light up. Ah, what's this? What's this? Private property, Washington. Oh, whatever. That's not important. Alright, I guess we're just moving on then. Even though I would like some light bulbs.
Emily's as dumb as she looks if she thinks she can cut in on what we got going on.
Oh my
Maybe
gosh.
lucky she'll try and follow us out here and get eaten by a bear.
She kind of was being a bitch, to be
I
honest.
think you bring out the worst in her.
Is that so?
Epic jealousy.
Oh, less charitable, but I increased my relationship with my girlfriend, so I did the thing. Oh, excuse you. What is the... It says generator. Oh, I have to turn the generator on first?
Generator!
All right, got it.
Bitch, I thought I was heading towards it. There was a sign. I'm sorry.
All right. Let's see.
Oh, I have to do every little thing.
Boom. Nice one, Mikey.
Woo! You are a wizard.
Oh my god, oh my god. Can I close the door? I did not love that. Oh my god!
Bam! The gates shall open.
Okay, I'm getting a little bit annoyed with how much I have to interact with a certain thing.
Yeah, totally. No, this is awesome.
Oh, yeah. I bring the hits.
I like her butt. I mean, what?
You psyched yet? You don't look psyched yet.
I am so psyched right now.
So psyched!
It's like a little adventure. A sexcapade.
Oh my god. Well, I guess they're two consenting adults, but she's laying on a little thick, isn't she?
Tape.
From Hannah and Beth.
You'd think they'd clean it up.
Well, they never closed the investigation.
Okay, I'm getting the creeps now.
Well, wherever they are, I'm sure they're happy we're all thinking about them.
Oh, that made me more romantic. Aw.
That's a nice way of thinking about it.
I was just trying not to be an ass. Even though he totally is. He was the prank couldn't have happened without him, so.
Did you hear that?
I heard something. Yeah.
Didn't love that. Didn't scare me, but I didn't love that.
Damn. I don't think we can get up to the cabin with a path block like this.
Oh, no way am I going back to the lodge, aka Wax Museum, to drink hot chocolate with Emily. You know what? Fuck it. We're adventurous. We will find another way around.
You could just climb. Dude, are these two the fuckers that let the Wendigos out? Ugh, dumbasses.
Jess! Fuck! Hey, Jessica!
Yep. Hey. Okay.
Holy crap, you scared the heck out of me.
How do you think I felt?
You didn't hit your head or anything.
As far as I can tell, I still have all 7 of my limbs.
7?
Yeah. Can you get out?
I don't know. I can hardly see anything down here.
Oh, I'll jump down.
All right, coming after you.
Brave and romantic, damn.
Hey, handsome. Want to help me move this cart thing?
Oh, he's not there anymore. I hate that. Wait, that's the wrong way. Oh, I guess not.
When I imagined us grunting together, this is not what I pictured.
I hate him. Oh, this is giving me the creeps. They're gonna wake up the Wendigos.
Oh, holy crap! Oh my gosh, are you okay?
Yeah, I pushed the button in time. Startled me a little bit, though. Are we not gonna question how it started moving?
Oh, Nelly. This place is giving me the willies. And not the good kind of willies.
Can I offer you a little comfort and reassurance?
What's this?
Let's save it for the cabin buster.
A totem? It's just a little guy. Search the totem to locate a premonition. Ooh. Okay. Why was she naked? So I should stop being romantic and be more of an ass? So she's not naked? She's going left. Whoa.
This place is like historical.
Wait, there's a thing here.
Cave.
He's got to be Native American, right?
I don't think the miners
Cigar stub. Left recently.
were getting their arts and crafts on now.
No, it's like a shrine or something.
A shrine to what?
You alright?
Yeah. Close one.
Damn.
I don't think this place is up to code.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's time to go.
We're dead. We're so dead. I need to stop being romantic. Oh, she's gonna be dead and naked. I guess ladies first. Oh, am I in a cut? No, I'm not in a cutscene. The camera angles are so crazy. Like, I like how it kind of makes me feel like I'm in a movie, but it's kind of hard to tell.
Little ray of hope.
Kind of hard to tell when I'm in a cutscene or not. I can make it so she's not going to be naked, right? I would prefer not to have people wearing just their underwear on my stream. I think I need to be more of an ass to make her not be naked.
When Josh said cabin, I felt like Abe Lincoln.
Wait till you see the Lincoln bedroom.
Oh, are you planning on getting presidential on me?
Wanna take a ride on Air Force One?
Ew, ew.
All right. Save it for the stump speech, buddy.
What's this?
Oh, a telescope. Gonna look at the trees, gonna look at the clouds, gonna look at the cabin. Whoa.
You alright?
I just saw someone at the cabin.
Okay. Let me see. Sampling the old eggnog again, babe? It's just us up here.
Maybe.
What's this? What's this? What's this? Let's go. Oh, I have to do every little thing. I'm gonna die because it's gonna be a quick time for like doing like 5 things to open 1 door. I'm not used to going this slow in video games. I think my attention span has been ruined. Like, I don't know why they're not walking faster. Why are you walking so slow? Oh, it's a deer. Hi, deer.
Watch out, bird brain.
And rats with wings?
Oh, poor Mikey. Did the little bird
Ah, he's less funny.
get your panties all bunched up?
These are gross. Like diseases and shit.
But yeah, they really are rats with wings. They're fucking gross. bats. Hope this bridge doesn't break at some point. Doesn't look safe, honestly. I really want her to keep her clothes on. So I need to be mean to her, unfortunately. I don't want to. I don't like being mean in video games.
Wouldn't you have at least cleared out the path before sending us up here?
Really?
What?
I didn't figure you for the glass half empty type.
You got a better idea?
Stand back, Debbie Downer.
Oh, boo! Show off.
Hey, Mike. You've got something on your face.
I need to be mean to her so she doesn't get naked.
Okay. That's how it's gonna be.
Where the fuck did she go?
Jess? Jess?
What? I looked away for 1 second! Hello? Oh, here we are.
What?
You wanna help me get this fire going?
Well, I was just getting into the bath.
Oh. Oh, do you need any help with that?
Hardy har.
I'm Sam now. Wait, no, don't get naked! Who the fuck fills the tub before they have their clothes on? Or off?
Come on. All right, Josh, let's see if you know how to hook up the hot water in your big fancy lodge.
Why was the tub full if she didn't have hot water? Oh, she's wearing a bun! Sorry, I am also wearing a bun. Can I...
What was that?
You see, my first reaction if I hear something like that is to fucking hide. I'm gonna go to where the people are. Wait, what's this? Oh, a totem. So I gotta do everything I can to keep her. Why are girls getting naked in these premonitions? I need to stop her from getting in the bathtub. I don't know how I do that though. Oh, butterflies. What's this? A clue? Hannah had an appointment. She chose a butterfly design. She already had the tattoo, though. Wait, she wrote in something the night, right?
All Hannah's stuff.
Didn't she, like, write in her diary or something? Can I read it? Can I snoop? I want to be a snoop! I'm her best friend. I'm allowed to snoop.
Gee, Hannah. Crush much?
Can I go into the closet?
Hello? Could this be any more about Mike?
Lame. Nice fucking closet, though. Now, how do I get out of here? How do I go down the stairs? Oh, is it this way? This whole freaking time? Why is it up and not to the side? Just go. Oh.
Alright, Peanut Gallery, you know what? I got an idea for you two.
What?
Okay, well, I'm pretty sure that somewhere in this crazy place we used to have a spirit board.
Oh, what?
Wow, you have a spirit board?
No.
Those things are a joke, man.
Do not fuck with the
Way,
spirits.
Bro, I mean, we used to do it all the time. Me and... Well,
Hey, Josh, no hot water's kind of major oversight, don't you think?
yeah. Well, yeah, you just gotta fire up the boiler. It's in the basement. Alright, you guys see if you can find the spirit board.
Chris, let's go find it. It'll be like a scavenger hunt.
Okay. Guess so.
She wants to fuck
You're
you!
not gonna regret it. You up for a ride along?
I need to try to stop him. Because I don't want to be naked running from a window in a fucking towel. How do I make him not? I don't think it'll like time out or anything. I don't think it's like the more stuff I do, the time will pass. They said that sometimes the best thing to do is to do nothing though. But I think that's in like the time events. I need her to not get in the bath.
Hey, you notice how I gave Chris and Ash a mission together? Yeah, I was thinking they could use some alone time.
They're sweet together.
They are very sweet together.
She's a girl. She would think that they were sweet.
I wish they'd just freaking get on with it already.
I swear, they just need, like, something to bond over, you know, some sort of traumatic event to send them into each other's arms. I mean, at this rate, they'll be in the geriatric ward before Chris makes a move.
Geriatric? I need to make sure she doesn't... You know, I want a premonition of a man getting almost naked.
You know,
Why is it just the
Sam,
women?
Yes, Josh?
I just wanted to say,
What?
it really means a lot to me that everyone came back this year, and you know, that you came, Sam.
It's weird to be back.
I'll be honest. It's definitely weird being back here, but I think it'll help us all put everything behind us.
I want us to have a good time, you know?
Why not? Turn on the hot water. I don't really feel like running in a towel.
Hey, watch your step.
Can I fall?
I think I can handle a little old set of stairs.
I'm gonna fail if she trips. I need her to not be naked. Could you imagine running for your life in a towel? That would fucking suck. I really thought she was gonna trip. This is where we started the game. Fucking horse.
Sorry to drag you down into the bowels.
Oh, just get me some hot water and I'll be super fine.
I mean, I wouldn't want you coming down here on your own, you know?
Well, it's definitely creepy down here.
Yep.
Attics are for ghosts and
Not a
basements are
place
for
to be
demons.
on your own.
Why is there a baseball bat in here? What'd that do? Charitable?
What's that doing here? Is that yours?
You bet it's mine. I used to play ball with my dad all the time.
I think I stopped him
Of course,
from
that
fixing
was
the water.
Before he got too busy to hang out with me. Ah, we'll save it for the couch, right? Okay, let me see what I can do with this old hot one.
Did I do it? Did I save her from being naked? Something for later. It's gonna be used as a weapon!
Here, can you hold this?
I'm gonna fail so hard at holding this flashlight.
What was what? Just shine it here so I can see what I'm doing.
Can I fail? Can I fail at holding this flash?
Hey, can you just keep the light so I can see, okay?
I don't want her to be naked! No! I don't want her to be naked.
Please.
I said no! We're going up this time.
Just pay attention. I need light to do this, okay?
No. Why is it not letting me fail?
Hello? Serious light deprivation over here, Miss Shiny, all over the joint.
Ugh, is it not letting me fail? Fine, I'll just do the thing.
Nice one.
It didn't even give me a chance to fail.
Okay, first things first. We gotta increase the water pressure before we get the boiler fired up.
Sounds kind of complicated.
No, it's actually pretty simple.
Increase the water pressure before we get the boiler fired up? What if I do it wrong? Can I not? Can I? Ugh, fine.
Oh, damn.
It's okay. I'm just try again.
Wait, what?
Relax. It's not that hard. Just press the button when the light comes on.
Oh. Okay, but I'm also not gonna do it because now the first time I actually failed and then the second time I didn't do anything because, oops.
Oh, damn.
It's okay. I'm just try again.
I actually, okay, I'll just do it because it doesn't seem like he's gonna let me fail. But what if I don't?
Relax. It's not
What if I
that
don't?
hard. Just press the button when the light comes on.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get it this time.
Blah, 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 blah. I don't want her to be naked, though. Fine.
Whoa. That's more like it. All right. 5, girl.
It was a high five! Why was that so fast? Why was it so fast?
What the hell is that?
That could be a lot of things. None of them nice.
Quit it.
I'm just joshing.
Man, if I'm gonna be that bad at QuickTime events, I'm gonna fucking die. Everyone's gonna die. I'm gonna die.
Oh my god. Don't move.
Irritable, but now I'm more funny.
Something behind you.
Yeah, right.
Come on.
Josh.
I'm more funny now, though. I'm hilarious.
There's something back there. I gotcha.
All right, your point.
30 love.
What? No. Where'd you get the first point?
Doesn't start at 30?
No, 15.
Oh, more of a ping pong gal. Wait, okay, so you hear that too, right?
Well, I really hope that doesn't come back to bite me where he doesn't believe me now. I just realized that. I'm a dumbass. I shouldn't have done that. I'm so stupid.
Weirdly regular.
Nothing regular about it.
We should check it out. I don't care if I'm not brave. I'm a woman.
Maybe we should go check it out.
Why?
What if it's like a pipe that's about to burst or some problem with the furnace?
Unlikely.
If it were me, I wouldn't want this place to burn down on my watch.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I don't wanna die. You're gonna be my shield. Okay, that was a good reaction, I think.
Come on! Why are these doors locked?
To keep out strangers.
Hey.
What?
Hey.
What the hell?
Boom. You just got mugged.
Oh, Chris, fuck you.
Nice one. That was good.
Wait, why would you do that?
There's all this cool old movie crap down
Oh
here.
my
What was I-
god.
Was I not supposed to take advantage of the opportunity?
Are you serious? Were you in on this, Putz?
No, but I wish I was. That was too good.
My reaction was good, though.
To admit that your dumb little prank may have a slight whiff of humor to it.
Joke master.
Well, I said nothing about jokes. I said your prank, which was dumb.
Holy crap, you were scared. Admit it.
I was not.
Come on, you totally.
Did he set down the
pissed
flash?
yourself.
I'm sorry. Why did he set down the flashlight while it was still on? That just wastes battery. That's just the common sense. Look, even though I know they're in a horror game, no one does that.
What in God's name are you wearing?
I found my true calling.
Mm-hmm. Please tell me you're gonna take a vow of silence. Okay. Did you at least find the thingy?
Boing. Here's our one-way ticket to the spirit realm.
Oh god, don't play with these.
No. I've just been through enough spooking for one night, okay? I see a hot bath in my crystal ball.
No!
Right? So have fun.
No!
Oh, but watch out for that Josh.
No! 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 Do not get in the... No! Can I make her not? No! I don't want her to! I don't want her to be running naked.
Hello, Earth Matt. You gonna come with me to get my bag?
Yeah, I'm coming.
Oh, she's not just making him go by himself? Why? Man. I really want to... I thought I did the... Man, I tried everything I could to make her not get in that bath.
Hey, Em.
Yeah?
Feeling a little better now?
Say what?
That was a nasty fight.
The further we get from Jessica...
Less charitable? How is that less funny? I'm caring about...
the better I feel.
Whoa, wait a minute. My relationship with everyone, Deke. What the fuck?
Relax. You know? Have a good time.
I'll relax when everyone else relaxes. But thanks for trying.
Dang. I thought I was just trying to be a good boyfriend. How does try to be a good boyfriend when we're by ourselves make me lose relationship with everyone else?
Okay. All right.
Did that scare him? Oh, that must be the timing for when they turned on the generator.
Hey, Doofus, come this way.
Well, he's a man. He would flirt, right?
Trying to get me somewhere private?
Why don't you come find out?
More romantic. They don't know they're in a horror game. For all they know, they're in a romantic comedy.
Yeah?
Thanks for helping me find my bag. I know I can be a little high maintenance.
It's no problem, babe.
That's what you do when you're in a relationship. Aw, how does that make him more funny? I thought that was gonna go romantic or charitable.
Remember, there's more to this guy than just being a lean, mean, luggage-lifting machine.
You gonna back that up?
All day.
Aw.
What?
All day.
Wait, what does that mean?
Like, all day long. I was being, like, sexy.
No, you weren't, bro. Ah, my wrist hurt. Okay. He's kind of funny. I've been wanting to play this game for a while, so it's kind of cool that it had a remastered version when I was thinking about it. Like, you know, October. But I did wish that they, you know, ported it better.
Huh. Cool.
Oh, it's so pretty out here tonight.
Wow. Yeah.
It's so nice to be here with you, Muscle Man.
I'm not all muscle. There are some brains in here, too.
Well, you got enough brains to like me, so let's see that brawn.
You ever done it outside?
Oh, whoa.
Outside of what?
My car.
I like your car. Roomy.
This ain't roomy enough for you?
Fucking snowy, man. What's this, though? It's shiny. No! Oh, that's...
You know what? Maybe there's a better spot.
Does this spot start with a G?
That's not what I thought.
There are lots of places out here.
I already started clearing this off for us. Like a gentleman.
Well,
That's
come
not-
on, let's look around.
That's not what I thought I was doing! I'm so sorry, Em. I was trying to put on a compression glove because my wrist started being weird. And then I cleared off a table and I didn't realize I was being a slut. Slut of a man.
What's so important in the bag, anyways?
It's just my undies. The lacy ones.
What? Oh, why didn't you say so?
Well, why didn't you say we were scooping up such precious cargo?
He got more funny.
Andale, andale.
Whoa, Nelly, didn't realize it was so important to you.
Hello? Why do you think I'm even on this silly trip?
Okay.
Oh, wow.
Now I know the secret to getting you to do what I want, when I want. Duly noted.
Not a secret, true fact.
I don't know. I feel like if a guy said that underwear is not important, I was just like, I'm gonna look cute. But like, this is weird.
Look at the sexy kisser on this thing. Dare to put your hand in it.
Hey, I wouldn't.
Just slide it up in there. Ah!
Emily! Emily!
Gotcha, big dip.
Jesus, you're ridiculous.
Oh, come on. What was that?
Oh, she activated the Wendigo, didn't she? She did.
Do not.
It was her.
like-
It was her. She did it with that. Also, brave? I guess. I didn't know if something had actually grabbed her or not. Just trying to have her not lose her hand. Wait, where are you going? Wait, that's the way we came. My bad.
Here you are, madam.
Thank
Madam.
you.
Oh!
My, very impressive.
Why is he wearing sweatpants? Are those warm? She's going that way. Oh, that's the gate. Why did we go the other way? What the fuck?
Hey. What the hell?
Oh, lagging a little
I
bit.
made a snowman.
That was not there before.
Ooh, we're lagging a little bit. We're lagging a little bit. Hang on.
Is that a note?
Ooh, it says welcome back.
Whoa.
Bacon. That's right, bacon.
Gotta be Chris. Or Josh. They're just trying to mess with us.
Why are we lagging so much?
Guys.
You know what? It was fine
I don't
earlier. It's
like
probably
this.
just this one scene then.
Oh!
Matt!
What the hell's going on? What the hell did this?
You know, I'm kind of not giving a shit about my panties anymore. Kind of just want to split.
Agreed.
At least she has priorities. So the room is now notably darker, boarded up, and there's guts on the table.
I would like to understand your feelings toward people who fear the dark. Do you share this fear?
What? I really don't like this doctor. There's guts, there's a snake. Should I lie and say no? But I've already said yes, but I don't like the dark anyway. I don't like this asshole.
Is that so? Because that's not reflected in the way you are playing your game, now is it?
What? Is it not? I like it's a game. I explore everything.
And now,
what?
Let us investigate your feelings toward other people in greater depth. What you value, what you respect in yourself and others.
Okay.
Which would you say was most important in a person, loyalty or honesty?
I feel like both of those are... Use 100% of the brain. Yeah, you get a good rest. Honesty is important, but loyal... Oh, these are both really good, though. Loyalty.
So you would tell a lie in order to be loyal to a friend, okay? And what about loyalty versus charity?
Charity? Loyalty.
So you would sooner look after your friends before caring for those in greater need?
Yep. Those I care about,
Once again,
my priority.
I'm afraid we're out of time. We'll talk again soon.
Okay, bye. Bitch. I don't feel like he's real. I feel like I'm going insane. Isolation? I don't love that.
So, it says here, to communicate with the spirit world, you must free your mind of all preconceptions, drop all inhibitions, and generally give yourself over entirely to the will of others, sublimating your every desire to the whims of the spirit master, which is me.
It doesn't say that.
And all present will remove their garments at my sole discretion.
Chris, come on, this is serious.
I'm deadly serious.
Oh, shush it. Let's try this.
Yes, please.
Okay, then. Let's see what happens. Ashley, since you're a recent convert, why don't you be our medium for today?
I guess we'll try to be serious.
Is anyone there? Will you reveal yourself to us if you're there?
Wait a minute.
Did you do that?
I didn't do anything.
It's moving again.
It's Chris. I know it. It's
H?
What's it spelling?
Hold on.
How's this happening?
Are you moving it?
I swear it's just moving.
Holy shit.
HP?
Help?
How are we supposed to help?
I don't know. What does it mean?
We need to know who it is if we're supposed to help them.
How can we help?
How can we help you?
How does it make me less honest?
It's moving again.
What's it spelling?
War.
It's moving fast.
Warning.
Shit.
Oh my god.
Warning?
I think we, really need to find out who's trying to communicate with us.
You fucking with me? What do you mean? I'm gonna go for what do you mean?
What are you warning us
I'm curious.
about? Oh, here it goes.
Okay, S.
I
S
T.
E
R.
sister. Sister?
Whose sister?
Oh, come on. Is this for real?
Shut up. Ask it whose sister.
Josh, it's gotta be.
Yeah, okay, well, which sister is it then?
Ashley, ask who it is.
Beth?
Who are we speaking to? Beth? Is that you? Oh god.
This is messed up.
Josh? Are you
I'm fine.
Are you sure? Because we can stop.
No.
Dude, it's cool.
I want to hear what it says.
I don't know where to start.
Think about it.
Oh.
If this is actually Beth, I mean, we can find out what happened that night.
Okay. Let me think.
What happened?
Beth? We want to know what happened to you that night. Can you tell us? H A N N.
It's spelling Hannah.
Wait, it's still going.
K I
L L. Oh my god.
Killed. Guys, what's she talking about?
I don't know if I can keep doing this.
We have to.
Just stay calm. I think it's saying that someone killed Hannah.
I don't know.
I just
Wait.
ask it something else.
All right. Okay. Who killed Hannah?
Oh, I really shouldn't have dropped her.
L I B
Library.
LIB?
Maybe there's something in the library here.
E R O O.
Proof. There's proof.
In the library. Holy shit, Chris.
You know what? No, this is bullshit.
Josh, I don't know what's going on.
Listen,
The candles are kind of freaking out.
I don't know if you think messing with me is somehow going to help me deal with my grief or whatever, but this is not cool.
Josh, no. You wanted to use the spirit board.
Hey, calm down. It's not
I
Ash's
don't need
fault.
this right now, okay? You guys are full of it.
Should we go after him?
Ah, man. I mean, he'll be okay. Let's just give him some time.
I don't blame him.
That was crazy. The pointer flew right off the table.
And if you were faking it, you were doing one hell of a job.
I wasn't faking anything. I think we should do what it says. We should look in the library.
To the library! Where the fuck is the library? I hope it takes me there so I don't have to, like, wander around. Can I make sure Sam is not getting Nike? Can I make sure the sussy people are not getting Nike? Oh.
Jess!
Oh! Fuck nuggets. Did she slip and fall? Yes.
Jess.
What's this?
Buddy, you in there? Ah! Whoa! Christ! It scared the blue out of my jeans. What the hell is that doing in there anyway? Jess, where did you go? This is not funny.
I guess I should actually be
Totally promise
trying.
I won't murder you when I find you. Oh my... No.
That was so good.
No.
Wait, you had to see this. You had...
I'm not
Look,
seeing
no,
it.
no, Mike.
No. You recorded that?
Look at your face.
I was scared, Jed. You can't just jump out at somebody.
I hate these fuckers.
Scary.
I'm sorry to scare you.
If you send that to anybody,
You're
I'm
what?
gonna kill you.
I took a sip of coffee.
No, I'm gonna see this thing. Oh, where's the
And then I
button?
get to
Is
watch
this
my
in
heart
here?
rate go up.
No.
It's not funny. It's not funny.
But you look so cute when you're scared.
Give me a reason to be an asshole so I can make you not
I didn't
naked.
know you had such a cute little ladylike scream, Michael. Guess you never really know someone until you've scared the pants off of them.
All right, fine. You win.
Yes! Okay, I need her to not be naked.
A contest.
Oh, but
I
it
do
is.
win.
Uh-huh.
Every time.
Whatever you say, babe.
Oh, keep on crying, Romeo. See where it gets ya.
Wait. I just remembered something from the very first cutscene. So Hannah was the one that got pranked. And whenever I saw the video of someone like letting go of the root, Hannah hit the rock first. But since I dropped Hannah, Beth hit the rock is what I think I saw. So I think that changes who the Wendigo is. So I think, because based on the spirit board as well, so Beth is dead, Hannah's the Wendigo, but if you just let go of the root, Hannah would die and Beth would become the Wendigo. I think that's what happened. There's a thing on the tree.
Well. Look at this fun little lovebird carving. An M and an E. Any idea what that could stand for?
Oh, could be any, Elizabeth and Myron.
Or maybe Michael and Emily? Relax. I just didn't realize you were so sappy. Pun intended.
I came up here with them last year, but seriously, I look like the kind of guy who carves hearts on trees?
I wouldn't have pegged you for a sissy screamer either, but can you ever really know a person?
It had to be Em. She can get all gross and mushy.
Yeah, sure.
I just want her to not like... Whoa! Guys! Hang on. Wait, guys. Oh no. Interacting with the tree broke the game. Oh no. Okay. Oh, why is this fucker on the screen? I don't like him. Oh, really? Wait, where are we? Oh. No. Don't make me start over. Oh, fucking. Okay, if I can guess. Is she following me? Fuck, she's broken. I think I broke everything. Oh. No, please. Fuck. Please don't make me start over. Are you kidding me? I don't even have the girl here now. Okay, let's speed run. Episode menu? Well, okay, guys, we just gotta speed run shit, I guess. Can I get this? This is annoying. I'm gonna do everything as similar as I can. Can I skip? I want to skip everything that I can skip. Whoa. Round 2. I know. Round 2. I wish I could skip this. Alright, drink the last of my coffee. See my heart rate rise here real soon, I'm sure. Oh, this is the frickin' instructions. Blah 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 blah. I touched a deer. Skippy, skippy, skippy. Bye. You might be able to hear me mashing the A button to try to skip. I'm gonna do everything the same. Everything I did basically the same before.
Jeez, Josh. Once again, brother, you've outdone us all.
Yep. Thank you for the blank reminder, Kiwi. We had to restart because we accidentally found a game-breaking glitch. We're gonna ignore the tree next time, obviously. Oh, they also show that time has passed. We're doing good. By having that girl's hair be longer.
Oh my god, I can't believe you actually did this.
Why won't they let me skip? They're like a trick to skipping.
Don't you guys think this is a
Oh, come on. She deserves it.
And it's not her fault that she has a huge crush on Mike.
Hannah's been making the moves on him. I'm just looking out for my girl, Em.
Oh, so they became bitches to each other after. Okay.
Just because he's class prez doesn't mean he belongs to everyone. Mike is my man.
Hey, I'm not anybody's man.
Whatever you say.
Blah 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 blah. I can't even like not look at stuff because that's important. We were doing great until we broke the game. All I did was look at a tree. That's all I did. I looked at a tree. We're gonna try to speedrun. Alright, here we are.
Oh my god.
Okay.
What did our naive sister get herself into now?
Alright, we got this. We're gonna be zooming. Can I skip this? I cannot.
Don't judge me based on my decisions. Oh wow, we're lagging like real bad in this game. I did not realize just how bad it was. Hang on. It didn't look like it was lagging to me before with the OBS. Oh, why does it say I have an encoding overload? What's an encoding overload anyway? Hello? Okay. I just had to give OBS a minute to think. If I could skip this, it would be way better. Can we please skip this? Nope. Under the bed you go. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie. I want to skip. Oh my god, I hate this. I don't want to watch this again. His battery is low.
Glad you can make it.
Maybe we should start with a little, you know, making out and see where it goes from there.
She's so happy.
Oh my god, she's taking her shirt off.
Hannah, hey, honey, don't. It's just a stupid prank, okay?
I'm sorry, Hannah. This all got out of hand, but...
Mike!
Damn.
You guys are jerks. You know that? Hannah!
Okay. Can we skip now? Nope. Still can't skip. Man. And I have stuff I need to do later today. Okay, this is what we chose last time.
Hannah! What's going on? Where's she going?
It's fine. She just can't take a joke.
It was just a prank, Han.
What did you do?
We're just messing around, Beth. It wasn't serious.
You jerks!
So, should we go after her?
You know, I kind of think you're the last person she wants to see right now, Mike.
Alright, we're gonna try to speedrun this, guys. Alright, I'm controlling her, and we're just gonna try to get through this quickly. Oh, why did she stop running?
Hannah!
Keep running. Okay, I'm gonna get my phone out now, I think. In a cutscene. Oh, they make me do it. Oh, a little bit of lag. That's fine. Everything's fine. They really went through these bushes without long sleeves. Okay. Go. Skip. 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 Oh my goodness gracious me. I hope it doesn't take us too long to catch up.
Anna?
Where's my run toggle? Seriously, game, do better. Let me run. Let me go round. I think I have to go to the cabin. It's not even letting me look elsewhere. Not even letting me go the other directions. I have to go to the cabin. What happened? We broke the game. We looked at a tree and we fell off the map. And even when we went to the menu and back to the game a couple times, that didn't even work. We're just gonna try to speedrun, making the same decisions as closely as I possibly can. Whoa, what? Hi, Tony Toe. How's it going? Follow footprints. That's what we did last time. We broke the game, so we had to restart because we fell off the map because we looked at a tree. So that happened.
Jesus! Fuck! Shit!
Keep running. We're trying to catch up to where we were before.
Damn it, Hannah.
We hadn't even seen a Wendigo yet. So, that's... Not the heart rate monitor?
Hannah.
Yeah, I got a heart monitor. It's new. It came in the mail yesterday. And I'm just trying to do the exact same choices that I did before.
Oh my god, you must be freezing.
To try to catch up to where we were at. It won't let me skip most of these cutscene things. So. And there's a little bit of lag because the game isn't optimized for the port. The port is not optimized. We've tried every single setting that we possibly can. So we're just gonna try to get back to where we were as closely as possible. There goes the phone. Bye, phone.
Jesus Christ.
How was your stream? What were you doing? Heard of this game, but it looks spooky? Yes, it's a horror game. Don't judge me. I'm making the same choices I made before.
Hold on. Hold on.
Stop wiggling. Stop wiggling. This is the choice we made before. This is the choice that we made before. Anywho's. Okay, this guy is going to be the one I have the hardest with because I don't know if I'm going to be able to get all the same shit. I can't remember everything because I wasn't trying to remember what I was doing. I just want to skip.
A few things I need to make sure you understand.
I wish I could skip this.
No one can change what happened last year. The past is beyond our control. You have to accept this in order to move forward. But there is freedom in this revelation. Everything you do, every decision you make from now on will open doors.
I don't know how long I've been streaming for. However long we were streaming for, that's how much gameplay we lost.
I want you to remember this as you play your game. Every single choice will affect your fate and the fate of those around you.
Blah 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 blah. We've already seen this.
So
2 hours.
you have
Yeah, we
committed
lost
to
3
commence
hours
with this game,
because we looked at a tree.
and I want to help you see it through. Sometimes these things can be a little scary, even terrifying, but I'm here to make sure that no matter how upsetting things may get, you will always find a way to work through it.
We're just gonna try to speed run all of our responses to try to get back to where we were.
We will start with a simple exercise. Could you please pick up a card? And I want you to look at the picture on the other side and tell me what you feel about it. It is essential that you answer honestly in order to get the most out of this experience.
Okie dokie. Oh, do I have to look at it? Gonna zoom.
So, how did that picture make you feel? Remember, be honest.
Okay, that's what we picked before.
That's good. In what way did it make you happy?
The sunshine. What we picked before.
I see. So which word would best describe how you feel about darkness? Afraid? Really? That's interesting. Where I come from, way up north in Sweden.
Have a great stream. Alright, have good work. Yes, I believe you're going to work.
And why do you think you're afraid of the dark?
Everyone fears it. That's what we picked last time.
Oh, no. No. Not everyone. But it's a perfectly natural fear. Darkness, after all, is the unseen and therefore the unknown. And what could inspire fear more than the terror of uncertainty?
Blah, blah, blah.
Oh dear. We seem to be out of time for this session.
We sped through that session.
Soon. Until then, I suggest you try to stay away from dark places.
Dark places. Spooky. You know, I'm just gonna say this. I might stream twice. I do have a book club meeting today, but I don't work tomorrow. So, just saying. Oh, can I skip this? Please let me skip this. Please, 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 please. Yes! Friendship. 10 hours until dawn. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. 4, 3, 2, 1, you're dead.
What kinds? Pines. Pine twins. Pines. Diligent, considerate, brave. Is she?
Hello? Someone there?
Alright. 1902. That means 702. Because you take 12 and you minus it. So you just take the 2 and you minus it from the 9.
Oh, what?
I tried it, but the first time I did try it. The first time I did it, I don't know if it has any significance of me trying the gate, but we're just gonna. Okay, the first time we did safe and then fast, so we'll do safe. Oh, her nails are painted. And then we did quick. That's what we did last time. Upsy daisies. And scooch on down. It's gonna be fine. We'll catch up in no time. Oh, we get the squirrel thing.
Hey, little fella. You hungry? Huh?
I get to be friends with a squirrel. I get to be friends with a squirrel. Hi, squirrel. It's gonna really suck if I accidentally mess something up. I don't know if it's actually important for for her to know about this. No, this isn't Baldur's Gate. We don't need to kick him. Oh wait, is there stuff over there I could have looked? No, we can't do that because that's not what we did before.
Chris? You here? Max here. Where are you?
No! We can shoot him actually if we want to. Not going
Well,
to.
What do we have here?
That's what we chose last time.
Wrong Chris's stuff. Chris?
Sam, hey, you made it.
Blah 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 blah.
Oh, so I found something kind of amazing.
What?
I'm not going to tell you. You got to see for yourself.
It's a shooting
this way.
range.
Where?
Right around here. Gonna blow your mind.
It's a shooting range. It's not gonna blow her mind.
Ta-da! Pretty rad, right?
Yeah.
Come on, look at these beauties.
Beauties is not the word that comes to mind. Why is this even here?
What do you mean?
What the hell is a shooting range doing at the base of a ski lodge?
Dude, have you ever met Josh's dad?
Yeah.
He thinks he's like Grizzly Adams or something. Wanna try?
Why's my heart rate going?
No, you go ahead, Grizzly.
Meh.
All right, here goes.
All right. I got them all the first time, so.
Wow, nice shooting ticks.
All right, I'm bad. I'm a badass.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess it was a wild case of beginner's luck.
Nah, I don't think so, girl.
Well, anybody and their brother could shoot a bottle that big, that close.
There's no way a squirrel would actually get near this shit hearing the stuff that was going on. That's what we did last time. We didn't shoot the squirrel.
Nice shot.
Your ass just got sacked.
Hey, sharpshooter, our ride's coming.
Wait, I'm just getting the hang of this.
Come on, Chris, the cable car.
Blah 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 blah. We've already seen all this stuff.
Oh man, look at this.
Oh, I didn't even interact with it.
Nice.
It just auto
Think we'll
interacted.
get a visit from America's Most Wanted?
Looks like someone thought so.
Oh, come on. This place is abandoned most of the year. Nobody comes up here.
Hey, that's weird. Door's locked.
Yeah. Josh wanted us to keep it locked to keep people out.
He said that? What people?
I don't know. You said they found people sleeping in the station one time.
Creepy.
I'm taking a sip of water. They didn't make me open it that time with the fucking L stick.
Real gentleman.
Alright, last time we went in here and we looked at the camera.
And I thought the car was closer.
Nothing happened. Why did it show me the bath?
What a crazy place to set up house. I mean, no matter how rich you are.
They're not so rich. They only bought a mountain.
I guess that's it.
And I thought the car was closer.
Guess we gotta wait.
I'm starting to get the appeal of killing time at the shooting range. How long is this gonna take?
It's right here,
It's a
girl.
big mountain.
It's so beautiful out there. It just feels menacing there. Finally, you coming?
I was already...
I was gonna stay here and catch some Z's, but...
I was at the door! Oh my goodness gracious. I was at the door! Ugh.
Just like going to the prom.
Prom?
Here we go.
Right. Adventure begins.
It begins for a second time!
You know, getting everyone together on the anniversary. I mean, Josh seemed really pumped about us all doing something, didn't he?
Yeah, no, he definitely did. I haven't seen him so
Did something... Yeah, we looked at a tree.
Good.
And we fell off the map.
It's hard to tell with him, and
And then when we went to the main menu and then back to the game, we fell off the map without doing anything. And yeah.
We're all here, aren't we?
We kept falling off the map and we couldn't continue. So we're just gonna get to that point again and not look at the tree.
Stop talking about what happened and enjoy the trip.
You know what, you're right.
And hopefully...
You know how Josh and I met?
No.
Yeah.
3rd grade. Josh sat in the back of the room, I sat in the front.
We're gonna do all of the same stuff that we did
The kid
before.
sitting next to Josh started strap snapping the training bra on the girl in front of him. So the teacher made him move to the front, where I was sitting.
Okay,
So I got moved to the back. And next to Josh. That's how we met. I mean, and became friends to this day.
Match made in heaven.
We're gonna
If it
try to
weren't for
speed
the
run.
fact that Jeannie Simmons hit puberty like 3 years early, and on that day decided to wear a low-cut shirt that showed off her training bra. I mean, who knows? You could be riding in this cable car alone right now, or talking to some other person entirely. Boom. Butterfly effect.
Boom. We're just gonna try to speed run all the same decisions we made before. I wish it would just let me skip stuff more.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy. New people. Time to meet and greet. Oh, what the hell?
Jess, hey.
Jessica, over here. Are you guys having a really weird stroke?
We're stuck in this stupid thing.
Can you please let us out? Pretty please?
I don't understand why that had to be
My
interactive.
God. I thought we were goners. Another 10 minutes in there, and I would have chewed off my own leg.
Oh, sick, Chris.
Look, got a lot of meat on my bones. This is all muscle down here.
Yeah, right. Uh-huh.
Hey,
Well, what do we have here?
Chris.
My goodness. Seems that someone has a little crush on our good friend and dear class president Michael Monroe.
He's still
And
class
what
president.
kind of sizzling erotica might our Jessica be capable of imagining? I wonder.
Mike and Em split. We're together.
Whoa, drama.
Not really. Pretty clear cut, actually. M's out, I'm in.
Huh.
Give it back!
All right. Let's just get up to the lodge already. It's getting tired of all this nature and junk.
You guys go ahead. I'm just gonna wait here for a bit. See who else is coming.
You mean Mike?
What? I mean...
Ah, jail.
Whoever.
You're not missing anything. You can't hear me. What am I saying?
Did you see this view? I mean, holy cow. Sometimes I forget to just stop and take it all in.
Seriously, couldn't they have built the lodge like right where the cable car ends?
I don't think it would have been like as pretty, you know?
And where's the bellboy when you need one?
He only has 2 bags.
Getting chills.
We're almost there.
No, I mean getting kind of creeped out.
Oh, yeah.
Gonna be weird seeing everyone
We
out
zoom in.
here again.
Definitely not gonna feel like a regular party. I mean, what do you think?
Jesus!
You guys.
Michael!
You really should have seen your faces right there.
Dude, I almost clocked you just now.
Nice one.
Michael, you're a jerk.
Come on. Guys, we're all friends here, right? No need
All
for violence,
friends.
just a little harmless fun. We're up in the woods. It's spooky.
No, I'm afraid to
Come
look at
on,
stuff,
let's
to be
get in the
honest.
spirit of things.
The spirit of things? Seriously, what's wrong with you?
I only look at it if I think it's
Try to
important
lighten
now.
the mood, Em. Don't be like that.
Like what?
The way you're being, you always get like this.
Michael, I'm just gonna lay it out. Otherwise, this whole weekend's gonna suck ass for everyone. This is super awkward, and we all know it. Let's
Just trying to do the
acknowledge
exact
it
same
now
stuff.
and move on. Okay?
Matt.
I hear you, man. I get it. I don't want to make this weird.
Cool. So we're good?
All good?
You guys gonna make out now?
Oh my god, totally. We're so gonna make out. No, seriously. I'm gonna go check on the cable car back down the trail.
All right. See you, man.
See ya.
All right.
See ya.
Oh, crap.
What?
Hey, could you take these the rest of the way?
The bags?
Yeah, just all the bags.
Why?
I need to go find Sam.
Okay.
Sorry, I really need to go find her. I totally forgot I needed to talk to her before we get all the way up there.
This really can't wait. We're almost there.
It's important. Matt, please.
Okay, that's what I said last time.
All right.
Perfect. All right, let's stretch.
So important, I guess I can pack horse it the rest of the way.
Oh, ah!
But
Oh,
you owe me
ow,
one.
ow!
Excuse me?
Well, then
The
we're
strap
even, at
shifted, and that hurt.
I'll think about it.
Oh,
Just be careful.
like cutting into me,
See you
apparently.
up there, sweetie. Thank you.
Hi, Iso. Ow. Guys, I have a heart rate monitor strap, and I shifted, and it hurt me. It pinched me. That's what the little heart at the bottom is. It pinched me. My controller fell. So I was fixing the strap. There we go. All right. What are they saying? Let me take a sip of water.
Somebody's getting a little friendly. And not in the friend zone kind of way.
Whew.
They might need to
Yeah,
pick
we
a
are.
date on their big breakup.
How scary is it so far? Well, we looked at a tree and we broke the map, so
Did mean to scare you, sort of scare you, but not like.
we're
for real.
currently trying to get back to where we were.
Wow, man, I'm really sorry, Ash. Damn.
It's okay, it's fine, it's fine.
What are you looking at? See anything juicy with that thing?
So far, not
Let me
very
check it out.
scary.
Yeah, it's kind of busted. It's not like really interesting. It's just
What? For real? I bet I could find like a cool bear chowing down on a fox or something.
No, really, Matt, it's not worth straining your eyes. I'm getting kind of a headache just from looking through it, so just no.
All right.
There we go.
Sure.
Yeah, it was a remake, and I guess they haven't found all the bugs yet, but you think that they would have found that one really quick and fixed it, you know? I guess it's only been 10 days since the remake's been released, but we're just trying to zoom back through to where we were. The thing is that I don't know how often I'm gonna, like, the quick time events, I might miss one.
Oh, you did not just do that.
Put your hands where I can see them. We've got you surrounded.
But how are you, Isol? How are you doing, darling?
What choice do I, a supple young rebel girl, have but to surrender to the strapping military guard come to take me into custody?
Okay, I did miss that one the first time, so that was on purpose since we missed out the first time. But now I gotta actually try to get the ones that I did before. Oh, I think I got this shot before. Got him. I think. Did I get him before? Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Oh, I was supposed to dodge that.
Hello? Come on. Hey, Mike. Boom, shakalaka.
No, you got me.
You're good. I'm doing pretty good. Yes, there is a burb. If you want, we can kill it. Sometimes doing nothing is the right thing to do.
Me, Michael. I know all your tricks.
No, we're not going to because we didn't the first time.
That's right.
Oh, I guess I shouldn't have done that because I missed last time.
No more.
Oh yeah. Oh more. Oh, you're going down.
Don't hurt the burb. Or just try to do similar stuff to what we did before.
Dun City.
So did I go down?
I don't think so.
I think you'd know so if I did.
Oh, I shouldn't have hit him as
All
much
right,
as I did.
all right.
He's saying
My,
different
my.
stuff.
So are we calling it my favor then?
You're a worthy opponent, Miss Jessica, the Snowball Queen.
Oh, I changed it.
That sounds
Shit.
Vaguely dirty.
I should have missed more.
My lady.
Okay, we grabbed the snowball last time, so that's what we're doing this time.
Oh ho ho. Okay. Okay, you're really gonna get it.
What am I gonna get?
Well, I can think of at least one thing,
Yeah.
but you'll have to wait.
Oh, just a fair warning, Iso. Everyone in this game are
We
sluts.
should get up to the lodge.
Yeah. It's so nice out here, though. Pretty breathtaking.
I mean, I could stay out here for pretty much ever, provided I was making out with you the whole time.
Just making out?
Yeah, they talk. They talk about sex a
Well,
lot.
I think we might freeze to death somewhere in between those quotes.
Yeah.
Just so you're aware. I mean, this is an 18+ stream, so whatever. Oh, it's darker and okay. So after I say I'm afraid of the dark, it's just immediately darker in the room. It was so much brighter before. They're purposely trying to make me uncomfortable.
I hope that you managed to stay away from dark places since we last spoke.
I'm gonna try to speed through this because we've already done this. Set up your stream. All right.
This
I hope you have a good time.
We're going
Have
to
a good
try
day.
to understand the root of your anxiety. Now pick up that book, turn the pages.
Gary,
You
man,
will
I
see
don't
a
really
set
like
of
him.
Pictures and symbols. I want you to identify
He's
which
technically a
image
doctor,
in
but I
each
think he's an asshole.
makes you the most anxious.
He is creepy. You want to know why? He puts a jar of a snake on his desk because we say that we don't like it. Also, a jar of a heart because we say that we don't like it. He's an asshole.
Did I startle you?
Well, I knew that was coming, so...
You're doing very well.
I didn't know the first time, though.
Try to speed up a bit. The more you rely on your instincts, the more honest your answers will be, and the more enlightening you will find this experience.
Well, I'm just picking based off what I picked before, so... Bye! Bye, Iso! Bye-bye, darling. I actually love thunderstorms.
Thank you.
When I have my second playthrough, I'll pick stuff I actually like.
Diligently.
I'll just do the opposite of everything.
Snakes, clowns, and awful. The sun combination sounds like a good Friday night.
Fuck you.
Well, I'm afraid, once again, we're out of time, but...
Couldn't have been soon enough.
Talk again very soon.
Click, 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 click. Go, 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 go. Ooh, pop my fingers. It is. We had to start over because we looked at a tree and fell off
Man,
the
I
map.
feel like this mountain gets bigger every time I climb it.
Oh, yeah? It feels the same to me.
Come on, you grew up here. It probably feels like it's shrinking.
I guess that's true.
When are you gonna install some cell towers up here? I'm getting withdrawals already.
You got a spare million lying around, and I'll fix you right up.
Funny you should say that. I think I left it in my other jacket.
It's okay. It's just for you, Normie, so you can
Hey,
actually
gang.
see.
You
We
gotta
are
get up
trying
here,
to
okay?
speed run through our previous choices to get to where we were before, though, so...
Can't get everything.
Yeah, it was pretty easy. A little creepy, though. I mean, it's just really weird being back here.
Yo, yo, yo. We gonna get things moving up here or what?
Yeah, man.
Okay, I think this is what we
Matt,
picked
now
last
have a
time.
thing now, right?
Yeah, so it seems.
I mean, what's Mike think of that?
I have a feeling Mike's already got his hands full, you know what I mean?
Huh.
Damn it. This freaking thing.
Is it iced?
What else?
Maybe there's another way in.
There are a million ways in, they're just all locked.
You didn't spell it right. You can't leave. You misspelt it.
Wait a second. Are
You
saying
can't
we should
leave,
break in?
Normie. You can't spin your way out of this. You misspelt it. Now you have to stay.
Lead the way, Coachies.
Nope, you misspelt it the first
Hi,
time.
Chris.
So,
I think
how are you doing?
Good, but a little cold.
you can't leave now.
I could use some time curled up
You
by the
can't leave.
fire.
You misspelt it the first time. You're mine. Normie's all mine now. You're not allowed to leave. That's the rules. I make the rules. You can't leave now. It was meant to be, Normie. Now you have to stay. Now you have to stay and
Sleeper
keep
hit
me
kinda
company.
gal, you know? Now I just want to rip that Parker right off of her and make some snow angels, right?
That's what I did the first time.
Cut it out, man.
Yeah, I mean, if you're not gonna bang her, maybe
Michael take up the case.
Wait, will you back off already?
Relax. Just checking to see if there's some blood flowing down there.
Yeah.
But what? But what? You're gonna
Listen,
leave
dude,
me?
look around.
You're gonna
Look at
leave
these
your
beautiful
deer?
mountains. Do
You gotta
see
go?
any
You see
pairs?
Void's
I mean, can you
leaving.
imagine a more
Have us
perfect,
both up at
ripe
the same
scenario
time,
just
Normie.
dripping with erotic
Easy.
possibilities. You and Ashley
Multi-twitch.
alone at last. You've laid all the groundwork.
Do
You've been a
multi-twitch. Keep
perfect
us both
gentleman.
company.
Now you come in for the kill.
Okay, that's what I said
Yeah,
last
you're
time.
right. You're a hunter, bro. No fear, no mercy. I mean,
But you're on the
you know
phone.
what hate is.
All right, I got it.
Want to see what you say? Oh.
So how are we planning on?
I know
breaking
Normie
into
IRL,
Tom's
so I
place?
bully them a little bit more.
I didn't say I had a plan.
You sounded like you had a plan.
But I'm glad you're
You better
staying.
deliver
Now I have
groceries,
more
or
company.
else you got
I've already
four
kidnapped
lovely
Normie.
ladies who are gonna be
Wait, if
feeding
you're on your
gun
phone,
box.
that's not
Last
lurking. You'd
time I
have to
checked,
leave my stream. That's just
not a
straight
good
up
way to get laid.
leaving. You were tricking me. You were tricking me, Normie. That's not lurking. That's leaving. Normie's leaving me. Normie doesn't love me. Have a good lurk, Void. I'm distraught. Everyone's leaving.
Well, we got ourselves a thinker. Nice one.
Say hi to Tessa. All right, I just teasing ya. You can say hi to her for me. Say that the Dare also says hi. Dare say hi. Why's my heart rate so high? Is it because I'm bouncing? I'm fidgeting in my chair. I'm just trying to get through this. Don't fall, motherfucker. Dumbass doesn't know how to go break inside.
I'm okay. Should have paid more
Oh,
attention
that's right. I
to
am
class.
caffeinated.
You mean Jim?
Yeah, you know, with the.
I'm probably gonna have to go to the bathroom at some point.
Whoa.
Did I do that?
I don't think so. Here, use this. Whoa, Chris, I just got an awesome idea.
Yeah?
Totally.
I wish I could skip
is it?
this.
Okay, so I'm pretty sure that I've got some deodorant in one of the bathrooms. You could use that with the lighter.
I don't follow. How's a stick of deodorant gonna help?
Spray on, it's a can.
Oh, yeah. Now I got you.
Don't try this at home, kids.
Just like we do with the little army dudes.
Yep, ones we melted. Just point the spray can in the lighter and whoosh.
Bye-bye frozen lock.
Bingo. All right, so you got this. I'm gonna go sort something out. You up for hunting around in the dark for a little bit?
What the fuck is he
Nope,
sorting
but
out?
I'll do
I
it.
didn't notice that before.
Godspeed, Pilgrim.
I didn't notice that he didn't specify what he was doing before. Huh. Nope, I'm not allowed to look at that because I didn't look at it before.
Huh?
I think.
What the hell was that?
I'm trying to stay true to what I did last time. I can't remember if I looked at that painting before or not. Oh man, this is gonna suck. Are we lagging? Hang on.
Hi, Chris. Very funny.
Oh, how'd you know it was me?
Shouldn't
Why is
you
it not
be,
letting
like,
me
getting
pause?
the lock open or something?
On it.
Let me pause. Give OBS a second to catch up because that helped last time. Alright. I think I just went straight upstairs. The window's open. Oh, we're gonna get jump scared by that little badger thing. That's gonna say I'm closed.
Ha! 'Cause
Bathroom's over here. Welcome back, Normie. Missed you. I think this is the bathroom. We're about to get jump scared. Grab it.
Ah, shut the fuck.
Perfect.
Do not pet the burb if he will bite
We're
you.
freezing our buns off out here.
But he probably... What if you... wear a glove? Or something. I don't but then it wouldn't be soft.
Thank you.
What if you give him a treat while you're petting him?
Crap, that thing freaked me out.
What was it?
Give him
Okay.
a treat while you're petting him. Positive reinforcement.
It's just a cute little baby Wolverine.
Every time
Don't worry, buddy.
you're petting
You'll
him,
be a
he
big
gets a
boy
treat.
soon.
What was Josh doing while I was letting people in? He'd see my hand. Well, the thing is that you're giving him the treat with your hand.
Is not the word I'd use.
Oh my gosh, it's so good to be inside. Even if it's still kind of freezing in here.
I'll get a fire going.
This place barely looks any different.
Yeah, nobody's been up here.
Even with all the police coming in and out?
Not a lot of action up here lately.
Nope.
What's up, party people?
Hey.
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 Hey, man.
Make
All
yourself
right.
at home, bro.
Will do.
I like how they made this girl's hair longer than it was before a year ago. But her hair grow hella fast.
Oh my god, that is so gross. Are you trying to swallow his face whole?
Aw.
Seriously, can she be any more obvious? No one wants in on your territory, honey.
Excuse me? Did you say something?
Oh, did you not hear me? Was your sluttiness too loud?
Sounds like someone's.
Oh.
He didn't make.
Yeah.
Normie,
All
just
that
a little
big
bit of a
loud
content
cutting
warning.
That's
They
your
talk
cow.
about
That's real deal.
sex a lot.
Cow.
Hey, you're making everyone uncomfortable, Jess.
These people are sleuts.
Emily too frigid for you too.
They're all a bunch of
That's
sleuts.
Whatever. I don't give a crap.
They're
what
very
you think.
At
sleuty.
least I can think.
Just so you're aware.
4.0, bitch. On a roll. Suck on that when you're trying to sleep your way into a job.
Who needs grades when you've got all the natural advantages you can handle? You
Sleuts.
couldn't buy a moldy loaf of bread with your
Wow,
face.
bad words.
Are you serious?
No.
Think that's insulting?
That bitch is on crack or something.
Wow.
Jessica, you need to shut your mouth, okay?
No. You're the one who needs to keep your nose out of other people's business.
Butterfly
You're about to get right up in your
effect.
business, bitch. Are we about to get real? Because I am down to get real.
Stop it! This is not why we came up here. This is not helping. It's not what I wanted.
It's yeah, it's glitchy.
We
It's
can't get
because of
along
the
for 10
port.
minutes and
They
maybe
didn't
we
really
need a
do
little
the
bit of a
remake
break,
super
right?
well. Might have been a
Mike,
cash grab.
Why don't you check out the guest cabin, the one I told you about?
I would have been fine with the original, honestly. I actually couldn't find the original. It was, I guess they did it up over the remake. I don't know.
Right up the trail.
Glad that's over.
Yeah.
So, Josh, should we get this fire going?
Where's my bag?
Huh?
My bag, the little bag with the pink pattern, the one I got on Rodeo. Matt, are you listening? Oh my god, don't you remember next to the Italian shoe place where I got the stilettos and you knocked over the rack while you were drooling all over that girl at the counter?
Well, I mean, she was asking about my letter jacket.
Right, because she gave a shit about your designer letter jacket.
Why do you hate my jacket?
Matt, I need my bag.
Oh my god, Em, maybe you just forgot it.
Do you seriously think I'd forget my bag?
Well,
Do you?
Guess not.
I must have left
Awkward.
it down by the cable car station.
Actually, now that I think about it, Normie, maybe you should go.
Back soon.
You should go say hi to
get
Tessa
warm.
more.
We can get very
Just
warm.
Normie specifically because,
Okay, let's go.
this is not not the best game, I think, for you.
Okay, I'm gonna go take a bath.
They talk about adult stuff, I just realized. I mean, if you and your parents are good with it, then it's all good, but...
Exiled.
Sexile.
You were always free to lurk.
Bar.
I just forgot that you're a baby.
Cabin, anyway.
This cabin is the coziest, most romantic love den you will ever lay your eyes upon.
If we ever make it.
I have a feeling luck's on our side.
You are not
Play
held
your
hostage.
cards right and
Maybe a little
you
bit.
will get lucky.
Hey, porn stars. You're gonna need these.
Porn star?
I'd pay to see you.
Oh, yeah, no, yeah,
I'm
Norm,
sorry to
go,
kick you
go,
out like
go
that.
watch, go watch
No worries,
Bluey.
man. Oh, I'm sure you'll find a way to entertain yourselves.
Mm-hmm. You have fun with the peanut gallery.
Oh, I almost forgot. Gotta fire up the generator so you can see where you're going. It's dark out there.
All right. Roger that.
I think
Roger
Josh is
that.
flirting with me.
Okay. You want to invite him up with us?
Wait, really?
What? No.
Off we go, to do the same shit except for look at the tree. Off we go, look at everything but the tree. Whoa, she
Hey,
glitched there.
Alex. Photo booth?
All right. Read my mind. Okay.
Oh my god. This is perfect. We're like the cutest couple.
Damn. You should be a model.
You keep that camera handy, and maybe I'll let you start my portfolio at the cabin.
Wink.
Wink. Alright, let's push on forward. Try to get back to where we were before.
Brr, it is freezing out here.
Now, that's something I can help you with.
And how are you gonna do that?
I got a few things in mind.
This game is so suggestive. Okay, it's not just suggestive, that's straight out sus.
Emily's as dumb as she looks if she thinks she can cut in on what we got going on. Maybe if we're lucky, she'll try and follow us out here and get eaten by a bear.
That's what we said before.
I think you bring out the worst in her.
Is that so?
Epic jealousy.
Suck it.
This way. To the generator, to turn on the generator, to turn on the generator.
All right. Let's see. Boom. Nice one, Mikey.
Woo! You are a wizard!
Dun dun dun. I knew he was coming, so. Alright. I wonder how long speed runs of these games are since you can't freaking. Since there is so much stuff you have to do. You could just do a basic thing. Oh my goodness.
Pretty good, right?
Yeah, totally. No, this is awesome.
Oh, yeah. I bring the hits.
Alright.
You psyched yet? You don't look psyched yet.
I am so psyched right now.
We are so psyched, right? So psyched, so psyched, so psyched. Don't look at my heart rate that says I'm not psyched. Look, I made it go up. I made it go up by being loud.
Tape.
From Hannah and Beth.
You'd think they'd clean it up.
Well, they never closed the investigation.
Okay, I'm getting the creeps now.
That's what we said before.
Wherever they are, I'm sure they're happy. We're all thinking about them.
That's a nice way of thinking about it.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear that?
I heard something. Yeah. Damn. I don't think we can get up to the cabin with a path block like this.
Oh, no way am I going back to the lodge, aka Wax Museum, to drink hot chocolate with Emily.
Hot cocoa. I want hot cocoa.
We're adventurous.
Dumbass, she leaned against it. This is her own fault for falling.
Hey, Jessica!
Yep. Hey. Okay.
She landed on her feet though, or at least it looks like it.
How do you think I felt?
Coffee.
You didn't hit your head or anything.
I already drank
As far as I
coffee.
can tell, I still have all 7 of my limbs.
7?
Yeah.
1, 2,
Can you
no.
get out?
What?
I don't know. I
7.
can hardly see anything down here.
Why did she say 7?
All right, coming after you. Just stay put.
Hey, handsome. Want to help me move this cart thing?
We got this. I think she mounted her. Oh. Oh, she probably did. Oh my god. Because like her legs, arms, head, and her chest.
I imagined us grunting together.
Oh, I didn't think about that. That's
what I pictured.
hilarious. She totally did. Alright, I'm still gonna pick up the totem because that's what we did last time. Even though I'm trying to be fast, I'm still trying to do the same stuff because I don't know if looking at certain things will, you know. Alright. Alright, that's what I did before.
Holy crap! Oh my gosh, are you okay?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm fine.
He's fine.
Oh, Nelly. This place is giving me the willies. And not the good kind of willies.
Alright.
Can I offer you a little comfort and reassurance?
We'll save it for the cabin buster.
Was it not? There it is. Alright. Oh, God. I'm not looking forward to dealing with the Wendigos, but we got this. Alright, I still have to look at these things. I'll just try to be quick about it. Oh wait, oh, that didn't make me look at it because I have to push 5 buttons to look at something for real. Oh my goodness.
Whoa. This place is like historical.
Okay.
Holy bat cave.
He's gotta be Native American, right? You alright?
Not up to code, is it?
I don't think this place is up to code.
Hehe, I'm
I'm
psychic.
thinking it's time to go.
Nah, you should stay. And die.
Finally, a little ray of hope.
Through the doors we go. Through the doors we go. We're not gonna look at the tree though, because the tree is cursed. We got a cursed tree. We're not looking at it. Tree? What tree? There are no trees. Ignore all the trees.
Well, well. When Josh said cabin, I felt like Abe Lincoln.
Wait till you see the Lincoln bedroom.
Oh, are you planning on getting presidential on me?
Okay, this is about where we were before.
Right on Air Force One?
All right, all right. Save it for the stump speech, buddy.
Oh, was it forcing me to do this?
Gonna look at the trees, gonna look at the clouds, gonna look at the cabin. Whoa.
You alright?
I just saw
I
someone.
think this is around where because it was with these two.
Okay.
I'm just gonna ignore the tree that caused it, though.
Sampling the old eggnog again, babe?
Did you not see the Wendigo?
Maybe.
All right, this is about. I didn't. Whoops! I pushed a button. All right, this is roughly around where it broke. Why do I have to push 3 buttons to open one thing? I do hate that. And I'm probably going to keep talking about it. Okay, this is around where it was broken before. We're just going to ignore the tree. Nobody look at the tree. Trees aren't real. Of course I would say that as a tree spirit. You think we can hurt you? No. It's fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry. That...
Watch out, bird brain.
Oh, it wasn't a bat.
Rats with wings?
Oh, poor Mikey. Did the
It was
little
a
birdie
pigeon?
Get your panties all bunched up.
These are gross. Like diseases and shit.
Oh, this isn't where we broke it. I mean, technically this is the area, but we have a whole nother people thing to do. Because it's gonna, once we get to this big stump in the way, or tree in the way, then it's gonna send us to the perspective of someone else. I remember now.
God damn it, Josh. Couldn't you have at least cleared out the path before sending us up here?
Really?
What?
I didn't figure you for the glass half empty type.
You got a better idea?
Stand back, Debbie Downer.
Oh, boo! Show off.
Hey, Mike. You've got something on your face.
How did he not see her pick up the snowball?
Okay. Okay. That's how it's gonna be. Jess? Jess?
All right. Now we get to be everyone else. I gotta fail at that high five again because I failed the first time, so I'm gonna have to do that on purpose this time.
What?
You wanna help me get this fire going?
Well, I was just getting into the bath.
Oh. Oh, do you need any help with that?
Hardy har.
8:44 p.m. Why did she fill the tub if she didn't have hot water?
Come on. All right, Josh.
She makes no
let's see if
sense.
you know how to hook up the hot water in your big fancy lodge.
That tub is huge, though. Oh, we went to Hannah's room first. We're gonna have to do that again in case we miss anything.
What was that?
Alright, we have to go to Hannah's room first because that's what we did last time. You never know what could be important to know. Alright.
All Hannah's stuff.
Alright, into the closet. There's a window in their closet. Hey. There.
Hello, could this be any more about Mike?
Leave the closet, please. Oh wait, there's a totem. I'm trying to keep everything as accurate to what we did the first time as I can. There it is. All right, we got this. All right, now we get to go downstairs. Which is this way. Blankets for everyone.
All right, peanut gallery. You know what? I got an idea for you two.
What?
Okay. Well, I'm pretty sure that somewhere in this crazy place we used to have a spirit board.
Oh, what?
Wow, you have a spirit board? Those things are a joke, man.
All right.
No way, bro. I mean, we used to do it all the time. Me and... Well,
Hey, Josh, no hot water's kind of major oversight, don't you think?
yeah. Well, yeah, you just gotta fire up the boiler. It's in the basement. All right, you guys see if you can find the spirit board.
Chris, let's go find it. It'll be like a scavenger hunt.
Okay. Guess so.
Rad. I mean, you're not gonna regret it. You up for a ride along?
Do they not have heat in this place? Why do they have to do a fireplace? Well, we're just going to zoom as much as we can. Zoom, 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 zoom. I'm coming. It won't let me run.
Hey, you notice how I gave Chris and Ash a mission together? Yeah, I was thinking they could use some alone time.
Wait, did I say? I think I did flattering.
They are
Flattering.
very sweet together. I wish they'd just freaking get on with it already.
I think that's what I
swear,
chose
they
last
just
time.
Need like something
Yeah.
to bond over.
This
you know,
seems
some
familiar.
Sort of traumatic event to send them into each other's arms. I mean, at this rate, they'll be in the geriatric ward before Chris makes a move.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Zoom, zoom, zoom! Faster! You gotta go fast.
You know, Sam,
Yes, Josh.
I just wanted to say,
What?
it really means a lot to me that everyone came back this year, and you know, that you came, Sam.
This is what I did last time.
Look, I'll be honest. It's definitely weird being back here, but I think it'll help us all put everything behind us.
I want us to have a good time, you know?
You wanna fuck her? You just wanna fuck any of the girls, honestly.
Hey, watch your step.
I think I can handle a little set of stairs.
Mm-hmm.
Zoom. Can I go faster? I'm still gonna try to make it so she's not gonna be in a towel for the game, but I don't think this part has anything to do with it, so I'm just gonna complete this faster. I mean, I still gotta look at the baseball bat, because that's important.
Sorry to drag you down into the bowels.
Oh, just get me some hot water and I'll be super fine.
I mean, I wouldn't want you coming down here on your own, you know?
Well, it's definitely creepy down here.
All right, we got this.
Not a place to be on your own.
What's that doing here? Is that yours?
You bet it's mine. I used to play ball with my dad all the time. Of course, that was before he got too busy to hang out with me. Ah, well, save it for the couch, right? Okay, let me see what I can do with this old hot water machine.
Yep. Can I skip? I want to skip.
Here, can you hold this?
Zoom, zoom, zoom. You don't have to keep saying zoom, zoom,
Try
zoom.
it here so I can see.
Points for anyone who knows what movie I just quoted. 10 points.
Nice one. Okay, first things first. We gotta increase the water pressure before we get the boiler fired up.
10 points. Anybody.
Kind of complicated.
I'll do it again.
Actually, pretty simple.
Zoom, zoom, zoom. You don't have to keep saying zoom, zoom.
Whoa! That's more like it. All right. 5, girl.
Oh, I was supposed to miss. Oh, I'm, whoops, my bad. It's just a high five. Surely that won't have a butterfly effect. It's fine.
What the hell is that?
That could be a lot of things, and none of them nice.
Quit it.
I'm just joshing you. Oh, you were really freaked out.
Whoosh.
Oh my god. Don't move.
Don't move a muscle.
Something behind you.
Yeah, right.
Insist.
Josh. Seriously.
Because that's what we did before.
There's something back there. Gotcha.
All right.
Gotcha.
Dirty love.
What? No. Where'd you get the first point?
Doesn't start at 30?
No, 15.
Oh.
What?
I'm more of a ping pong gal. Wait, okay, so you hear that too, right?
Okay. I don't know if I said it, but I was thinking
Gosh.
it. The movie
What?
for the Zoom thing is Aliens in the Attic.
Weirdly regular.
Nothing regular about it.
Maybe we should go check it out.
Why?
What if it's like a pipe that's about to burst or some problem with the furnace?
Unlikely.
If it were me, I wouldn't want this place to burn down on my watch.
Yeah, right. Okay.
All right, we got this. You knew it?
Come on! Why are these doors locked?
Hey.
What?
Hey.
What the hell?
Boom. You just got mugged.
What?
Nice one. That was good.
You couldn't pin the name.
Why would you?
Yeah, it can be hard
that?
sometimes. That's an old movie.
Cool old movie crap down here. What was I? Was I not supposed to take advantage of the opportunity?
Are you serious? Were you in on this, Putz?
No, but I wish I was. That was too good.
I'm ready to admit that your dumb little prank may have a slight whiff of humor to it.
Joke master.
Well, I said nothing about jokes. I said your prank, which was dumb.
Holy crap, you were scared. Admit it.
I was not.
Come on, you totally
He set the
pissed
flashlight down while it was still on.
What in God's name are you wearing?
I found my true calling.
Please tell me you're gonna take a vow of silence. Okay, did you at least find the thingy?
Boing. Here's our one-way ticket to the spirit realm.
One-way ticket.
You know what?
to
No.
dying.
I've just been through enough spooking for one night, okay? I see a hot bath in my crystal ball. All right? So have fun. Oh, but watch out for that Josh. He's a schemer.
Okay.
Schemer. Oh, okay. Now we're with these two.
Hello, Earth to Matt. You gonna come with me to get my bag?
Yeah, I'm coming.
All right, we gotta try to zoom and go fast.
Here you are, madam.
Why, thank you, sir.
Whee!
Hey, Em.
Yeah?
Feeling a little better now?
Say what?
Why does that make me lose with literally everyone but M? I don't
Nasty fight.
understand.
The further we get from Jessica, the better I feel.
I just want you to relax. You know? Have a good time.
I'll relax when everyone else relaxes. But thanks for trying.
Are sweatpants warm? Are these like proper attire for the cold? Everyone else is wearing jeans. I don't know.
Okay. All right.
Whee! We take so long to walk downstairs. It's crazy.
Hey, Doofus, come this way.
You, trying to get me somewhere private?
Why don't you, come find out?
All right. Run, lover boy, run.
Matt.
What?
Yeah?
Thanks for helping me find my bag. I know I can be a little high maintenance.
It's no problem, babe. But you gotta remember, there's more to this guy than just being a lean, mean, luggage-lifting machine.
You gonna back that up?
All day.
What?
All day.
Wait, what does that mean?
Like, all day long. I was being, like, sexy.
Nerd. That's a doofus. At least it's not too hard. At least I, like, didn't get, like, towards the end of the game before it broke.
Huh. Cool.
Pretty.
Oh, it's so so pretty out here tonight.
Pretty.
Wow. Yeah.
It's so nice to be here with you, muscle man.
I'm not all muscle. There are some brains in here too.
Well, you got enough brains to like me, so let's see that brawn.
You ever done it outside before?
Outside of what?
My car.
I like your car. Roomy.
This ain't roomy enough for you?
Alright, and then... Really wish I could just run.
What's so important in the bag anyways?
It's just my undies. The lacy ones.
Well, why didn't you say we were scooping up such precious cargo? Andale, andale.
Whoa, Nelly, didn't realize it was so important to you.
Hello? Why do you think I'm even on this silly trip?
Okay, well, now I know the secret to getting you to do what I want, when I want.
Isn't that just
Not a secret,
it?
true fact.
Like, pretty simple. Alright, we gotta do this thing.
Look at the sexy kisser on this thing. Dare to put your hand in it.
Hey, I wouldn't.
Just slide it up in there.
Emily! Emily!
Wonder what happens if you do nothing.
Gotcha, big dip.
Jesus, you're ridiculous.
Oh, come on. What was that?
She reacted before we heard the thing.
Probably just an
I
animal.
don't love that.
Do not like.
Alright, we got this. We're zooming through, getting back to where we were. Why is my side suddenly hurting? Do I need to stretch? Ugh,
You are,
okay.
madam.
Thank you. Oh my, very impressive.
We got this. Why did we have to go the long way around? Ooh, but no, go. What are you doing? Controls are a little wonky. Go, woman, go. Get out of my way. Oh, the pig. I'm glad we sent me away. I don't think it would have been good for her to see
Hey.
this. Thank you for the hip pats.
Somebody made a snowman.
That was not there before. Is that a note?
Whoa. It's gotta be Chris.
It said welcome back
Or
for those of
Josh.
you who
They're
couldn't
just
read it.
Trying to mess with us.
Kind of uncool, guys. I don't like this.
Me neither. Oh!
Matt!
What the hell's going on? What the hell did this?
You know, I'm kind of not giving a shit about my panties anymore. Kind of just want to split.
Agreed.
Nice. Very nice. Oh, it's this asshole. I don't love this guy. In fact, I hate him.
I would like to understand your feelings toward people who fear the dark.
Blah, 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 blah. Okay, Snake, whatever. Yes, I do. We got an ad break coming up in a minute, so when those ads do start, I'm gonna run and get some more water.
Reflected in the way you are playing your game, now is it?
Is it not? I really thought it was, but whatever.
And now,
Why does he have to get so
let us
close?
investigate
I
your
don't.
feelings.
I don't
toward
love how
other
he gets
people
so
in greater
close.
Depth. What you value, what you respect in yourself and others. Which would you say was most important in a person, loyalty or honesty? So you would tell a lie in order to be loyal to a friend, okay? And what
Yep.
about loyalty versus charity?
Loyalty again.
So you would sooner look after your friends before caring for those in greater need?
Yeah, my friends are my family.
Well, once again, I'm afraid we're out of time.
Yeah, this guy
We'll
is a
talk again
jerk.
soon.
Look, he put a jar of a snake and guts on his desk even though he knows I don't like it. What an ass.
Isolation.
8 hours until dawn.
So, it says here. To communicate with the spirit world, you must free your mind of all preconceptions, drop all inhibitions, and generally give yourself over.
His
entirely
lighter
to the
wasn't
will of
actually
others,
near the
submitting
camp. Whatever.
Your every desire to the whims of the spirit master, which is me.
It doesn't say that.
Oop, ad started. So we're gonna go to the bathroom real quick and then we will be right back. Oh! He get- God! Oh! Ah! Okay. Oops, I don't know if that was me or you, but someone clip that, please.
Chat loves
Oh,
you,
Jesus.
love.
Fuck. That scared the crap out of me. I just got jump scared. Oh my god. I didn't get a warning or anything. The TTS immediately started going as soon as you press entered, I guess. And that scared the fuck out of me. Oh my god. Weird. It's still gonna be expensive, but it is, no! 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 I messed up one of my jumps, and I got eliminated when there was 2 seconds left. Okie dokie, and we're back. All right. I got more heart.
And all present will remove their garments at my sole discretion.
Chris, come on, this is serious.
Oh, I'm deadly serious.
Oh, shush it. Let's try this.
Yes, please.
Okay, then. Let's see what happens. Ashley, since you're a recent convert, why don't you be our medium for today?
Okay.
Okay.
We're just trying to get through this as quick as we can, same as before. Why is my heart rate up? It makes no sense. What? Why was that 100?
Wait a minute.
Did you do that?
I didn't do anything.
It's moving again.
H?
What's it spelling?
Hold on.
How's this happening?
Are you moving it?
I swear it's just moving.
Holy shit.
How?
All right.
How are we supposed to help?
I don't know. What does it mean?
We need to know who it is if we're supposed to help them.
can we help you?
It's moving.
All right, that's what we picked last
What's it
time.
spelling?
Maybe it's because I really don't like the idea of like ghosts and demons, and so that makes my heart rate go up.
Warning?
I think we really need to find out who's trying to communicate with us.
What are you warning us about? Oh, here it goes.
Okay, S.
I
S
T
E
R.
sister. Sister?
Whose sister?
Oh, come on. Is this for real?
Shut up. Ask it whose sister.
Josh, it's gotta be.
Yeah, okay, well, which sister is it then?
Ashley, ask who it is.
Who are we speaking to? Beth? Is that you? Oh God.
This is messed up.
Josh? Are you?
Brave.
Are
I don't
you
like
sure? Because
ghosts.
we can stop.
No.
But seeing him distraught is
I
like,
want to hear what it
my
says.
heart's calm pretty. Oh.
I don't know where to start.
As soon as I think about my heart rate goes up.
If this is actually Beth, I mean,
But try not look at it.
we can find out what happened that night.
Okay. Let me think. Beth, we want to know what happened to you that night. Can you tell us? H A N N.
It's spelling Hannah.
Wait, it's still going.
K I
L L. Oh my God.
Killed. Guys, what's she talking about?
I don't know if I can keep doing this.
We have to.
Just stay calm. I think it's saying.
Fun
that
fact, if
someone
you don't say goodbye to the
killed
ghost at the
Hannah.
Ouija board,
I
they
just
don't
ask something
technically
else.
leave. Oh shit, what did I say? Oh fuck, what did I, who? Was it this one?
All right. Okay. Who killed Hannah? Who was it? L I
L-I.
B
The library. Maybe there's
Oh,
something
library.
in the library here.
P R O O.
Proof. There's proof.
In the library. Holy shit. Chris.
You know what? No, this is bullshit. This isn't real.
Josh, I don't know what's going on.
Listen, look, I don't know. I don't know if you think messing with me is somehow going to help me deal with my grief or whatever, but this is not cool.
Josh, no. You wanted to use the spirit board.
Hey, calm down. It's not
I
Ash's
don't need
fault.
this right now, okay? You guys are full of it.
Should we go after him?
Ah, man. I mean, he'll be okay. Let's just give him some time.
I don't blame him. That was crazy. The pointer flew right off the table.
And if you were faking it, you were doing one hell of a job.
I wasn't faking anything. I think we should do what it says. We should look in the library.
Okay. And then if we go back to the two heading to the cabin, we should be able to get, yeah, okay.
Jess? Jess? Oh! Fuck.
I forgot he said fuck nuggets. Alright, the mask thing before didn't say it had a butterfly effect, so I'm just gonna go straight after her, because I don't think it's important.
Jess? Buddy, you in there?
Buddy?
I totally promise I won't murder you when I find
Where the fuck did she pop up from?
you. No.
That was so good.
Alright.
No.
Wait, you had to see this. You had...
I'm not seeing it.
No, right.
No. You recorded that?
Look at your face.
I was scared, Jess. You can't just jump out at somebody. I'm in the middle of the woods. It's scary.
I'm sorry to scare you.
If you send that to anybody,
Do
I'm
what?
gonna kill you. No. I'm gonna see this thing. Oh, where's the delete button? Is this it here?
No.
It's not funny. It's not funny.
But you look so cute when you're scared. I didn't know you had such a cute little ladylike scream, Michael. Guess you never really know someone until you've scared the pants off of them.
All right, fine. You win.
It's not a contest. But I do win.
Every time.
Whatever you say, babe.
Oh, keep on crying, Romeo. See where it gets ya.
All right. We are not looking at the fucking tree. In fact, we're gonna look away from the tree. We're not even... The tree doesn't exist. Tree? What tree? Actually, I just want to get out of this area in general. I don't even want to explore this area because this is where it glitched before. So maybe this area is cursed. Let's just keep going. Oh, but there's something there. What is it? What is it? Wait, can I? Oh, but what if that's important? Oh, it's just a ball. We're not touching the ball. We're not touching it.
Wow. It's kind of like a real winter wonderland out here now.
Hey, girl,
We're
you know, I'll help you up.
officially in a new area. Keep on going, girl. All right. New territory. We might be able to actually get into the Wendigo part of the game.
The hell is that?
Was it someone screaming?
No. No. Probably just a squirrel or
Girls don't make that noises.
something.
Creep town. What?
You hear that?
No.
Hello?
Dumbass.
Someone there?
I was trying to get it, but... You know, there is an aim and assist, but I think I'm gonna leave it off.
Charming.
It's everything you described, Michael.
Wait, what?
The cabin. I love it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna scare her. Oh, she's wet now.
No! Do not!
Oh my God, Jess.
Do not be laughing at me right now.
Revenge is mine.
Oh no, that is not fair.
Turnabout is fair play, my good lady.
I just scared you. I didn't soak you.
Hey, I will do everything in my power to warm you up.
I think I might have done the wrong thing.
Cooking.
Do not underestimate my culinary chops.
Shit, I didn't mean to get her wet. I didn't know I was gonna get her wet. Right, now she's more likely to strip, and I didn't want that. Don't you... Oh, fuck! We're good. Oh, I am just gonna fix my headband real quick because my hair is starting to bother me. And you know how that is. Where the baby hairs are like tickling the back of your neck and you just want to rip off all your hair because it's annoying. No? Just me? Just the autism? Got it. Alright. Put my headset back on. At least I can do that easily when I'm a PNG. Because otherwise, the tracking for taking off my headset and my glasses and messing with my headband in front of my face, blah, blah, blah. Alright.
What is that?
It's dead.
I'm not sure I want to know.
It's dead now. Oh, I didn't think we would see it.
It's horrible.
It was literally just alive.
I don't think he's gonna make it.
Okay, bud. Hey. I'm gonna make this quick for you, okay?
Oh, no.
Okay, okay. How do I,
I can't watch this.
Okay.
Nobody look!
Okay.
Wait, what did you do?
What the fuck? It came up. Run!
Oh my god, what the hell was that?
I don't know!
Oh, there's a bridge! Over here, over! Mike, get over here!
There's gotta be there.
Oh, look!
Okay, we got this. We got this. We got this. We got this. Bitch, get up.
On, we gotta go.
I am! Mike, get the key! Get it open! Oh my god. That was close. What?
Had it under control. Whole time.
Bullshit.
No, 100%, 110.
Holy crap, I feel like I just ran a marathon.
I think we kind of did.
Was it a bear?
Yeah, gotta be. Things are crazy fast.
I mean, I didn't see it.
Hey, things are not gonna come barging in, I promise.
How can you be sure?
It's not a
I'm pretty sure
bear.
bears don't know how to open cabin doors.
I've seen them open car doors
What? Where?
on the internet.
Really? Okay, well, this isn't the internet, Jess. Right? This is real life. And I promise you that no bear or anything else is gonna open that cabin door.
Except for
I guess
when
you're
to
right.
go.
Okay. I'm almost feeling relaxed again.
This is for all the people that like money.
Money?
Do you like money?
Money? Oh my goodness. Void. Thank you for the 50 biddies. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you.
Huh. Typical. Urgh. This is not the cozy chalet I was promised, Mike.
Yeah, it's a bit drafty or something, right?
Well, there is a fireplace.
Wow. We don't need a fire to heat things up.
Michael, I am a lady, and a lady needs a proper romantic setting.
Facts.
Okay.
Facts.
A lady would like to cuddle up with her man by a nice cozy fire bathed in atmospheric mood lighting.
Right. It'll get plenty toasty once we're rubbing up against each other.
Mike,
Yeah.
fire and mood lighting.
Yes. Milady.
Also, she's wet. But I don't want to seduce her.
Nice. This will lighten up the mood a little. Hey, what? Are you okay?
What are you doing?
It's the lights.
I know it's the lights, dummy. You broke them.
It's probably faulty wiring or something.
You've got faulty wiring.
Can I do it again? Why is it letting me do it again? Oh, there's something over here.
Unless you want to make out with an ice sculpture, I suggest you get a fire going. Pronto.
But I don't want you naked! Keep your fucking clothes on, woman. I want to fail at seducing her.
You're lighting a fire, Michael, not writing a novel. How much longer is it gonna take you?
Fine, fine, jeez.
Fuck, Mike.
What?
Oh, crap.
What?
Where is it?
What? What's wrong?
Gone. It is gone, okay?
Jess, slow down. What is gone?
My freaking phone, Sherlock.
Can't find it?
Crap, no. I must have dropped it outside.
Oh. Shit.
I can't lose my phone. My parents will kill me.
You can always get a new one.
That's like my 4th one this year.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll help you look for it.
It's gotta be outside.
Yeah, I don't think we want to go out there right now with the bear. Or whatever it is.
Fine. I just wish you hadn't gotten me completely soaking wet trying to scare me. Kind of a dick move.
I'm sorry, Jess.
Probably fell out in the water and doesn't even work anymore anyway, so whatever.
Hey, I'll make it up to you. I promise.
Oh, matches.
Looky, looky. Who's gonna fire up some nookie?
You've been dying to use that line since we got here, haven't you?
Can I fail at seducing her? Call her a B word? Oh, a gun.
Jess! Look at this.
Is it a fire?
No. Way cooler.
Tessa! How are you? You guys came in at a really awkward time as I was literally about to turn on aim assist because I was thinking that it's really hard to aim in this game.
Right around here should do the trick.
Ignore this. Ignore this. My clip player is lagging because this game is a little bit wait, can I not turn on an aim assist? I thought there was one. Maybe it's in accessibility. My, yes, it is the remaster. We actually broke the game earlier. Oh, not that one. Because we looked at a tree. And so we had to restart because we got thrown off the map. Hang on. Let me see if I can fix my, clip player. No, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Tessa. My clip player is broken. I'll just pretend it. You said something about butts or something. I don't know. I don't know. How was your stream? I hope it went well. I hope it was fantastic. Don't feel like you need to stay if you got things you need to do. I will say this game is for adults, so if you're not into scary games, I got a heart rate monitor. Why is my heart rate at 100? My heart rate is naturally high. Oh, well, I did have coffee earlier, but I don't know. All right. Let's scare her.
I am freezing.
Put your hands over your head.
I'm gonna smack you on the head if you don't stop pointing that thing at me.
Tessa raised heart rate. I got excited.
That thing is loaded.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, rule number 1, treat every gun like a loaded gun. Don't fucking point it at people. But I did point it at her only because I want her to be the opposite of seduced, because I don't want her to get naked. Because that can happen here.
What?
Put it down.
Yes, ma'am. Nothing to see here. Move along.
No, I don't want her to be naked. There was literally a totem we got of her being in her underwear, like literally just panties and bra running for her life, and I didn't love that.
Ah, this'll take care of the mood lighting.
It's so cold in here right now, my tongue will get stuck to your flagpole.
And I'll let her suck it up. Hey, yo, they're literally about to have intercourse if it wasn't a horror game. I have to do literally everything in this game. Every single piece. Oh, I really
Man
did
1, fire 0.
Very nice. Bravo.
All right, my lady. What comes next?
I think... Well, I wish we had some booze.
Booze.
Well, if I'd known that ahead of time.
I don't know, I'm not feeling it yet.
Good. Keep your clothes on. How do I...
Maybe we just need to jump into it. You know? Like jumping into a swimming pool.
What?
Maybe we should
Yes,
start
get
with,
offended. Get offended.
making out and see where it goes from there.
Seriously? Did you think that would work?
No,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
why I did it.
Dick brain. Mike, the shutters.
What about them?
Close them, please?
There's just no one out there.
I feel like someone's watching us. I don't like it.
Jess, really, it's fine.
I really don't like it.
Okay, shutter it is.
Yeah, she's keeping her clothes on, chat. Oh, I can't walk away. Chat, I can't walk.
Please close the shutters.
I can't walk away. I literally can't walk away.
Voila.
Oh, we're about to die.
Shutters are shuttered. Now, where were we?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think I'm a little freaked out, and it's hard for me to, like, keep this up, and...
What? Keep what up?
Look, I act all super confident and like a total sexy babe and everything, but underneath, I gotta be honest, I'm really kind of insecure.
Aww. Aw, she's insecure. This is submissive.
Oh, come on.
What?
Don't give me all this scaredy cat little girl BS.
It's true.
Sounds complicated.
Well, maybe I'm complicated.
Great.
What?
I thought you were a what you see is what you get sort of girl.
What's that supposed to mean? That I'm easy?
Yes.
No, I mean, just that you're not complicated.
Michael.
Yeah, not seduced.
You're
Keep
kind
your
of a dick, you know that?
keep your clothes on.
Part of me wishes you weren't so cute.
And the other part?
Come here. Maybe I know how to handle you too.
I am.
Keep your
definitely
clothes
ready to be
on.
handled.
No. No. Do not. Hang on. Hang on. OBS is having it's throwing a fit. OBS is throwing a fit. Let me just give OBS a minute. Catch up. Let it think. Let her sit. OBS has to sit sometimes. But also I had a message that I noticed afterwards. Is she stripping? Please don't be stripping. Please don't be stripping. Please don't be stripping. Please don't be stripping. Please keep your clothes on. Keep your clothes on. Keep your clothes on. Is she naked? Okay, she just took her coat off.
Mike? What is that?
I don't know.
Okay, well, go find out now, please.
Can I put your jacket back on? I don't want Mike to die. Her phone?
What? How is it my phone?
Yeah, that is actually a really good question.
Came through the
Out
window.
doing errands. Ooh, okay. Have fun.
Sake, god damn it!
What?
Those goddamn assholes probably followed us out here to fuck with us, and just when we were getting down to business.
Oh, she's dead.
Hey! Yeah, pricks! That means you! I know you're out there! The fuck are you trying to do? You wanna ruin our fun that bad? Well, guess what? You can't! You can't ruin our good time, because Michael and I are gonna fuck! That's right, we are going to
Oh my god, she's dead.
It's gonna be hot! So enjoy it, because I know we're going to! Give me a break!
Oh, I can move. Oh! Shit!
Communicating with us?
I don't know.
Did you guys see that? My heart rate went down for a second. I want you guys to know that's how I actually react in real life stressful situations. My heart rate goes down. I focus on the situation to try to fix it, and then I freak out afterwards.
I don't know if I wish they were or if I wish they weren't.
Guess we should find out.
There, but now we're in the after part where the heart rate goes up. I think it's what people call shock. Oh, hey, wait. I'm this girl. I forget her name, though.
Josh looked really freaked out at the
Ashley.
seance.
Yeah, I mean, he looked like he was keeping it together, but
Do you think we shouldn't have mentioned his sisters?
it's why we came back up here.
Yeah, but not to, like, have a seance. Maybe we went too far.
That feels like the way I'm supposed to go, so I'm gonna go this way. Oh, it's locked. Maybe that's the way I'm supposed to go.
Jesus, look out!
Holy crap!
Are you okay?
I think so.
There's a button.
What?
There was something behind the books. What is that?
It's the ghost.
Why would there be a button?
That's a good
See you later,
question.
Void.
Push it?
That's what buttons are for, I guess. opens, head explodes.
Are we like in a movie right now?
If
So
we are,
cool.
I hope it's a rom-com.
Leave it to the Washingtons to have secret passages in their house?
I mean, maybe they didn't even know this place is super old.
So, should we take a look?
How would you not know?
No. You go.
Gee, thanks.
Oh, it's the twins.
What?
Whoa, is
What
this...
did you find?
I will take them and... Whoa.
Holy cow. Now, Ash, I don't want to freak you out, but look at this.
What? Chris, what is that?
I think this might be what the spirit board wanted us to find.
The clue?
Yeah, it's a letter.
Let me see it.
It's a threat.
Chris, this is serious. We need to find Josh right now.
Wait, is there anything else in that room? Oh, that's it. Okay. That's fun. The store was locked earlier. I'm gonna go in it.
Do you think someone was actually after Hannah and Beth?
If so, that would be really messed up.
Good to know the tribe still feel an attachment to the land here, even if a few Russian problems. This is, they have made contact with this since the tribe meant to make a donation to the elder counselor. Healing the wounds of the past won't be necessary. Alright. Oh, this is the front.
So, I've just been thinking about something I saw earlier with Sam.
What?
There was like this wanted poster, like full-on Western style, you know?
Wanted poster.
And Sam really thought there was someone following her around.
So what you're saying, there's some criminal up on the mountain with us?
And then I found that crazy psycho letter.
Chris, if this is your way of trying to make me feel better, you're fired.
You hear that?
That was Josh!
Coming from the kitchen.
Josh!
Josh! We're coming! Hold on! Ashley! Ash, what's going on? Let me in! Ashley! Are you okay? Gonna... Ash? Ash?
Oh, fuck! I got knocked out. My heart rate was 69 for a second there. Nice. How is his glasses not broke? Oh, it's this scene. I think I know what this is. I think I know what's about to happen. It's the Saw scene, isn't it? Where we kill someone. Oh, ew. Oh, he has the clown thing! This fucker, I hate him! I hate this guy.
I'm going to show you some pictures of people that you have come to know and like. But maybe
Okay.
you don't like them as much as you pretend to. Well, this is an exercise in honesty. Tell
Okay.
me which person from each pair you like the most. Take your time. Your answers are important.
Okay, I'm gonna disregard the prank thing because I don't... Ooh, Sam. I like Sam. Don't really like Josh, I'll be honest. I prefer Matt. I think. Chris. Ashley Oh, I like Jessica. She's cute. Don't look at me like that. Honestly, I get bad vibes from Josh. I like Emily more. Ashley. I don't know. I don't like Mike.
So tell me, in this little game you're playing so diligently, who is it that you most dislike?
Oh. Honestly? Mike. The prank couldn't have happened without him. He went along with it. He's a womanizer.
He's a bit of a jerk. Better keep your eye on him. Don't let his smug bravado spoil your game. Well, let's see what happens with Mike. Oh, once again, I'm afraid we're out of time. We'll talk again soon.
It's not gonna make me pick my favorite. Fuck you, showing me the clown head again. Doesn't even look like an office anymore. This just looks like a horror building. Okie dokie. Malevolence? Malevolence. Yeah, 7 hours until dawn.
Oh, fuck!
Oh, yeah, she was just pouring through the window.
Jessica!
Oh, we grabbed the gun.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Jess!
Hey, she's not naked.
Okay, let's try to do this. Yes! I am so skilled!
Jessica! Jessica! Jesus. Fuck.
I don't see anything.
Jess! No! Holy shit! Fuck, 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 fuck.
What? I pushed it like 5 times. Fucking port lag.
All right. Did it. Oh, I pushed the wrong button. Okay, that time was on me. I pressed Y instead of X. B. Y.
Come on.
Jump.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Oh! Fuck! Fuck, wrong move.
I don't want to fail, though. You have to take the risk. Otherwise, she's gonna die.
Oh no, damn it!
I got this. I got this.
Come on. Let's go, Mikey boy.
Yeah, Mikey boy, let's go! Why do I have to pick that one up?
Jessica!
I'm worried if I try to shoot it, I might shoot her.
Jess! Jessica, I'm coming! I'm coming!
Bitch, run!
Jessica!
This way?
Jessica! Jess! No! Oh, God!
What?
No, Jessica! Oh, my God. Jess! Jess, are you okay?
Help.
Jessica!
Oh my gosh, she's still alive though. She's still alive!
What the fuck?
Did I get it? I hope I got it. Why are we going up? We should be going down. Got it. Okay. We got this. We got this.
Come to Papa.
We got this. 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 We got this.
Shit. There he is.
No, that's not him. No, 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 no. Save your bullets. Save your bullets. Don't shoot at him. Don't shoot at him. Don't shoot at him.
He's gonna make it.
Yes, okay. We don't shoot humans. We only shoot the monsters. Shit. Go this way? Shit, 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 shit. Where is she? Oh, it's a totem! Oh, I found it. No, no, no. Perfect. Fuck is this? Hunger totem? What the fuck is a hunger totem? Is it because of Wendigos cannibals? Wendigos... The lore behind them is that they come from people who succumb to cannibalism in freezing conditions. Where the fuck is... Keep going, boy. Save Jess. That's the only reason why I'm rooting for you. Save the girl.
Jesus. The fuck is that place?
Oh, I'm awake? Wakey, wakey.
Oh, no. Ashley!
Oh, he's probably got a concussion. That bruise is nasty.
Ash. Ash!
Okay, he's allowed to walk slow. He just got fucking bashed.
Not good. Not good at all. Okay. Okay. What the fuck?
The hell?
Oh, shit. No.
Ooh, okay, a little bit of lag. We're gonna give it a second. Give it a second. Okay.
Ash!
Save the girl.
Ashley!
Who knows how long you've been unconscious for, bro? Can we...
Ashley?
There we go.
Anyone out there? Ashley?
Left? I don't know which way's the right way. This one has a pig head, and I don't love that. Oh, it's a clown.
What in the hell?
What the f...
Who would do this?
Whatever. I go around it.
Oh, shit.
How is this a clue? They made the clown a scarecrow, which infinitely makes him less scary. The reason why I don't like clowns is because the person is creepy.
Ash. Ash. Ash.
There's something over here. This is a totem? Okay. Nope. There it is. What the? What? Oh, fuck. Okay. That's my first death totem. Can you walk straight, please? Oh my god, I do not love the controls in this game. Does not feel nice at all.
Ash! Ashley! Ash, I'm here. Where are you?
I don't know.
Are you okay?
Chris, are you there?
Hello, and thank you all for joining me.
Josh, wake up!
Tonight, we're going to conduct a little experiment. Sort of test. What the hell's going on? Now, for this experiment, we'll need the cooperation of our two test subjects.
I've seen this.
Joshua and Ashley.
What? Oh my god.
But we're going to need one more brave participant to help decide which subject will live and which will die.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, Chris! Get
You can't do this!
Here.
Let me down from here, you maniac!
Please, everyone calm down. It's all very simple. Christopher, you will find a lever placed directly in front of you. All you have to do is choose who you will save.
Shit, no!
Oh, fuck. Okay.
Okay, this is gonna be
That's
okay.
right.
Oh crap, oh crap, oh crap. Buddy, just
What if I don't decide? They'd probably both die.
Just give me a second. I can't think straight.
Huh?
Save the girl!
Ashley, I'll get you out of this. I won't let you die.
Thank
Please,
you.
no.
Obviously, I'm gonna save the girl.
This is insane. This is nuts. This isn't happening. Chris, please tell me this isn't happening.
Don't look, Ashley.
Why
Don't look.
can't I look? Chris, please tell me he's okay, please.
I'm coming, Ash. I'm gonna get you. I'm letting you down. Shh, stop, please. Come on. Let's get you down. Come on, we're gonna get you out of here.
No!
We gotta go, okay?
Sorry. Sorry. That's a little bit hard to say anything about. Fuck.
Chris. Ashley.
Blood? Whose blood is that, Ash?
Are you okay?
Chris, what happened?
Josh, what, dude?
He said,
Wait,
not
what?
right in front of us, man.
What are you talking about?
Maniac.
Maniac?
Oh my god, we gotta get out of here.
I don't understand what happened.
There's a maniac, and there was a saw, and it was either him or Ash, and I don't know.
Oh god.
It come right through, man, spilling out fucking everywhere.
What? Oh my god, Chris, what?
And I killed him.
Whoa, Chris.
I killed him. It was my fault, man.
No, this is insane. We need to go get some help.
We got right in half.
We're gonna figure this out, man.
Fucking hell.
Now.
I didn't know they met these two right after.
Chris, she's right. And who knows who'll be next, right? We just gotta go.
Yeah, it's the only sane thing to do. We'll go get help.
No, you just want to save yourself.
No, I just don't want to make hasty decisions that get everyone killed. You can get everyone else together and I'll go get help. With Matt, right?
Okay.
Really? You're splitting up? Really? You have strength in numbers! Fucking hell. I really don't like this doctor. I think I'll just stop seeing him.
Hello again. Things are getting pretty tense up there, aren't they? Is the night going the way you hoped it would?
It's going fine, honestly. I could be better at the quick time.
And you think that these poor people are getting what they deserve?
I don't know. Who are you?
I'm trying to help you.
Are you?
This game you're playing.
Are you?
You understand that it's not good for you. It's not good for anyone. And I can't say that you're showing much loyalty in the way you're playing.
Really? I tried to save Jess, even though that I didn't like Josh. Like the girl more.
Do you intend to continue with this elaborate
That actually didn't scare me.
self-indulgence?
Yes.
Do you even believe that I am real?
No.
The heart of the problem, it all comes down to this. Can you really tell the difference anymore? I doubt it.
I don't know. A doctor wouldn't act like this. That just doesn't feel right. Oh, pop my neck. Oh, I feel babber. Feel babber. Dread. 6 hours until dawn. I really hope Jess is alive.
That's not good. That's really not good.
Okay, there are wolfy little puppies. That's probably gonna be important. I don't think this guy's a bad guy. I think there's two different guys. I think there's the psycho guy that set the two on the saw thing. And then there's this guy who is doing something. But they're two different guys. I don't know if they're working together. Wait, there's gotta be something here, isn't there? This is too much of an open space. I just know it. It's too open. Or not? Wait. Let's look in the window first.
Awesome. Why wouldn't I end up in the creepiest place on planet Earth?
Okie dokie. Why do they open the doors like that? Oh, this place is creepy. Why did we go up instead of down?
Whoa, what the?
You really want to go in there? I wouldn't want to go in there. The bad guy's in there. Possibly.
What went on here? This is nuts. Look at that.
Sanatorium. I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what a sanatorium is. Should I?
Whoa. Someone really wanted to take a peek inside.
Hi, hello, Vac. Welcome, Vac. I don't know what a sanatorium is. How the fuck am I supposed to know that?
Oh shit, look at this.
Is that important? Found a clue, I guess. Don't give me that face. You did a misspelling. Did you think I wasn't gonna comment on it? How is this a fucking clue? This is the internet. You got big thumb.
Huh. Intrigue on Blackwood Mountain.
Oh, it's a circle. I'm in a circle. Oh, patience. Served and confused, the miners appear relegated to their apparent discovery of Muji's suit of spies and after being trapped in the sack of reintegration. We did only 23 days. Good thing they found emergency food. Is he not concerned about the dogs at all? Do you not think they will alert their master? Ooh, my OBS is lagging. Hang on. OBS? What are you doing? Okay, it's just gonna... It's... Okay, it's fine. I'm just gonna keep on going unless someone tells me that, I see a crow.
Huh? Oh shit.
Can I grab the knife?
Gross.
Any weapon's better than no weapon. Where the fuck are you putting that? You do not have a knife sheath.
Holy shit. Oh, what happened here?
Yeah, we're not getting close to that. Errands, but I have to do a performance assessment. All right. Did anyone die yet? Josh. He got cut in half with a saw. After being kidnapped. Like one of those spinny saws. It was gonna be him or Ashley, so I chose to save the girl. I didn't really like Josh, so it was kind of an easy choice.
Who the hell would it? This place just gets better and better.
Don't love this place. I actually hate it. Remember his death theme in playthrough? Traumatized? Yeah. Luckily, ours actually glitched out a little bit, so like the bottom half of his body went like invisible a little bit. Wait, did I get that clue? I want that clue. So it wasn't too bad, but I was very quiet during it because I was a bit disturbed. And I didn't know what to say. Reporters and other snoopers to be kept away at all costs. Okay. Don't love this camera angle. So I guess we can thank a bad port job for not being completely traumatized. Oh, that's in the caves. Don't want to hide though. I'm not touching that. I'm not fucking touching that. Heart rate getting pretty low there. Can you tell I'm holding my breath?
Shit on a shingle. Fucking hell.
I'm not fucking touching that. Sometimes the best thing is to do nothing. I'm not fucking touching it. You can't make me. Why am I doing this? Attacked by inmate. Lacerations to the throat. Slaps you with money. No, I feel like he will die if I touch it. Lacerations to the abdomen. have swing with money. Nope. Oh, is he dead? Actually, no. I changed my mind. I'm not touching it. No, thank you. Wait, what the fuck?
What's up, Chatterbox? Hanging out? Me too.
Not touching that.
Are you serious? Not gonna find a fucking key card?
It's on the fucking body! Isn't it? Okay. I'm ready to jump away. Oh, thank God. He's dead. He's so dead. He's so fucking...
Okay, let's check this out.
Okay, we're fine. Why do I have to do, like... Okay. I guess we're going this way. Manager gone now? Is that you said we're hype, so I'm guessing that's hype. Okay.
Oh shit.
What?
Mike got to the morgue. Mike still has the machete. I guess it's good that I didn't. I knew it. I love how my heart rate went from 70 to 90. Fuck. Like, we were at a nice resting heart rate of 70. And... yeah. Oh my
Right.
God.
Back in here.
Don't like this camera angle. Oh, wait. This is the fucking starting room. Oh, wait, I have a key card now. Also, does anyone know what a sanatorium is? Because I fucking don't. And that's where we are. I kicked it. And that's a butterfly effect.
Get away.
mean, I don't think the wolf likes me. You kicked him? Bite me! I think. He scared me.
Oh. He's a smoker.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, doggy. And I'm sorry.
That's a good boy. That's right.
He's gonna bite me. He's gonna bite me. He's gonna bite me. He's gonna bite me. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have done that. I knew it.
Hey, I'm not so bad. Right? Acquired taste. Oof. Bad choice of words.
I didn't. I honestly, I didn't have a gun or anything. How the fuck was I supposed to know I was gonna kick him? I didn't know I was gonna kick him. I'm sorry, puppy.
So, what have we here? Come on. Nice.
I have a gun now. I'm gonna leave the dog alone. I think I antagonized him enough. Nobody tell JT I kicked the wolf.
Maybe this'll keep the wolves fat and happy.
I'm gonna give the puppy a bone as an apology. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Don't bite me, please 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 don't bite me.
Easy. That's a good boy. That's right.
Alright. It's fine. That's everything in this room. I already interacted with that. Okay, I made my amends. My god, are we seriously? Oh. Also, I don't know if someone said it and I missed it, but does anyone know what a sanatorium is? Oh no, ask the game why we're wasting bullets.
Miracle Man.
Something to do with sanitation? No, it doesn't. The sanatorium, I think it might be something to do with health because, hang on, I have to adjust my heart rate strap. It's digging into me at the moment. Oh. That's better. I only have less than an hour before I have to go do my book club. But I don't have work tomorrow, so if I still have enough energy, I will stream again. I'm terrified of everything above me since I got that totem. Why is there like a string thing there? I ain't going near it. Ugh. Are we just done looking for our girlfriend?
Of course, locked.
How does he lock it from the...
Okay.
This is so dumb. Idiots. Gave me a sanatorium as a medical facility that provides care and treatment for people with long-term illnesses. Ah, thank you. Oh, this is the psycho. Oh, he locked it.
I can't believe Josh is dead.
I can't believe how he died.
No, I mean, what if they were wrong?
What?
Maybe we should have checked the shed to see if it was really true.
I don't know. There are some things that once you see them, you can never unsee them.
Yeah, I guess, but some things you have to see for yourself.
I'll take their word for it.
Oh, hey, here's the axe.
An axe. I feel better with an axe.
I mean, the axe was missing earlier, and now we have it. So that's comforting. Oh, I think the game froze.
Oh, what now? This is locked, Matt. We'll break the door down, will ya?
Whoa, wait a second. We start smashing shit down, he's gonna hear us.
Well, you got any better suggestions?
I don't know. About... Look,
What?
a window.
That's great, Matt. I can just about fit my lip balm through that little slot.
No, come on.
You will never fit through there, big guy.
Make Emily do it.
I won't fit, but you will.
Are you nuts? You're gonna shove my ass through that little hole?
I've seen you slip into some pretty tight jeans, Em.
Excuse me?
It's a talent.
Fine, let's do it. All right. Here goes.
Why am I getting so nervous? There's not like a trap on the other side, is there? Oh, I didn't think about that until now. Please don't be a trap or anything.
Oh my god. It's pitch black. I do not like this.
I'm right here, Em.
I can't see anything. There's so much crap in here I keep bumping into.
It's okay. Can you find the latch? Anything.
Oh, man, I think there's spiders.
Why am I getting bombed?
Be careful.
Well, it's hard to be careful when it's freaking pitch black, you dick.
Hey, I'm just trying to be helpful.
Almost. Almost. Ugh.
What am I supposed to do?
Wow. I did it.
Just because I'm bonkable?
You rock.
You're okay, too. That was good. We did good.
A++ would buy again. Oh.
Oh. Oh, fuck.
What happened?
This is crazy.
We were here just a few hours ago. This must have just happened.
What the fuck is going on?
It's got to be the guy, the one who got to Chris and Ash and Josh.
He's got to know this is the only way back.
Wait, don't say that.
Look, the cable car's all the way out there.
Well, that's, I mean, that's not far, right? You can jump it?
I'm good, Em. But not that good. Flattered, though.
Well, Matt, if you can't jump that, what are we gonna do?
Isn't there a button to make it come back? That seems like a design flaw.
God, everything is like so...
Okay, first of all, close the fucking door.
I think they knew exactly what they were doing.
Okay, this way.
Someone really did a number on this joint.
Such a mess. This place was barely in working condition.
Ranger path?
Hey, look! Fire tower.
Hey, Magellan, maybe we should get the cable car working and take this show on the road, huh?
Well, now I know about the fire tower. That must be...
Great. No keys, no cable car. So, back to square one.
What about the fire tower on the map you found?
Well, I guess it's an option.
Oh, maybe it has a radio or something. I mean, it would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would.
Probably, yeah.
Matt, we gotta get to that radio.
Oh, fuck. Yep.
We can use the radio to call for help. Somebody's gotta pick up the signal.
Oh, do I even want to look? Okay, it just says on the same page.
Wow, Matt, good call. Radio. So smart.
Why are you being so bitchy? We're in a serious situation
Well,
here.
Matt, easy.
Yeah, why is she being... She's probably... I don't know. She's probably coping. She's coping.
Oh, hold up.
Really? The fuck are you doing? Why did you grunt? Are you taking a shit? Where are you? What? Am I supposed to go out the back door? Where did she go? M? Are you kidding me? Where the fuck did she go? We go this way? Oh. We were supposed to.
Good looking.
Getting us out of here, Mr. Meat for Brains.
Okay. Even the old rickety radio tower, even if we are one at all.
Look at this bad boy. You're coming with me, buddy.
Fire? Oh, yes, I am coming if it'll let
Just
me.
like magic. Come on down. We can totally get out here this way.
I think we're winning. We've only lost one person. Hello?
Matt, let's go, please.
I'm trying. I'm stuck. Hang on. It'll just re-go from the next save. It's fine. Yes, happy 2-year anniversary. Why the fuck is that guy on my screen? I don't know where it last saved, but it should be recent. I swear, if we get stuck again, I'm gonna lose my mind.
And just like magic, come on down. We
Okay,
can totally
perfect.
get
It
out
just
here this
saved.
way.
Emily, you fucking dumbass.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe, you should go first to protect me.
Yep. Yeah, it's been 2 years. I mean, it was the 13th, but I couldn't stream then. Just cause life and whatnot, so we're celebrating it today, and I have a heart rate monitor.
Almost.
I'm feeling kind of faint.
Don't look down.
Whoa.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry. I was looking at my phone. Is she coming?
Holy cannoli, thank God that's over.
Yeah, for real.
Alright, to the fire tower.
What if it doesn't work?
What?
The radio.
It'll work.
But, okay, if it doesn't, we need a plan.
Maybe we can just climb down.
Climb down what?
The mountain.
Are you serious?
That's a dumb
What's the
plan.
deal? It's not like it's floating in the sky.
It might as well be. It's pitch black out.
Hey, hopefully we won't have to.
You think the psychopath is just gonna give up and run away?
No. But maybe we should find a safe spot. Hole up, wait it out.
Yeah, wait
It'll
it
be a
out.
lot easier to figure this all out in the morning.
As long as we don't hide in the lodge, that's where he expects us to go.
True. Looks like we could trip. This looks like a tripping hazard.
There is
Jeez.
another option. The sanatorium we saw on the map.
And I think that place is pretty abandoned.
They wouldn't have built a place like that on a mountain without some emergency contact to the outside world.
Yeah, I mean, you might be right, but I have no desire to go spooking around in that place. Let's maybe call him.
That's the cabin from when... No, this is the cliff. We're at the cliff. The cliff. Why are we going this way? Oh my god.
Watch where you step around here, Em.
Yes, Matt. Given the choice, I'd prefer not to spend my evening plummeting to my death off a snowy cliff top.
Whoa, what the fuck?
Matt, what is that? Jesus, shit.
Oh, damn.
Possessed deer? What the fuck? I guess we ate some bad fungi? I don't know. We being weird. Get out of the bath, you dumbass! People have been Are those wires going into the bathtub? I guess waterproof? Oh my god. Oh my fucking god.
Hello? Guys?
Oh my god.
What are you doing out there?
Oh my god. Oh
You
my god.
creepy.
Oh my god. Get out of the tub. Get out of the tub. Get out of the tub.
Okay.
Can I get dressed? Can I get... Please. Can I get dressed?
Pete's sakes, my clothes, really? Whichever one of you did this is off my Christmas list. Seriously, not cool, guys.
Oh, he
not
took
cool
them.
At all.
Oh, he took her clothes. Let's go to Aunt Hannah's room. We'll borrow some of her clothes. I know, the tub, I would die. I would love to have a tub that big.
What the hell?
I'm going into Hannah's room first. I'm gonna put some clothes on. I'm sure as hell not following the fucking balloon. Oh no, that's the only way to go, isn't it? Is this a new totem or the same totem? Okie dokie. Can I not find it? Fine. I'm not gonna waste my time on it. Why did she not lock the fucking door? Blissfully unaware.
Stupid clock. Chris? Mike? Emily?
What if I don't go downstairs?
This is really getting out of hand, okay? It was all very funny, haha. Look at Sam walking around in a towel, but now I just really want this to be over, all right? You had enough?
Oh. This is so fucked up. She's not even wearing underwear. She only had a single sock.
Can I have my clothes back now, or am I supposed to hang out in a towel for the rest of the weekend? A towel it is then.
Oh, he's on the stairs. He's going down. Surely she gets her clothes back. Right? Fine. What about this door? Okay, fine. Look, I prevented the other girl from being in her underwear. I can prevent this girl from being in just a towel.
What the?
What do you mean, what the? What are we what the-ing? The TV? Bitch, put some clothes on. We need to find the clothes first.
Are you guys in here?
That's gonna be dead anyway. Excuse?
One new message. New message.
Hi, Mrs. Washington. This is Sergeant Tate again. It's bad news, I'm afraid. Yeah, we've been through the case files, and there's nothing we can do. He's a free man. We don't have the legal power to restrict his movement. I know it's not what you wanted to hear, so call me if you want to know more.
End of messages.
Weird. Yep, he's also a pervert. Hey, if he has a crush on me, maybe he won't kill me?
Cooking something up?
Okay.
Okay, if you were trying to freak me out, guess what? You succeeded.
Fine, I'll follow the creepy fucking balloons. That was probably given by a clown man. Oh, it's the exact thing that she had. Was it this one?
Fuck.
Yeah. Alright, where's the next balloon? I need to not go that way. Oh, fuck. I don't have control. Oh, hey. At least she has a flashlight.
You guys. Whoa, this is weird.
This is a cutscene.
Hey, guys, come on! Oh, I'm done with this. I really don't appreciate the silent treatment here.
Hello, Samantha. Looking for me? I don't think you'll have much luck by looking, Samantha. You're only going to see what I want you to see. And I have quite a lot to show you.
What is going on?
Open your eyes.
Oh my god.
She's quite beautiful, isn't she?
What are you doing out there?
A beautiful bathing bird.
Why
Do you think she has any idea what lies ahead? Do you think these were the last happy moments of this?
Wait, am I supposed to be seeing something?
Why are you showing this to me?
Why are you watching?
Josh!
How does it make you feel?
Oh my god, what did you do?
I'm going to give you 10 seconds. 9.
No,
8.
no.
7.
Please, no!
Sam.
Oh, fuck, I didn't realize I had to aim. I didn't realize I had to aim! Of course I would have to aim. Of course I would have to aim! The bat! The bat! Oh, I forgot to get the bat.
Are you kidding me? No handle?
Grab it, girl! Grab it!
Get out!
Shit. Get up, get up, get up, get up, get up! Can I actually go the right way, please? Can you move? I wish I had a towel like hers. Let's run.
Oh, fuck. Fuck.
No!
Now, that was exciting, wasn't it? Well done!
No! Did it... No! Did it save? Please don't save. No. Fuck this game.
Now, that was exciting, wasn't it? Well done. Your game seems to be going very well.
No, it's not. I can't even save Scum because you don't have
good
that.
Work. We did exploring the source of your fear.
No saves.
And
It
you've
won't
just
let
gone
me.
and used it for ill. Mm-hmm. Your overwhelming fear of the dark. You have turned it against these people who use it desperately.
Enjoy that. I don't enjoy it.
Has it been worth it?
I don't. Is she dead? I really hope she's not dead. Vengeance. Oh shit.
What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do?
Relax. You're just here. This one. Check us out is all.
No, Matt. They're gonna hurt us.
What the fuck is going on? Oh, I'm supposed to go forward. It wasn't giving me a prompt.
Just walk slow. It's okay.
What the fuck? Why was it wanting me to aim at its neck? Sometimes doing the best thing is nothing, because I'm not fucking killing a deer. No. Wait. Whatever. Oh, I'm Emily now.
If we do manage to get someone on the radio,
We will.
then we tell them we need help. What do we
Duh.
do while we wait?
We go back to the lodge and get everyone else.
Oh God, not the lodge.
It transitions a lot without
here in
telling
case
you to
whoever
keep you
they
on your
need
toes.
To get back in touch with us.
Yeah.
Let's get that radio working first.
I do like the immersiveness of it. If it didn't have the lag issues, I would like it. Ooh, that was jarring. A little bit jarring. I would like it a little bit better. I don't feel like that was needed there. That felt like a loading.
Oh, that's freaking bright.
No kidding.
I can't see. What is that?
It's just a security light. Motion sensor, probably.
Okie dokie. My second playthrough of this game, I'm going to be so awesome. Because I'll know what to do. Up we go, I guess. Is he not gonna follow us? You're leaving your axe. You are an idiot.
Why is it so windy all of a sudden?
I feel like these ladders should have cages. The brethren. Yeah, it had an option to say I was scared of ravens earlier. Obviously, I didn't. I should have, though, because then he would have had ravens coming around. Because this asshole had a jar of a snake after I said I don't like snakes. But whatever. How do I know when it saves? Because I actually have book club.
Yeah.
And I nearly forgot about it until I just now looked at the time. So, there is that. I have that in 10 minutes. So I need to wrap up. No ending. Honestly, I want to keep streaming. I really do, honestly. But honestly, I just want to keep streaming. But book club is just me and 2 other people. And I don't have a reason to, like, not do the book club. Don't listen to Boy, listen to me. Well, it's me, my dad, and my brother. Maybe you think I should just be honest with them and be like, hey, I'm streaming. I'm really in the zone and I want to keep streaming. Is it okay if we postpone? You think they'd probably be fine with that? But I'll ask them if it's important to them. I'll ask them if it's important to them, and then if it is, I will stop, and if it isn't, we will keep going. I will. Ads, dismiss. This is important. You guys need to know if I'm gonna keep going or not. This is important. I need to know. What? No, I pressed snoozed. Okay, okay. It says they're snoozed for 5 minutes. Okay. You snooze them? Thank you, Blue. They've been snoozed. Okay. I will wait for their response. Put that where I can see it. You said, but this just gets rid of the pop and doesn't stop. Oh. Okay. Oh, I don't want to use my mouse. Okay. Is there anything important? Aha! Radio!
Come on.
Why is there a flickering light? Why is the light flick?
No.
What is that? Why?
Power. Gotta be a switch or something
Why is...
around here.
Please stop flashing like that, please.
So, no power.
Whoop! Wind made the door go boop. Aha! Nice.
Oh, fuck yeah, here we go.
Nice work.
Okay, score 1 for Matt.
Nice.
Ranger service for Blackwood County. Over.
Hello? Anyone there? Hello?
Over.
Please say something if you're out there, please. We need
You can
help.
hear them,
Over,
Emily.
over. Shit. Oh my god. Thank god. We need help, please.
Hello, is someone trying to contact us? This is the Park Ranger service for Blackwood County. I'm not getting your signal very well. Please speak slowly and clearly. Over.
Please, 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 please help. Oh my god, we're stuck on Blackwood Mountain and there's a maniac.
If you can hear this, please repeat your message as I'm unable to understand what you are saying.
We need help, please.
Hello? Can you please identify yourself? Over.
Okay, we gotta calm down.
God, okay. This is... My name is Emily. Hello?
You're not coming through clearly. Please repeat. Over.
We're on Blackwood Mountain
Okay,
by the ski lodge.
we gotta survive.
After us, he's already killed one of our friends. Oh god, please help. You've gotta help us.
Did we do the right thing? What did it do? In self-defense. Oh. Oh!
Something tripped the motion sensor. Probably a fucking deer.
I read you, ma'am. Please do not leave your position. We will send out helicopters to get you as soon as the storm has subsided. Over.
Nice.
When? How long?
Dawn, at the earliest. Not until dawn. Over.
Oh, we dead.
Oh my god, he's
Did on it? I don't know. Oh, I got a reply. I got a reply. My dad says go ahead and stream and we'll circle back. All right. All right, we're good. We're good. As we're gonna start, I'm gonna get more water. It's low. This is perfect timing. We'll be right back. The clip player does seem to be having a little bit of issues, so if it's laggy, it's because of the game. And we'll be right back for more. Zichi? Okay, I guess I'm gonna try to get back to the ship without him then. Okay, so here's...
What the? Okay, my brother also responded. He also said to just stream and have fun. You know, I used to really overthink things and be like, oh, I have to have an excuse. And I would stress out, and then I'd be like, oh, I hope they don't find out that I was doing an excuse. But as I've lived on my own and made good friends, like Blue and Gihan, good friends. And there was one time, I can't remember how we got into it, but I was in the back seat of the car because obviously Blue and Barb were in the front. And I was talking about like a similar situation about not wanting to do something to be like, oh, I need an excuse. And Gihan was like, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he was like, do you? And in the smart bird way, he was like, do you? Do you need an excuse? And no, I don't know, I'm just a better, less anxious person. Been over a year since I've been out on my own, and I feel like I've become just a more adult, better, around good influences of the peoples and all that. And it's been good because that was so easy. I was like, oh, what should I say? What should I do? How do I handle this? And I was like, you know what? I can just be straightforward. I don't need to say there's a reason. I'm gonna leave my office door open because it's hot in here. My computer warms up the whole room. All right. I think we're finally getting to the Wendigo part. Oh, fire. Get off the window. Shit, I wasn't expecting it. Give me a second chance. Give me a second chance.
Oh shit!
Ooh. Emily's dead. One quick time event.
Oh, fuck. Damn it!
She's dead. That's such bullshit. Emily? Oh, she's alive!
I'm coming! I'm coming! Em, this is pretty unsteady over here.
Matt, you've got to do something right now. What are you waiting for?
I'm thinking! Let me think!
Don't think, you idiot. Just get me out of here.
You're gonna be okay.
Emily, you're upset. You need to calm down. You're gonna be fine.
Ah, stop talking. I can't take it.
Stop yelling at me and let me work this out.
We got this. We got this. It's fine.
Yeah, you just take all the time you need. Not like I'm going anywhere.
It's
I'm
fine.
gonna try and get to you and pull you up.
Now, will you please get me off this goddamn tower? Please, 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 Matt, just do something!
I'm coming. Here.
Shit. Oh, shit.
Oh.
Matt!
I don't want to tip it.
No, I can't. I have to save her.
Oh. Come on.
Jesus.
Come on. Emily! Oh, fuck.
I wanted to save her.
Lily.
I missed one?
No.
Did that kill her?
Emily! Emily!
No. Hi, JT.
Get off! Get off! Ah, let go! Let go!
No! I looked away. I looked away. I looked away. Looking away. Wait, where's my heart rate monitor? I just looked back. There it is.
She was.
I did not.
I don't know. I didn't see her. She must have come down here.
She lies.
Either.
I gave.
Did that just happen?
I gave the wolf a bone.
Around here.
Actually. And I
Chris.
petted him.
What?
Chris, I just want to say, what happened back there in the shed? I know how hard that was. Josh was your friend.
Ashley, stop.
No, I want to say, thank you. Thank you for saving my life.
Ash, what was I gonna do? Okay, I couldn't let anything happen to you. I couldn't.
What happened?
Ash, you all right?
The tower fell.
Yeah, I know. You and Josh were close, Chris.
Let's just find Sam. Okay, that's what we're doing.
Oh my God.
Ashley, just.
The tower fell and Matt is dead. Matt is dead. Is this the way?
This is so effed up.
I don't have work tomorrow.
Wait a minute. Did you just see that?
Is this girl
Did I see what?
like a medium? Like actually?
What that was that?
It was like a see-through shape, like a ghost.
Oh boy.
I'm serious. Why don't you believe me? I said I saw it. Doesn't that
Through
count
the
for
mouth,
anything?
through a fish hook. Well, actually, it was through his chin, through his head.
Your mind
And
is
I
fried.
looked away because
My mind
I
is
did. I couldn't.
fried. I don't even trust what I've been seeing.
Anyway.
No, you are wrong. I saw it, and I am sure, Chris.
Chris probably doesn't like that.
All right. Maybe you did see something. Let's just keep our heads.
Are we going crazy down here?
It's the only place left Sam could be, Ash.
I wish we could just go find everyone else and.
What if Sam needs us? What if she's in trouble?
Oh God.
Let's go.
Okay, we're fine. We're fine. We're fine. No good rest of the stream. Are you leaving? Oh, you had to go. Wait, no, wait. Oh, you got to go. Okay, yes, you are leaving. Okay, I got to. I didn't read the first word of your message. Sorry. Yes. Have a good day.
Whoa, you gotta be kidding.
What the hell is going on?
Whoa.
Oh my God, that scared me. How did everything get so?
A crunch wrap. Ooh, that
slamming
does sound
and
good.
Candles lighting up out of nowhere, and that specter or whatever.
Ash,
it
Ooh,
was.
there's a thing.
I think you're kind of ignoring what's really happening here.
Don't tell me you didn't see that translate. Look, Chris. You can see in the windows.
See what? It's tiny furniture?
No, it's a whole scene with dolls and everything.
Yeah. Huh, I guess you need a key if you want to play around in there.
Okay. Where do I get the key?
Wait, Chris, the ghost!
What?
Didn't you see it?
No.
You were looking at your phone, you dip. What are you tweeting? Hashtag there's a freaking ghost after us.
Ash, calm down, okay? There is no ghost here. Ghost of what? You're freaked out because of what happened with Josh.
You're not paying attention. I saw it. I saw a ghost, and it looks like Hannah. It looks like Hannah.
Wait, what?
Her baby Bat.
Jesus, Ash, what do you think? They followed us up here from the seance?
I don't know. Maybe
They didn't, because ghosts don't exist, okay?
Oh, okay. Who was talking to us at the seance, Chris?
I don't know. Yay!
What did that?
How does a picture just jump off the wall like that?
I don't know. Where's the bat? Where's the fucking bat? Fine. What am I looking for? What? What? No, I'm not going that way. What? No.
There's no handle.
Dead end.
Wait, what? Oh, did he pick it back up? He picked it back up. Okay, I guess we're going the ghosty way. Get out of my way, Chris! I will stab you. Can you... excuse, girl? Okay. Thank you. Oh, the key. Okay, we got the key.
Ah, here you go. Oh my god! There! Look there, Chris! You can't tell me you didn't see that! See?
That's,
You do see it!
I don't know. I just... This is fucking crazy.
Chris, it's showing us the way. Oh, this is unbelievable. I feel like the ghost wanted me to see this.
What? Whoa. What is going on here?
Oh god, it's like...
It's not like anything. That's us. Hiding there, waiting for Hannah. Last year.
But it's so accurate. I mean, that's exactly where I was sitting, and that's where Matt was.
This was set up by someone. Who was there?
Or someone, or something that was watching us.
Maybe it's a warning. I think someone put this here to mess with us.
No, it has to be the ghost. It's trying to tell us the maniac killed Hannah and Beth.
I think it's this bastard that he's here trying to fuck with our heads.
Why would he set this all up, Chris?
The dolls is
he's
creepy.
Gonna come after us all too. Yikes!
The diary?
It's Hannah's diary. Everyone being together here on the mountain is gonna be so awesome. Cozy fires and hot tubs and OMG, Mike, I am so psyched to spend some time with him. I can't read this. It's so sad, Chris.
Oh, wrong way.
I really think Josh is doing better now that he's out of the hospital. I saw him today. This was a couple months before we all came up. I saw him today and he seemed better. He's pretty upbeat, but he talked like he's been doing therapy for such a long time. I guess I didn't know. Mom and Dad never let on. Funny how you cannot even know your own brother. I kind of need a good cry thinking about how lonely he must feel.
Okay, so we found a diary. I didn't really like that angle with the dolls.
God damn it.
Oh, Greg! Greg!
Nothing.
But you did see it, Chris. For real.
I saw.
Oh, jump
something,
scare.
But where'd it go?
Do you really want to know where it went?
What was that? Huh.
The diary, the Breaking Benjamin. Wait, what's that from? I try to find my place in the.
Wait, there's a whole nother room through here. It's mammoth.
It's from a song.
Chris, I don't know if I want to keep going. Where in the world are we now?
Oh, Diary of Jane. Oh, okay.
Did you know this was here?
This is like a whole nother hotel. I had no idea this was here.
This is where we got fucked. Oh, there's a thingy. Oh. I haven't been able to avoid my totem so far, though. There it is. There it is. There it is. What is this? Okie dokie. Okie dokie.
I don't think I can take any more of this.
Yeah.
Doo doo doo. Thank you so much for the follow. RC. I'm gonna call you RC.
I'm about at my limit here too.
All I wanted to do was forget last year ever happened and...
To be honest, I'm not sure what Hannah thought she was doing.
Yeah, well, you know how it is when you're crushing pretty hard on somebody.
Great, so you're basically saying that we put a vulnerable friend in a terrible
We?
situation
You were
and essentially
unconscious.
caused her to run away and never to be heard from again.
If it was you, don't you think you would have run away? I mean, who likes being made fun of?
People don't make fun of me.
To your face.
What?
Chris, we made her look so stupid in front of all of her friends and the guy she liked. I can't imagine doing anything worse to somebody.
We're doing pretty good. Playing this game for the first time. I'm doing my best and failing. And oh, this is shiny.
Oh no.
What is it?
Sam's bracelet. And she never takes this thing off.
We gotta find her.
Fast.
I swear, if a timer pops up in this game, I'm losing my shit. Okie dokie, here we go.
You know what? No.
Ash.
No, I've had enough. I'm not going down.
Pausing because it got too cold in my room and I have to close my door, even though I opened it because it got too hot. But the airflow is too powerful. And I have to pause because you never know when a QuickTime event will go off.
Any further into this nightmare, Chris.
Ashley, I understand, okay? I'm really freaked out too, but if Sam's
Here we
down
go.
there all alone with a maniac and we leave, we're basically killing her ourselves.
Okay, let's go find her. Oh, she's more brave now.
Damn it.
Ashley, come on.
Why are you always right?
I'm not always right.
Well, when you're right, you're right.
I don't want to be. I want to leave.
No. We've got to find Sam. Let's go.
I'm not gonna leave Sam. She's my favorite. Can't believe I let her down. Hang on, my shirt's being silly. There we go. Whoa! Controls. Work, please. Game isn't controlling like how I feel it should.
Chris, I'm getting a really weird feeling from all of this.
What do you mean?
It just doesn't add up.
What doesn't add up?
Any of this, the psycho, all this crazy stuff going on down here, I feel like we've missed something. Something that'll make it all connect.
I know what you mean, but I mean, who knows what that would be?
Yeah, I guess you're right.
God damn it, I've missed something. Oh, there's a thing. Is it this thing? Oh, is she dead? I find Sam dead. I'm gonna cry.
That's us.
I mean, what is this? Like a fucking hit list? Christ.
I didn't know there were scissors. Where did I miss them? Did I go back? Fuck, I probably can't. It's had the butterfly effect. Can I get a different weapon?
Oh no, you've got to be kidding me. Repulsive.
Oh, posture check. Thank you.
Can't be for Edith.
And a
How
stretch.
is that
Ugh.
here?
It's like a goddamn Grindhouse movie in here.
Fuck. We're okay. We're okay.
Hello?
Oh God. Chris, it's from last year.
Hmm?
Stupid prank.
This is a little uncomfortable, huh?
I've never seen this video.
I got your note.
She's just so...
Glad you can make it. So, what?
She's so excited. And alive.
She has no idea.
Oh, jeez.
Wow. Forgot you were such a willful participant.
This is horrible. Couldn't feel worse.
Looks like you were enjoying yourself.
That's the worst part, isn't it? We were just playing a joke. It was supposed to be funny.
It's supposed to be funny.
I never want to see this video ever again.
She's dead though. Because of you.
Oh, Chris.
Oh no.
What is going on?
Ash, slow down, okay?
I can't handle this. Ghosts in these videos and everything just flying
calm down.
around.
Listen to me for a
Ooh,
second.
we're
Calm
good.
down? Why should I calm down, Chris? I am freaking
This
out
has
right
got to
now.
be someone messing with us. Think about it. Ghosts don't hook up video cameras. They don't play games.
Then who would set this all up? Seriously, I'm asking.
I don't know. Maybe the same person who tied you up and killed Josh?
Yeah.
The same person who might have Sam right now.
Maybe you're right.
I wish I wasn't.
If I get a butterfly effect from this, I'm gonna cry because I mean Sam's dead. Okay. I have 2 directions? Okay. Oh, shiny. Ah, it's Sam's notebook. We're just leaving it? I mean, I guess. We're fucked though, because apparently I didn't grab the scissors.
Look at that.
Blood?
might be Sam's. All right, let me see if I can get this. Yeah, I got it, but oh damn, this thing is heavy.
Be careful.
You gotta come through, Ash. I can't hold it. Come on.
Chris!
Wait, what?
I think I just saw Sam over there.
Ash, are you sure?
I don't know, but come on, I think we should check it out.
Well, I'm pretty sure whoever's bleeding came through here, okay? So we really gotta get moving, like now.
I'll catch up to you.
Sam!
Ash!
Chris!
Okay, we're fine. Everything's fine.
Chris, help! I'm stuck!
She's dead. Fuck. Is it not gonna be a don't move thing?
Shit.
Hey.
You scared me. Oh my god.
Yeah, right?
What is that thing?
It's a dummy.
But it's... Why is it...
Wearing Sam's clothes? I have no freaking idea.
Where the hell did it come from?
In the fridge.
Yeah, sure, that makes sense. Why did you bring it with you?
I didn't think you'd believe me. And I think it's, you know, not a good sign.
For Sam?
For any of
Oh, I
us,
don't
but
like
yeah,
this.
Mostly for Sam.
Holy shit, 64.
What do you mean?
The psycho. Chris, I just saw him.
What? Where? Where'd he go?
I don't know, but we've got to be quiet. He's got to be still really close.
Awesome.
Sam?
Oh, Chris. Oh, no.
Hello?
Is she dead?
Sam?
Oh. Okay.
Sam! Chris, is she dead? Holy shit, holy shit.
She's not dead.
How do you know?
She's still breathing.
What the hell is wrong?
And she's been knocked out.
Oh, no. This is bad. We've got to get her out of here. Fred! Oh, shit! No, get...
This isn't fair. I want a quick time. Time.
Oh, shit. Oh, crap. Ash.
Thanks,
Ash?
Blue. Thanks for reminding me.
Shit, I'm gonna murder his fucking face off.
What is this?
This is him.
No, Chris.
This is the guy who killed Josh.
No, God.
You murdering piece of shit! You
Look
monster!
around, we're gonna
There's
die,
a gun.
Chris. I don't think I'm ready to die.
No one is going to die.
I wish I could tell you.
Outlet
It's
kick.
just not
Can you
fair.
make that an emote, Blue?
What? Tell me what?
It's too late. Chris, what's the point?
Stop it. Just say.
We're always talking around it. And now, I mean, we've wasted everything.
Ashley, none of it was wasted.
What do you mean?
Every second that I spent with you was the only thing I ever wanted to do with my time.
What are you saying, Chris?
Sorry. I should have told you how I felt.
Chris.
Make it
Ashley,
on
I swear
Twitch.
when we get out of this. Oh, God.
No.
Ashley, I'll get you out of this. I won't let you die.
Hello there, my special little subjects.
Oh, shit. Don't be scared.
Oh, you should be, Ash. Because here's the twist. Chris has made one fatal choice already today.
No.
And now, he must make another. Chris, you can take that gun in front of you and shoot Ashley, or you can shoot yourself. Whoever is left can live. The choice is yours.
Okay.
Wait! Stop! You can't do it, Chris. It should be me. You chose to save me.
Oh, fuck.
before. Let me choose this time. Let me choose to save you.
Oh.
If I do one last thing in my life, let me do this. Chris, please. Oh God.
Bye.
You have gone too far now. Don't you see? Huh? Don't you see that this torture porn has gone too far? Huh? Now what gives you the right to play God in these people's lives? What makes you so special then? Huh?
No problem sacrificing the men. I mean, don't out me. I'm a girly girl. I'm a girl's girl.
Done for them? Huh? What the hell have you done to them? Psychopath. Psychopath.
I'm just a girl's girl. Lost. I've lost all of them. I've lost basically all the men. Let's see. Matt's dead. Josh is dead. Mike's still alive, actually.
Sam. Wake up.
No way.
Mike, is that you?
Shh. What? Get over here.
She is tied up. Oh, he has the machete.
Hurry.
Oh, I have the machete. Don't drop it. Keep it with you.
Damn, those things were tight. Oh my, thank God you found me.
It's okay. Okay. You okay?
Wait, where is Jessica?
Where's Jessica? She's not with you.
Jessica's dead.
What?
What?
Killed her, Sam. There's some maniac on the mountain who was trying to kill us, all of us, and I swear to God, when everyone is safe and accounted for, I am gonna hunt that fucker down and rip his nuts off one at a goddamn time.
Wow. Listen, this guy who you're talking about, he attacked me.
Obviously.
He showed me these videos too. And one of them showed Josh being killed. Just ripped apart by this huge fucking saw blade.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck is going on around here?
There's a door here. It won't open. Can you unlock it from your side?
Oh, and now I have a backpack. She's still naked! She's not... Oh my God. Are there no clothes in this room? Of course there wouldn't fucking be. Guys, she's doing all of this in a towel. She had only a sock left. She's not even wearing underwear. This is so fucked up. Dude, give her your coat.
Jeez, you look like hell.
Nice to see you
too.
For your coat.
What are you doing?
Well, actually, the towel didn't turn out to be the best outfit for fighting off killer maniacs, you know. Do you mind, Mike?
Oh, right. My bad.
That was fucking fast.
Okay, done. Let's put this thing to bed.
I'm into that.
What's that?
Is that crying?
I thought you shot. What do you mean I can't decide? You shot yourself.
No! No! Get away!
Oh, Chris. Oh, Chris.
What the fuck?
You've heard of blanks before. I mean, really?
Jaw? Wait! What? Then wait! What? He died. So what?
Oh my god, Matt! Matt! Oh, Jesus! Shit!
What the?
Oh, shit!
I mean, it makes sense. I guess they're the reason for his sister's death, but how the fuck did he fake his own death like that? Oh, I did it. Okay.
Shit!
Girl, get the fuck out of the way. Get out! Get up! Oh my god. Get up, go. You dumbass.
Oh, God. Here goes $600. Better be worth it. I look great in that top.
What? Oh. Dex,
Alright.
who the fuck pays $600 for a shirt? I'm glad that the heart rate monitor is being entertaining because it keeps every once in a while shifting and then trying to pinch me. But I do think that it's a interesting thing to have, especially on a horror game. So, I'm just shifting it because it's pinching me. I will say, it's not the most comfortable, but I think that's just because every once in a while I start to slouch because I'm gaming. It's Spike when I got excited. I mean, okay. Nothing. I kind of was expecting a jump scare there. Also, I have no idea if you guys have been hearing my screams, because I've screamed, I think, 3 times. Locked. Can I not? Hello? It wasn't giving me like a prompt. Fine. On the phone with me as you go through a tunnel, but you're scared of the dark. I'm not gonna miss a weapon. Not gonna miss a weapon. That f***ing picture! Oh, a weapon? It's a totem. Okay. That's gonna make a loud noise. Oh my god. I don't trust that elevator. Nope.
The hell?
Okay. Okay. Really don't know if I should go that way. Oh, I don't know what way to go. Alright, okay, fine. That's fine. Everything's fine. Elevator is probably gonna make a lot of noise. Up. 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 Upsy daisy. It's not working. I'm stuck. I cannot move. Up. 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 Okay. Guess we have to use the elevator because I cannot move. Oh, that's nice. I like art save there. I don't like how the bugs are forcing me to make certain choices.
Shit!
knew it.
How do I get this thing on?
Okie dokie. Well, that didn't work. Hopefully now that I've done that, it'll let me go up. Oh my god. Are we gonna be stuck? Are you kidding me? Are you shitting and joking me right now? Wait, what's this do? I don't think I can use that actually. Why did I have to interact with this fucking ladder and make me go up? Oh! Oh, it's working! It's working! It's working! I should not be this excited for a basic functioning game. It was bugging out so bad. Huh. That's what I expected to happen with the elevator. I saw the skull before she did, so... Hey, at least she was being smart earlier, not immediately using her phone for a flashlight. And instead ripped her shirt to make a torch. Turn off your flashlight. Why would you say hello to that? Put your phone in your pocket and get ready to run.
Weird. Really weird.
Oh. No, I heard a scary thing, actually. I got this. Everything is fine. My hands are sweating. My hands are sweating. Oh my gosh. Okay, hang on. Let me just... Hang on. Let me drink some water. I think the thing about the heart rate monitor is that it's slightly delayed because it has to, you know, sense my heart rate. It tells it to my phone, which tells it to the browser source, which tells it to my OBS. Okay. Are we heading towards it? I really don't want to be doing that. Oh, Matt is dead. I'm not going that way. Apparently I am. After I get this item. A totem! It's white. That's good. What the? How am I what? That gives me nothing to go on. Nothing. Nothing. Gets shot in the eye, I guess? She has the sense.
Come on, for fuck's sake. Son of a bitch.
Don't let them do that? Yeah. Thanks, Blue. Thank you. You know what? You're so right. I didn't think about that.
Jesus shit!
Why am I going near it? The only way for me to go. Hey, here's my torch. Am I about to die?
Oh my god, finally something works.
Everything is awesome. We're so close to the Wendigos. I know it. The thing is that I know some random scenes. Not the actual decisions, just a random ass scene, and I don't know when it is. But there's one scene I know, and I am 70% sure it involves Emily, but I can't quite remember, but I'm pretty sure because this is the kind of area it was. But that was pre-remake, so... Run, bitch, run. 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 Just fucking run. Actually, you know what? It hasn't seen you yet. You're fine. Conserve your energy.
Shit.
Sorry, I went quiet because the music did the thing.
Lovely. Danger is my middle fucking name.
Wait a minute. The Rock.
That's exactly a year ago. What does this mean?
One of them didn't die. Can I... excuse you? Look at the thing!
Oh, Jesus.
Beth is dead. I knew it. If I let go... Oh, wait. That means Hannah's a vengeful Wendigo. Oh, I'm in a cutscene. That was a decisive moment, I guess. Okay. Oh. I don't want to. It won't let me press B.
Oh God! Oh God! Beth, no! Oh God, Beth, no! Come on, let's go!
It's going pretty fast, honestly.
No! God, please don't come this way.
Get back.
What did that do? What did I do? What was the status? Oh no! What did it do? Oh, this is it. This is the scene.
Oh God!
Bro, you are so obvious. Oh my god.
Josh.
Josh!
Josh.
Oh, very good. Every one of you, you got my name. And after all you've been through, good. I mean, how does that feel? Right? How does it feel? Do you enjoy feeling terrorized, humiliated? I mean, panicked? All those emotions that my sisters got to feel 1 year ago? Only guess what? They didn't get to laugh it off. No. Nope. No. They're gone.
I don't know if you noticed this, Josh, but none of us are laughing.
Oh, come. Why the long faces?
Oh,
Come on.
he didn't actually
Get the heart racing every
need
now
to kill
and then,
them.
right? And race, they did. I mean, every one of you just pitter pat. I hope you appreciated my little phantasmagorical spectacle. I mean, no detail too small, no opportunity missed. It was such a delight to play the puppet master to all of your Pavlovian panic. and all that gore. I mean, gore. There was gore galore. Fake bodies. I mean, God, that shit was expensive. And no retakes. Nope. Only double takes. Oh, you should have seen your faces. Hook, line, and sinker for every little stinker.
Oh.
Josh, why are you doing this?
Yeah, don't even ask this squirrely little runt.
He's got no clue. He's out of his fucking tree.
He's definitely off his meds.
Oh, come on, you guys. Revenge is the best medicine.
You're done.
Mike, he's sick.
What? Come on, you guys are all gonna thank me when you guys become internet sensations.
Wait, what?
Oh, you better believe this little puppy's going viral, ladies and germs. I mean, we got unrequited love. We got blood. I don't think there's enough hard drives in China to count all the views we're gonna get, you guys.
What are you talking about, you asshat? Jessica's fucking dead.
What?
Did you hear me? Jessica is dead. And you are gonna fucking pay, you dick!
Yeah, but that wasn't him. That was the Wendigo.
Guys, come on. Seriously, this is crazy, you know?
Shut up.
Chris, bro.
I'm not your bro.
Where are we going? Where are you guys taking me?
Locking you up, bro.
What?
So you can't do anything stupid before we call the police in the morning.
Come on. I didn't do anything.
Are you serious, bro? You goddamn murderer is what you are.
I didn't do it. Michael, please, just listen to me, man. I did not hurt Jessica.
You know what, man? You need to shut up.
Chris, hey, come on.
He did. He did drug several people.
Stop. Don't say that.
Oh, fine. Be a dick.
Oh my god.
You only see what you want to see. You're
Stop talking.
You are
Dude.
it's not my fault. You suckers can't take a joke.
Oh, wait. Did I hurt you? Did you feel a little bit of pain?
Right now, I am so
sorry. Stop it.
Jesus, dude.
Stop. Michael, I'm sorry, man. I can't tell you how sorry I am that something happened to Jessica, but I swear to you, I have no idea what happened to her.
What? I can't even listen?
Shut the fuck up, Josh. You can't talk your way out of this one.
I knew I didn't like Josh. I knew I got bad vibes from him. I knew I got bad vibes. I knew it. I said it in the beginning. I fucking knew it.
not dicking around.
I fucking knew it.
This is not how it's supposed to go down. You're just a bunch of bullies. You can't hang out a guy just to dry like this, guys. Huh? Not like you got the guts to really do anything about
The
it.
acting is really good. You're right.
Oh, stuff it. You're the biggest coward there is.
Uh-huh. I did something. I made you believe in the world I created. And I showed you parts of yourself you were too afraid to visit.
You manipulated us. You tricked us. You hurt your friends. And you did it all while you hid in the shadows. You're a coward, Josh. That's all you are.
I don't actually want anyone else to die, so...
Okay, tie me up now, okay.
Stay still,
right,
man.
Right, still. Well, can't tie them up if they just wiggle around.
Gosh, dude.
I need me a little wiggle room, huh?
What does it take to shut you up?
Oh, not so tight, okay? Not so tight, okay? Okay, wiggle around. Plastic ties, that's where it's...
What? In God's name, is he talking about? This is hard to watch.
For hostage type scenario.
You ever
He's crazy.
Guaranteed for at least 3 hostages or your money back. Everybody's stupid. Stupid. Chris and Ash. Chris is an ass. Ashley's a dum-dum.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Well, I said you're a dummy.
What is wrong with you?
Oh, Ashley.
Ashley, I can't out of this. I won't let you die.
Oh, I never imagined in my wildest dreams that you liked me.
Oh, yeah, he's insane.
You know what that sound is? It's the sound of never kissing Ashley, you pussy!
Stop!
Yeah, you know, you might as well let Ashley sleep with Mike. I mean, at least he's got some notches in his belt, you know? He'll treat her right! You're fucking pathetic, Christopher!
I'm gonna beat his head off.
Don't listen to him. Not worth it.
Hey, Mike. Mike.
Just leave him.
Mike! What? What happened with Jess, Mike?
You know what happened.
No, I don't. I got a problem, Mike. I don't remember killing Jess.
Christ.
No, I mean, like, I feel like I would remember killing her, you know? She's so soft. And she's probably got, like, a really tight bod. Shut your fucking mouth!
Whoa!
Seriously?
What?
Did you think I was gonna shoot him?
No.
Come on, Chris. You know me better than that.
Yeah, Chris, you know me better than that.
Yeah, well, just next time give me a heads up, all right?
Oh, you poor little piggies. You can't even get your good cop, bad cop routine to work. Leave it to the pros, bros!
Oh my
Why
goodness.
don't you go back to the lodge? Make sure everything's
He's
all right.
definitely...
Stay here with this.
He probably went crazy after he lost his sisters and he found out what happened to them.
Can we order pizza?
Yeah,
You sure
he's
you're
lost
okay?
it.
Yeah. I want to know everything's fine back there.
Yeah, you're right. See you in the morning.
I don't know, I feel like if I hit him, it would have been bad. I don't know. I do want pizza now. Oh. Pizza sounds good. Three hours until dawn.
No, stay away!
Use these and get the hell out of here. Now!
Did she at least grab the thing?
Oh, shit. Oh, shit.
At least she has the thing. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up, pick it up!
All right. Oh my god. All right, let's go.
Okay, you're so fucking dead. What's this? What does it say? Okay, that was useless. Haha! Not gonna be like something important over here, is there? I knew it. A totem. Found it. Found it. There we go. Okie dokie. Blink reminder. Thank you. Peer pressured her. Oh, I did really want to keep going. Thank you for the blink reminder. And then Blue made it easy. Yeah, I got deer pressured. Good night. Oh, it's fine. I don't work tomorrow. And it's only 7. Oh, from the scaries. Oh yeah, it's too late. Oh my god. You guys couldn't hear that because it was too high pitched, but I made the little squealy noise that people do when they don't like something. Another totem? Found it. Okay, so that's danger. That looks like the danger. Maybe I don't go to the danger. The danger is the only way to go to the dead. I don't want to. Fine. I'll just be prepared, I guess.
Okay. Okay, this is gonna be the way.
No! Damn it! Just keep running! Just keep... I didn't know which way to go, and I think...
Oh. God. Oh, God.
I'm a dumbass. I'm a dumbass. You want me to sit right now? Thank you, honey. I needed it. Get off, get off, get off! my... Oh no, I don't think it's working. Uh-oh. Ooh. Might turn that off. Ooh. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna turn that redeem off. I'm sorry. Can you refund Honey's points on that, please? Hang on. Red pads. Emotional damage. Bonk. The deer dance. There it is. Turn it off. No, you're good. You're good. It's because this game wasn't ported correctly, as Gion said. What do you mean failed? I totally succeeded. Staying on that thing would have given it a clear shot, so no. I got bit. I think I survived though, so that's fine. The quick times are a little bit hard since there was Oh, I accidentally got rid of a quick... Oh, shit. Okay. I'll try not to pause then. I didn't even see it.
Crap. What now?
Let her in, quick!
It's Em.
Shut the door! Oh my god, shut the door!
Are you alright?
I didn't think that I'd make it.
You were screaming bloody
Are
murder.
you okay?
You totally was. There was something.
Where's Matt? Come, sit down, sit down.
Something's out
Did you
there.
guys split up?
A monster, it's a
Wait.
monster.
Wait, a monster?
What are you talking about?
I said there's something out there.
Ash, relax. It was Josh. It was all Josh.
No, listen to me.
We got him tied up. He can't hurt you.
No, it was after me and it wasn't human.
Hold on. Em, can you tell us exactly what happened?
I am trying.
All right, played out so differently than how yours went.
We were
Oh,
climbing up the
neat.
tower and it fell. The whole tower just fell right into the mines.
Whoa. What mines?
There are these mine shafts all over, running under everything. When the tower fell, we ended up down there.
I don't understand. The tower fell?
How'd it fall?
I was walking down there in the mines, and it was dark, and I found this pile, and there was Beth's head.
Wait, what?
Beth's head, I found it.
Oh my god.
What the fuck?
Are you serious?
Yes, I'm serious. I think they fell down there.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
But the worst part is I don't think that Hannah died, like, from the fall, not right away. Wait, what do you mean?
Wow. This played out so differently from how mine went, Gion says. Yeah, I did all the quick time events, no problem, Gion says. Thanks.
I don't know, I feel like she was down there, like, starving to death for weeks. When we were all up here looking for her, and we had no idea.
That's horrible.
Listen, in the tower there was a radio, and I got through to someone, but then that was right when the tower collapsed.
You made it.
Oh God,
Yeah,
Mike.
barely.
Some of the quick time events will bait me? What do you mean bait me?
Monster that was chasing her.
She's all messed up.
Actually, don't answer that. I'll figure it out.
Emily? Hey, Em?
Whoa.
Josh.
Jess?
It's not Jess.
Sorry, man, but who is it? I don't know. We should check it out. I got your back.
From back here.
Let me have the pistol, because I mean, you could take whoever it is through sheer good looks and muscle and all that. Just, I should have the pistol.
When you put it that way. Here. Don't shoot yourself in the foot.
Funny, you should get your own show.
Ah, shit! Chris,
Hey,
shoot him,
freeze! No, you can't. Yes, you can.
Okay, everybody, just calm down.
I feel like shooting him's not the move.
There. Go on, move. Let me say what I came to say. I'm here to tell you what you're up against being back on this mountain. You should never have returned. I don't know why you did after what happened last year.
You mean with Hannah and Beth?
Yeah, how could you know without being involved?
Or responsible.
You hold on to your horses. I don't take kindly to you kids coming up here to my mountain.
Your mountain. Huh. I'm sure the Washingtons would be very surprised to hear that.
Well, the mountain don't belong to me, it's true. But it don't belong to the Washingtons.
It belongs
This
to the
mountain
monsters.
belongs to the Wendigo.
Yep.
Who?
What's he talking about?
The hell's a Wendigo?
Let's hear him out.
Not like we have a choice.
Now, I'm only gonna tell you this once. It doesn't matter to me if you believe it or not. I got reasons I want to get it off my chest.
See? I told you. He's guilty as shit. Guilty as something.
Shut up, Mike.
There is a curse that dwells in these mountains. Should any man or woman resort to
Bye, honey.
cannibalism in these woods,
Bye-bye.
the spirit of the Wendigo shall be unleashed.
Oh, crap.
You're gonna need to find somewhere safe.
The basement might be okay.
Okay, get down there now, all of you, and wait.
What? Why? For how long?
Until dawn.
Guys, I ran off and left Josh when I heard screaming.
Where did you leave him?
In the shed.
Your friend will already be dead.
No, he can't be.
Deerstream, yeah. Deerstream.
Not gonna happen quickly on this mountain.
No, I'm gonna go get him.
You can't go out there, Chris.
I'm supposed to be his best friend, and I let him down.
No, he let you down, Chris. He let all of us down.
I don't care. I'm going to get him.
And I'll go with you.
I don't need your help.
He going alone is suicide.
Fine.
The rest of you, get down to the basement. Be safe. And don't go outside again until we're back. You don't seem to understand the magnitude of the situation.
Game title
I'm going to get
definitely
Josh,
mentioned.
aren't I?
No, I'm going to get Josh. You're going to help me. Do you understand?
Yeah, I think so.
You need to follow me and do everything I tell you. this is the end. You point towards the thing you want to kill.
I know how to use a shotgun, man.
No, you don't.
What? How do you know?
Trust me, I know.
Hey. Come back safe.
Kiss! Yeah!
In a hurry, son.
Kiss! Mwah!
See you soon. So tell me, you're the expert on these things. What's the guy got to know?
You just be careful. You follow my lead.
So,
Okie dokie.
how many times do I have to shoot it with the shotgun before it's dead?
Well, you'll be shooting it a long time.
You mean this thing won't even kill it?
No, and it'll slow it down.
Well, how do you kill it?
They don't like fire.
I don't like fire.
They fear it, and it can kill them if you have to. See, their skin is like, it's like tough armor, unless you burn it off first.
It's gross. Well, what are these things like? I mean, are they just crazy unpredictable, or, I mean, can you figure out what they're gonna do?
Well, they adhere to some patterns, like any animal or human.
Well, you mean like how? Like they've got schedules?
Well, they only hunt at night.
Oh. Why?
I didn't ask.
Any, pro Wendigo tips? Like if I rub garlic all over me, they won't be able to smell me or something?
They'll still smell you.
Anything like that?
They can't see you if you're standing still. It's like toads. Sight is based on changes of movement in their field of vision.
So if I don't move, I'm basically invisible.
Yeah.
Oh, he's dead.
Oh no. Damn it, what happened?
He's gone. We're too late.
Quiet. We gotta go. Right now.
We gotta find Josh. He could still be out there.
First, the Wendigo. He'll render you immobile. And then he strips the skin off of your entire body, piece by piece. And then he keeps you alive and aware and feasts on your organs, one piece at a time.
So the lodge then.
Yeah. Let's go now. It might still be near.
Why am I not?
Wait. Don't move. Very quiet.
No, I totally didn't move.
Go now! Now! Back! Back!
God damn!
And we're right out in the open. We gotta get out of here.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
Oh, the totem.
Oh shit. Suck it.
In Christ.
Ah! Ah! Oh, shit. Huh?
Okay. Okay.
Oh, man. Ash! Ash! Oh, thank God, please, let me in quick!
Chris!
my god, what happened?
I didn't move it! I didn't move it! They didn't give me like enough seconds! Hang on. That wasn't fair! I totally moved it to the right quickly! It was annoying. No, I don't want to auto succeed. I just want it to be not rigged. Ugh. Man. He dead. Even though I totally got the thing.
What took you so long?
It's not so good up there right now.
Understatement of the night.
Chris, where's the flamethrower guy?
Yeah,
He didn't make it?
No. What happened?
the thing, it tore him apart. Right in front of me.
God.
All right. These all the doors?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
What are you looking for?
Another way out.
Mike, look, I really don't think that's a good idea. We should stay put right here until dawn. At least we're safe down here.
Oh, yeah? All wrapped up like a little present with a bow on top for that thing to tear us apart on Christmas morning?
People will come for us in the morning.
You don't sound so sure.
That is what'll happen, right, Em?
Yeah, I mean, right?
Well, you can wait. I'm leaving.
Mike, there's no key for the cable car.
Josh. He's gotta have it.
Josh?
One of his dirty little tricks.
Great. Great.
If that fucking thing got a hold of Josh, then we're shit out of luck.
I don't know, Mike. It's possible.
What's possible?
It may have taken him down to the mine.
What?
I saw some horrible stuff down there. I think it's where that thing lives, and... Huh.
Em? What?
Fuck it. I'm gonna get that key right from that thing's goddamn bedroom, and then I'm gonna get us all the hell out of here.
And what is all that?
It's, that old guy's bag.
Is that a map?
That guy was prepared for anything.
Not quite.
What is this place?
Oh my god.
Wait. What is that?
I was down there. It was horrible.
You were?
There'd been a cave-in in the 50s, I guess, and these miners got trapped down there.
Oh my god.
Some of them survived, but like 15 of them didn't make it. There was this reporter, and I think he figured out there'd been some like big cover-up going on. And I'm not sure what it means, but I found this chair. Dried blood all over the place, like somebody'd been tortured.
Michael, I'd like to maybe focus on how we're gonna get the fuck out of
We
here,
got
please.
this.
I'm just saying, it's weird how much crazy shit's gone on up here.
What's weird is that there's a tunnel leading from the lodge to the sanatorium, see?
That's how I got back here.
I saw this when I was down there. That's where it lives. What is... Huh? What is that?
Ash.
Oh my god, oh my god, It's nothing. It just bit me and...
It bit you? What bit you?
The Wendigo.
The what?
It's nothing, really. It's not a big deal.
You okay?
Shit.
It doesn't hurt anymore, really. It's not that bad.
Em, if that thing bit you...
I know what you're thinking, and I'm fine.
Are you?
Yes.
Emily, at least let us check it out.
Emily, if the Wendigo bit you, you could turn into one of those things.
This isn't fucking
Said it
zombies.
was from eating each other. Remember, he said that.
Is that how it works?
Yes, it happens. If it bit you, you're gonna turn into one, and then you're gonna turn on us. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
That's not what he said.
Can't be down here with us.
What? Mike!
You gotta go.
He said if you do the cannibalism. Did you not fucking listen?
Emily, you can't stay here.
Mike, just cool your head, okay? We don't know if it works like that. Maybe it's just a bite.
I've seen what these fuckers can do, and I don't want to see it again.
What is this? Guys, what are you doing?
Door's right here. I am letting you do this voluntarily.
Nope.
Oh,
Oh no, you're just making yourself feel better about sending me to my death since you know there's a Wendigo out there ready to rip me to pieces like it did with.
Okay, oh my god, will you just go? Go, get out of here!
Whoa, okay.
Whoa!
Whoa. Mike, calm down.
You're gonna shoot me? Mike, me?
This is the safe room, Em.
Please.
It is not safe as long as you're in it. Not for us.
Don't do this!
I'm really sorry.
No! No! Why can't I move away? Oh, thank God.
Fuck, I can't do this.
Keep forgetting it's the fucking right stick to move!
Oh my god.
You did the right thing.
I hope you did.
Maybe. For now.
No dead. No dead. Less people dead.
Keep an eye on her. If you see anything weird, you guys know what to do.
Yeah.
No one leave. Okay? It's not safe out there. I'll be back soon.
You're dead, bro.
What the hell? You okay?
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I thought that he was gonna help us.
The flamethrower dude?
Now we don't have a chance.
No, guys, it just means we've got to be tough. We've got to do this on our own.
I don't know if I can.
Oh, I'm Ashley.
This guy's a little OCD.
Wait, what? What did it say about mimicking?
Oh no, 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 no.
I mean, you'll be okay.
It says that the bites,
If it bites you, it's not infectious. It doesn't do anything.
Let me see that.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It says you'll be okay.
It says what?
You're gonna be fine.
Fine, Mike almost shot me. Is that
He
fine?
didn't shoot you.
And this bitch almost let him.
Hey, that's not fair. She was scared.
I'm the one who's scared.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Emily. I didn't know what was going to happen. None of us know.
What do you mean you hope I read that well? Book? Book? No. Aha! Okay. Okay, so trapped in the mouth of fish from the strongest man is kinetic kills. He will kill often not soon as happened many years ago. Okay. tribe, the Cree. The shamans tell stories of a tall creature born in ice. The tribe respected the mountain, and all the animals which lived in the mountain became sacred to the Cree. Every animal became sacred. Also, the Cree believed it was bad luck to harm an animal in the mountain and would hunt elsewhere. The mountain cried out, and the spirit was released. Oh no! Wendigo's eyes changed. Wait. About how to fight and trap, they become both sharper and more dim. The Wendigo sees movement. It is a hunter like a hawk, but it cannot see stillness. Keep totally still when the Wendigo and flesh are hard like armor, but they seem to feel no pain. They cannot be cut or stabbed. Bullets will not pierce their skin, though a shotgun will keep them at bay. Because the Wendigo is mutated from human and knows how to hunt us. It can perfectly mimic its prey. You must remain sharp and disciplined. Mimic its prey. 6 Wendigo snipes and bullets will not harm them. Use a flamethrower as the best weapon. Fire envelops them, burns away their skin, makes them weak. But try not to kill them. Killing a Wendigo should be the last resort. Death releases the Wendigo spirit into the oil. Contain them. I used traps to catch them and fire to drive them in the cages. The traps were baited with human limbs from those who had no further use of them. There may be defenses. Shamans wrote of rituals. I have found native artifacts on the mountain to copy them. Totems, bunches of herbs and feathers. I copied the designs. I have tested them out of the mountain. Out on the mountain they work. They keep the Wendigo at bay. Not entirely, but enough. But inside buildings they do not work. The legends say that the Wendigo grows from the bite of another Wendigo, but the bite is harmless. Okay.
No excuse for this. Please try to understand. Understand the palm of my hand, bitch.
That was deserved.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Shit.
I got an achievement for Emily slapping her.
Shit. We've got to get to Mike. Like now.
That camera's still recording? Oh my god. I mean, the red light. Hey.
Oh, Joshua, you should have listened to me. Because of your choices, people have died. I don't know which is worse, actively triggering events that lead to someone's death, or passively allowing a tragedy to occur. Because you couldn't lift a goddamn finger to help someone else.
Sam's my favorite too.
Remember last year? Huh? How you left your poor sisters to die? You did nothing to help them.
He was asleep.
Paralyzed by your own self-centered fear, while a real threat was closing in. Now it's all about you, Josh. It's always all about you. Your game has gone terribly wrong. And your friends, like your sisters, have deserted you. You're all alone.
Oh, spoiler alert. Gion likes the blonde-haired baddie. Who could have seen that coming? Not me. Can you tell I'm being sarcastic?
Why did you hurt them? Joshua, why did you hurt them? But they didn't hurt you, Joshua. Not intentionally. They made a stupid mistake, and a terrible tragedy befell your sisters. They did not intend for that to happen. It just did. And they were sorry, at least, until you subjected them to your night of horrific torture. Just a game?
Ooh. Second chance? Not remorseful. Oops.
But it's a game that has driven you to one of your own deepest fears, Joshua. Darkness.
Darkness. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to... I don't know the lyrics. Black screen. Loading. Video game. Uh-oh. This... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, there we go. Karma. 2 hours until dawn. Well, here we go. I don't know. I think I'm gonna turn that glinty thing on because I feel like sometimes I'm squinting. Cool. What's cool? And why did you do a cool and then a sad face?
Holy shit.
Tiny.
Huh. What happened to the wolves?
Why can't I get in there? Okay. Oh, it's like awestruck. Ah. It hasn't been ported over very well. We got some lag issues. Also, you actually have to do stuff for the don't move sections now.
Holy hell.
I knew it. There we go. Okie dokie. Wrong direction, boy. Or maybe not. Where are we going? Hello? Oh, this is the only way to go. What? Don't tell me this was the out of the way direction. Is it this way? That's stupid if it is. Hello, boy. Video game. I'm a dumbass. Video game, please. I'm stupid. Nope. Oh my god. The controls suck. Go over the thing. I totally walk over that. Oh my god. That just for the totem? No fucking way. Oh. Another totem. What? Where is it? Ah! Ah! I see. I did not want to see that. The stairs, because why not? Okie dokie. Okay, we got this. It's fine. Everything's fine.
I just need a pitchfork and a mob.
Why are we switching to a torch? What, a shot-off shotgun?
Good enough.
Wait, isn't this where I came from? Where do I... now I have to try to figure out how to get out of here. Are we gonna shoot the lock? Is that what we're doing?
Right.
Dumbass. Oh, it's the dog.
Hey, big guy. Happy to see me again, huh? Hey.
It's a good thing I fed him the bone and petted him.
Alright. Good boy. Alright, pal. Coming with me. Alright. Here's the plan. I happen to see a map of this place. So we're not flying blind. There should be a way through the psychiatric wing that'll take...
Hang on, I gotta adjust heart rate. Ow. Okie dokie.
It's right outside the mine. Think you can handle that? Couldn't have said it better myself. Attaboy.
We built a cage. Must have been how he trapped them.
Okie dokie, boy. Calm down.
I'm ready. I'm ready.
Wish I could move like you, Wolfie. I'm stuck on this side. Alright. There goes nothing. Awesome. See that? I do got moves. Don't I, Wolfie?
Little puppy. Is that the way the dog went? Sorry, my eyeball. I'm not having eyeball issues while playing this game. The thingamabob.
Huh.
Okie dokie. Don't love that.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Really, really don't.
Jesus Christ. What the fuck have I got myself into?
Don't love that. No.
Fuck, man. This is truly disgusting.
Oh, was that it? I thought there was something in him. Why did I? Oh.
Huh. These doors were built like tanks. How crazy were these inmates? What went on here? This is nuts.
Okie dokie. Welcome back from jail. I don't like this. My nose is itchy. What's this? I don't know what I'm looking at. Did I just watch?
What the fuck is going on around here?
I just watched a Wendigo transformation.
Jesus, hot sauce Christmas cake. This is fucking unbelievable.
He said Christmas. Wait, Christmas hot sauce cake? What? Alright, as soon as I get to that dog, shit's gonna go down, so. Knew it. I'm ready. I mean, I'm definitely not, but... Do I have to?
What? What's that for, you fuck?
That's better. I think.
What? Fuck! No way. No fucking way this is happening.
Okay. No. Why?
Who's that? God damn it!
So left was the right way to go. Oh, I still have the machete. Oh, that probably wasted bullets. I went the wrong way and I didn't realize it. Okay.
Holy shit, no.
Damn it.
Second one? There's a second one?
Come on, you son of a bitch. Where are you?
I think that's all the bullets in the gun.
Huh? What?
Jump scare. This is a perfect spot for a jump scare.
Shit, don't stop. It's like a fucking bad dream. One at a time, boys. It's enough of me for all ya.
Huh?
I didn't shoot it. Fuck. I didn't shoot that one on purpose because he's on a chain.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oh, that was a cool way to show the spirit being released. Anyway. Where did my dog go? Oh, shit. I hear it.
Hey, buddy. Come on down. It's all right. Okie dokie, bud.
Fucking leave the
Back on
dog!
Flip side, huh?
Oh, I kept the wolf alive throughout the sanatorium. I got an achievement. Fucking run. Mike successfully escapes the sanatorium. Sweet, I got an achievement. Heart rate at 111. I need water. Hey, she's not dead. Shit. I fucking knew it. He left her dead. Oh, she doesn't know what they're dealing with. Oh, okay. Why is Chris like that? Oh, did he get hurt?
Come on, guys, hurry up. We gotta find Mike. Come on.
Hey, I'm kind of gimping out here, guys. I think maybe you should go on without me.
No, Chris, we are not leaving you.
Whoa, she has zero. Yeah, that makes sense.
We're sticking together.
With
Mike will
Emily.
just have to wait.
Even heard scream? Yeah. Oh, we got this. I think I'm getting better at the game, despite its lagginess. We got this. They went left, so I'm going right. And there's nothing. Shut up, Ashley. My controller vibrated, so I froze.
Shit. Mike must have locked it behind him. Crap. There's gotta be another way in.
Wait. Hey, what about this?
I don't love the idea of a sewer, but let's do it.
Should we try it?
Well, it's not like we got a whole lot of choices here.
Okie dokie.
Okay, this is maybe the last place I would want to be right now.
So who's going first?
After you.
Oh, this is...
It's not so bad.
Okay, we're fine.
You think this is the tunnel to the sanatorium?
Of course it is. Where else would it go?
Chris, I know you're hurt, but you gotta move it, all right?
I'm trying, Ash.
We're okay.
Hey, hey, we should close this, right?
Huh?
I mean, what if something's following us?
Yes, fine, close it. But we gotta keep moving. Can you just catch up, please?
Yeah.
Really? They wouldn't wait 3 seconds for her? Assholes.
Hello? Who's there? Anybody? Jessica! Is it you?
No. It's not. It's a mimic!
Hello?
It's a mimic, 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 it's a mimic.
Ugh! Gosh! Oh my god, I am so glad to see you.
Glad you're safe.
Look. Look there.
Wow, great.
The ladder's toast. We're never gonna make it up there.
No, I think I can. I think I can do it. It's like a rock wall. I'm gonna keep going. You should head back to the lodge. I've gotta get Mike.
Good luck.
Yeah. Jess is nowhere near there, so it had to be mimicking. Oh. Yep. That's right. I forgot about him.
Yeah, that's right.
We got this. We got this.
I beat you. I fucking beat you.
Okay, 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 okay.
Huh. Okay then.
Okie dokie. Okie dokie, okie. Water. Not water? What? Totem. Okay, that doesn't help me at all. We're good. Everything's... Is that just the spirit of the Wendigo?
Yeah, that's right.
Hello?
Come on, girl, you could do it.
Damn it! Stay out there!
Holy shit! Hey, Daddy, over here!
Whoa! All right?
Define all right.
Alive, for a start.
I thought I fucked up that second one.
What the hell are you doing here anyway?
I was gonna warn you about the Wendigos.
Let's find a way down to where this fucker lives.
Okie dokie, okie dokie, okie dokie, 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 dokie. It's fine. Everything is fine. There's 1 hour until dawn. He's crazy. Crazy? I was crazy once.
I wonder how much these sessions are of any help to you now. Just won't listen to me and thinks seems pretty...
Oh, Kate?
fucked up.
Yep.
So I'm gonna leave you now, Josh. It's time you learn. There's more to be afraid of that can be dreamt up by the unhinged imagination of a self-indulgent, spoiled little brat. You had so many people who cared about you, who were willing to help. But at every turn you choose to push them away. Now you're all alone. Though by the sounds of things, you won't be alone for long. No, you won't be alone for long. Deep breaths, Josh.
Okay.
Deep breath.
Okay, dokie. Whoa.
Tell me what to do. You can't tell me what to do anymore. Okay. Okay. I trust you. I trust you. I trust you.
Interesting.
You're not real.
You're all alone down there.
No, no. No, 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 not again.
Not that way. Got it.
All alone. But you're with us now. Family.
Get away! Get away from me! Get away!
Why didn't you save us, Josh? Why did you want us to die?
I didn't want you to die. I swear. I swear I tried to find you.
Oh. So this is just what we're doing now, huh? What the fuck? What the actual...
Please, please, no. No, I don't take orders from you.
Is this what you want?
No!
What?
Why are you doing this? Leave me alone! Why are you doing this?
I don't like this.
Save us, Josh. Why did you want us to die?
Oh! Oh! Oh!
I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't like that. I don't like it.
I was not prepared for how ugly that thing would be up close.
So, I noticed something kind of weird about it.
What?
A Wendigo. It had a scar.
So?
I've seen it before.
What are you talking about?
I saw these old pictures of some guys with that scar, and he was transforming into a Wendigo.
Kidding.
It was one of the miners who'd been trapped back in the 50s in the cave-in, which means that thing is 80 years old. At least.
Spunky for an old-timer.
They cleaned the place out. Killed a lot of people.
They? You mean there are more of them?
Oh, yeah.
How many?
Too many.
I think we're close. To the lair.
How can you tell?
I don't know, I just feel really terrible all of a sudden.
Ditto.
I really don't want to go in there. Fine. I'm going in.
What? That is not what I thought was happening.
Oh. Come on, it's okay.
You sure?
Oh, I'm not dead yet.
Famous last words.
That is not what I thought we were doing.
It's freezing. Hit me with things.
I know. Just keep moving. Nobody likes cold buns. Although yours are great. Never mind.
Wait a minute, I thought you reached the deepest part.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said it was okay. Meaning like there weren't any sharks or anything in here.
Sharks? Great. Thank you.
Sharks.
Oh, it's getting deeper.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Hey, it's sloping up again. We're gonna make it.
God, don't jinx it.
He jinxed it, this fucker. Why is there pink all of a sudden? I mean, I like pink, but... Second Chance got updated?
Oh! Jesus. She...
I'm not going back in that water.
Oh my god.
No!
I'm gonna be sick. Wait. Hold on. I think I saw something.
No. Back up.
No, I don't take orders from you. I don't take orders from you. You can't.
Hey, Josh?
You can't tell me what to do. You can't
Josh?
tell me what to do
Buddy.
anymore. You can't tell me what to do. Oh, okay. I trust you. I trust you.
He's lost it.
What's the matter with Mike?
He's tripping or something. Josh! Mike.
Josh! Hey, man.
Don't hit me, please.
Well, you were deep in it, man. Full mental jacket.
We didn't think we'd get you back.
Hey, let's just get the fuck out of here.
Okay, Josh, do you have the key for the cable car?
Yeah.
Oh, good. See that over there? That means there's a direct way out. Come on.
Yeah. There's no way Josh is gonna make it up there.
Okay, if you help me up, I can go back to tell the others we're okay.
Yeah, good.
You bring Josh back the way we came, and we'll all meet at the lodge.
Be careful.
Hey, you too.
Great. We're splitting up.
All right, let's go, you fucked up son of a bitch.
Great. I hate this.
You didn't have to hit me so much, man.
I'm sorry about before, man. I thought you killed Jess. I was wrong.
Don't look.
No. I didn't want you to die.
Oh, I don't like this. Sorry, I'm being very quiet. It's scaring me. We are not going back in that water! Fucking kidding me. Apparently we are. It's red. Oh, I know where that's from, actually. Wendigo's in the water. Oh, Wendigo's in the water. Wendigo in the water. In the water. Wendigo is in the water. Wendigo is in the water.
No, you're not real! No, you're not!
Oh my god. How is he not dead? How is Mike not dead? Oh, it's Jess. Hey, Jess. Hey, Jack. Calm? I'm not calm. This is how I respond to stress. In stressful situations, my mind goes quiet and tries to focus. Josh is dead. And that, Jack, was a Wendigo. Folklore, folktale is when it's very, very freezing, like during a winter storm, and someone succumbs to cannibalism, they become that thing. Yeah, when I found out, I wonder, did anyone clip that, actually? We're going away from the screaming. It's a totem. Wait. Wait, what are we... What the heck is that? Oh, that's your entrance message. You haven't been here since I did them. It's been a while since I think I gave everyone in the group an entrance message. Blues is all bow down. The queen is here or something. That one's yours. You like it? That's the bot. That's my bot. Not a real person. BRB, you just got here. But okay. You can't see me, you're dealing with other people, popping my fingers, so I don't know. It was her breath. I stopped moving because I got scared and it was her breath. Shh, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. We're okay. We're okay. Welcome back, Jack. Welcome back. You notice how my heart rate goes up more after the fact? It's absolutely insane how some people deal with things. My heart rate goes, you know, this is why I am able to deal with situations so well. Like that time I got hacked and I was able to just dupe them, and like I was able to stall. I was able to stall them out because I guess my heart rate just stays calm or goes steady, and I try to deal with the situation in the moment as best I can, and then afterwards, my body, I guess it like has it in reserve. It's like bottling it all up, and then afterwards it's like okay, and then releases it all at once. I'm also fixing my hair bun while I rant. I'm a professional streamer fixing my hair while I rant. There we go. I'm glad you guys like my heart rate. 117. That's the highest I've seen it get. What's the highest you guys have seen it get? Hooked on my playthrough? It's dark out and a bit late. More likely to have nightmares. Your palate cleanser is you have a husband. You just don't panic despite hitting a trailer going 60 miles per mile. Yeah, exactly. Fuck! I got this.
Come on.
Also, hi, Falsa. Shit. We got this, we got this, we got this, we got this. You gonna go watch Bluey with Gihan? Alright, have fun. Have fun, Blue. It's okay, I got Falsa and I got Jack. Water? Again with the water. Jack will keep me safe. All right. Be quiet. You were expecting it to be cold. Be quiet. Okay. You're in control of the game, you freak out? Okay, good. Jack is my emotional support friend. Oh, shiny. These totems are important. Wish it was easier to figure out what I needed to do. Aha! There it is. That one was a slip. Ah. Hello? Do the thing. Hi, Johnny. Oh my freaking god! Got it. Stop talking, stop talking, stop talking. Be quiet, Sam. Sam, 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 Sam. Please. Be quiet, Sam.
Sam.
Mike, fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you, Mike. Fuck you. Alright.
Oh gosh, you look terrible.
It'll look worse if we stay out here. Come on.
Yeah, that's one way to do it. Yep, that's one way to do it.
Mike, what happened to Josh?
You got him.
God, what an awful way to go.
Not good.
What do you think we should do?
We should check the basement. Might be someone left down there.
I don't want to go down to the basement.
If there's anyone left. They're
Oh.
probably in the basement.
We're lagging a little bit. If. Like, it's not letting me control my camera angles, and I hate that.
How do you rate our chances of survival? Hmm?
I'm trying not to think about it.
Run! Let's go! Time to get out of here!
Don't fucking move a muscle.
Oh my fucking god. Okay. This is the one thing I've seen. I've seen this scene a lot. Whether or not I can do it, though, is completely different. Okay, okay. 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 Okay, 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 okay. No! Why don't... No! No! I did it! I did it right! No! I totally did it! Aha! I get a second chance. I need you guys to know something, and you might have noticed this when I'm playing Hollow Knight, but my controller has a drift. It has a drift in one of the directions. So I'm allowed to do this. It's most noticeable in Hollow Knight, but...
There's anyone left.
I'm allowed this. I'm allowed this. This is my stream, my rules. I'm allowed this.
How do you rate our chances of survival?
This is my stream, my rules. I'm allowed this.
Run!
Oh, shit!
I'm allowed this. Started lagging, which really freaks me out, but we got this.
Don't fucking move a muscle.
you can't lurk. You're my emotional support. I got this. It's just me, Johnny, and Jacob. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Okay. All right. Step one. We got this. Nope.
Hey!
I almost hit the wrong thing. I almost hit the wrong thing! Oh my god. I'm focused. I'm so focused. I'm so focused. I'm so focused. Yes! You see why I had to restart? Because it was the last one. And while I knew it was the last one because I've seen that scene before, and so I got really mad. I got really mad, that it freaked out on me. Is Just alive? What about Jess? Complete a full playthrough of Until Dawn. I got an achievement. I'm not satisfied though. I could have done it better.
Fuck! No!
No! Why did they have to show me that? Skip! Skip! Okay, that's Josh's death. No, 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 thank you. No, thank you.
The old man, I don't know how to describe him. I mean,
You said you thought he was
interviews.
stalking you at first.
Interviews.
Did anyone else in your group think that?
Well, yeah.
Is it possible they could have killed him?
What? No. No, you don't understand. Don't you understand?
And if he attacked you,
He saved my life. And I watched him die.
I heard Jessica. I don't know how or why she was down there, but I know I heard her.
He held it right up to my face. Right here, right in front of my nose, and he could have shot me. He almost shot me, the prick. I mean, you go out with a guy for however long and you think you know him, but man, this one really takes the cake.
How did you end up in the mines?
I was carried and taken and
What did you see?
I don't know. I don't know.
He was out of his fucking mind. He wanted to hurt us. Okay? And I thought he was the one who attacked Jess.
I thought we were close. After his sisters disappeared, he'd come and talk to me. He said I was the only one who understood him. I thought we had a connection.
If you need someone to talk to,
I'm fine.
sometimes, after a traumatic experience,
I said I'm fine.
You need therapy. You all need therapy. I did the thing though.
Matt, have you found him?
no, not yet.
Oh God, he's dead, isn't he?
Yep.
Why do you say that?
Oh no. He's just. Oh my God, I was such a bitch, and I maybe could have helped him. Maybe I could have saved him.
Your friend Ashley, she told us she tried to help you. She said she heard you calling out.
Not me.
I knew it. I knew it wasn't fucking her. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it wasn't her. Knew it wasn't fucking her. I knew it. I knew
He
it.
came for me. He did.
Came for you?
Where is he? Did he make it?
You need to listen to me. I don't care if you believe me or not. Doesn't matter because you will. You need to go down to the mines.
What's in the mines, Sam?
I've seen what's down there. And I'd give anything to unsee it.
Ooh, spooky. So we get interviews with them. So, does that mean we could potentially save them all? Ooh, some years later. They're all fucking traumatized, though. That I know. I would never be able to sleep properly again if I... Fucking Christ. Boo. Who the fuck said boo? Was that the game? That better have been the fucking game. Sam? I think this is Sam. Yep.
I'm up! I'm up!
What's going on? You going crazy? What is this? Ew!
Sam.
Just a nightmare. It's a nightmare. Spooky. You know? Episodes. Change my fate? Oh, cool. Wait, why is my PNG not working? Hang on. Hello? Yinji? Oh, there she is. Who's in what? But then she did nothing with the baseball bat because I forgot. What? I missed one. I didn't find all the totems either. I didn't find everything. What do you mean nature remained in balance? Does me shooting the fucking squirrel mean that someone can fucking die later? Did I skip? What do you mean? Was it you? Was it you? Did you pop into the voice call and say boo? Was that fucking you? My God, Foxy. Thought I was going crazy. Thanks. Thanks for scaring me. Silly goofy goober. That's so mean. I'm being bullied by my wife. Left behind. Oh shit, so if I had left him behind or listened to the voice... No, we're not looking at that. We're also not looking at that. I just want to get rid of all the new notifications. Ooh, we got a lot of the hunger ones. So these are apparently from the perspective of the Wendigo. I'm just trying to get rid of all the new stuff because I want to do another playthrough of this, but I want to see what's different, you know? What more we pick up without having to think, you know? Updated. Update. Updated. Looks like their Shane Minor was turned into a Wendigo. There's so much stuff I miss. Also, how are you, Foxy? I didn't ask that. I was just like, you scared me. How dare. I have some stuff that's locked. Should I... Oh, you know what? I should probably wrap up for today. Because I've been streaming for a while, haven't I? I don't even know how long I've been streaming for. I usually oh wait, my PNG. Hang on. I'm invisible. I'm invisible. There we are. 9 hours. Holy shit. 9 hours. Honestly, I could probably keep going, but I fear that as soon as I hit like 10 or 11, I'm gonna start to crash. Because I didn't prep for this, and I worked today, and I can feel the beginnings of a headache. So that probably means I need to eat some food. Actually, let me first off take off this heart rate monitor. Ow! Kind of like wedged itself in my skin a little bit. Ah, that's better. That's better. Turns off on its own. It turns off on its. Oh, I should start some music if I'm. Start stream early. Foxy stream early. Foxy stream early. Yeah, Foxy stream early. We rave life. We rave life. Let me get music going. That's loud. I've been outed. I was listening to that song on repeat at one point. Yay! We rave life. Oh my god, we rave life. We rave life. Love life. Just for clarification, she's not actually my wife. Some people, whenever I've called people like my wife or husband before, people are like, are you dating? No. Foxy's my platonic wife. And I love her. I love my friends. Aha, I'm gonna be first in Foxy's chat. That was actually, I want to talk about the game while we wait. And this isn't the music for it. So every like clip and video playthrough that I've seen of this always had Hannah as dead and Beth as the Wendigo. So I know that if you let go of the root and fall with Hannah, Hannah dies and Beth becomes the Wendigo. So I wonder, I don't know if I'm gonna stream more of my playthrough of it, but I'm definitely gonna play more. I might just do it on my own time because that was a long game. It was a very long game, and I bet there's a lot of stuff for me to do, you know? There's gonna be a lot. And 2 years, yes, oh my gosh, thank you so much again. Every I'm gonna stream today. This is crazy. I can't believe it's already been 2 years. Oh my gosh. I've done so much. I'm just, oh my goodness. I love streaming so much. You guys are so amazing. And, this was such a great game. And I'm glad that I have a heart rate monitor now because, I don't know. I feel like it's a fun little thing to have. And I kind of want to do, like, more horror games. You know? Since I got a heart rate monitor now, might as well, right? Right? Might as well. And I got really quiet during some scenes because I was focusing hard. And yes, sure, there was that one instance of saves coming, but I knew it was the last one. And I know that I for fact pushed the thing, and I don't know why it didn't work. Maybe it thought I was going too much a slightly different direction. Whatever. It was worth it to switch. Oop, ads. Why am I getting ads for that? I don't even live there. I don't even know what goes on with ads and whatnot. All right, we're gonna raid Foxy Phoenix. Ads are so weird. I always get ads for places that like I don't even live or I don't even have anything to do. It's so stupid. Ads are stupid. It doesn't matter. All right. If you don't see that raid notification at the top of your screen, make sure to refresh whatever you're watching on so you can get those extra channel points and meet a friend. Here is our follower raid message. And then here is our sub raid message. So make sure you copy and paste one of those so you can share the love, share the hype. It's going to be awesome, amazing, wonderful. And thank you again, everyone, for coming to the stream today. Whether you, okay, the music got really loud. Whether you lurked, chatted, or maybe you even did a little bit of both because you're a silly, goofy goober. We went for a really long time today. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I've been up since 3 a.m. and it's already 9. How long is that? How long is that? Does anyone? I don't know. It's a long ass time. Anyway, we're gonna go raid Foxy. She's awesome. She's adorable. We love her. Anyway, bye. Kisses. Mwah.